Wow, it's been a long time since we've been on camera, Crystal.
It has been. I purposely usually try to keep it that way.
You know what, though? This year sucked.
It's a special occasion.
This year sucked.
You know why? We're both wearing pants while we're on a
You
video call.
You don't know that I'm wearing pants. You can't see.
I can verify he's wearing pants today.
You know,
if you don't know Dave likes to pal around in shorts 24/7.
And no socks.
But because we're hosting MVP Days today...
It's MVP Days?
It is MVP Days.
I thought we were actually just doing a promotional video for our new recording studio.
You thought we just snuck away to our outdoor studio to get away from the kids?
Yeah.
Make stuff up?
Pretty much.
We're just pretending to work out here so we can escape the children. And drink wine.
So, it's been a while since we've had an MVP Days, Crystal.
It's going to be morning when they're seeing this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll be up all night.
It's evening for us here right now, so it's okay for me to be, what is it called? Tippling?
Well, it's 9 a.m.
It's
COVID.
9 o'clock. Leave me alone. It's COVID.
It's COVID. I guess that's acceptable now.
I'll pretend that I don't drink until after the sun goes down.
So tell me something, Crystal. It has been almost 6 months since our last MVP Days show. Our last one ran in May. And
it's been insane.
It's been a year. It's definitely been a year for sure. This show is so important for everyone that's watching today because the focus around this show, unlike any of our other ones, is heavily weighted towards security. And you know,
all our shows have an element of security. This one is
more
just
so.
Yeah.
This show we could have rebranded the Microsoft Windows Server Security Show because we do have so many of our presenters giving top-notch sessions on ways to secure and lock down your environments. And, you know, this is so important in 2020 because with COVID-19 and everything that's going on this year, the attack surface from the remote endpoints has just grown and grown. So many companies getting hit. Almost daily you see companies getting hit. So the relevance of this is just so important. And it's a COVID show. You know, we're working from home because
you can hear our dogs.
There's dogs
just
barking.
They've been quiet all evening and now they've decided to start barking because we started recording.
We're professionals though, so
that's right.
You know what?
Just keep going.
That absolutely doesn't bother us.
It adds to the ambiance of our show.
Couple of things, Crystal, that I want to talk about is just thanking our fearless crew at MVP Days. You know, it's not just yourself and myself that make this show possible. There is a ton of work that goes on behind the scenes. We have some fearless speakers, but just guys that just work behind the scenes. Because I tell you, to put on a show like this that you're going to see today is probably about 40 hours of post-production work, getting sessions ready, working with speakers, making sure that everything's on track and on target. And that's just for one person. And so our team works so hard to bring you this content. We try to make sure that the content is super relevant. Our commitment that we have moving forward in 2021 is we're going to try to put on 4 shows in 2021. So we'll try to do 1 a quarter. We tried to do 1 a month, but it was just too hard to get the speakers to have current content.
Especially now with I mean, in the IT industry, most of us are working day and night with our companies, our clients that we work for, trying to have everything work from home, managing threats, managing users, managing so much. We didn't want to do that to our speakers and keep putting them under the gun every month to try and pump out content. So we will still be hosting these just once a quarter, and we will try to make sure we get the most up-to-date, most relevant content for you guys. Just not monthly. It's just a little too much.
Another quick update for everyone, kind of community related, Crystal, is our MVP Days Scholarship Fund. We're heading into our 3rd year of our scholarship program that we've had via MVP Days. If you don't already know it, we give 100% of the proceeds from our authored content from our books. Our books are available up on Amazon.com. Our books are available on leanpub.com. You can search either Crystal and my name on there. Just search last name Cool. You'll find all of our books up there. you know, what's pretty cool. We've given out $20,000 in scholarships already through this fund. And with your generous support, we'll be able to give away another one this year. And that's our goal. We'll try to do one scholarship a year, and they're $10,000 four-year scholarships that we give out to individuals that are heading into a technical field, or, you know, they just deserving and need some help.
Deserving individuals, yeah.
All right. With that, I think we should probably get the show going. This is the first time for MVP Days that our dear friend from Finland, Mr. #1 speaker in everything that he goes to, Sami Laiho, great friend of ours. Whatever, nobody cares. So great friend of mine. We're both co-chairs at the Tech Mentor Conference, which unfortunately was canceled this year. But he was generous enough to do a keynote for us. And how relevant of a topic, security. So Sami is a big-time author at Pluralsight. So if you guys can, please make sure you check out his content. Sami, your session today, I actually have to look this up because I didn't forget, I just don't want to get it wrong. Sami's keynote today is going to be on securing your systems in 2020 plus. Sami's sessions, as I mentioned earlier, always rank in the top 10. Sometimes they rank number 2 behind my sessions. That's happened once.
Most of the time, number 1.
His session is so cool because in his session, what he's going to do is he's going to compare the mentality that Microsoft had in 2018, where it was BYOD everything, bring your own device. You know, let's get endpoints attached, to an absolute zero trust model. And why that's so important for you, whether or not you're a small, a medium, or a large size business, whether you're in healthcare, financial, public sector, doesn't matter. These rules apply to everyone that's in IT. And with that, you know, the stage is yours, Sami.
Kick it off, Sami.
Knock it out of the park. We'll be doing surveys, by the way, at the end of this, and Sami's keynote is not included in best session because keynotes don't get to count.
Hey everyone. Hey Dave, thanks so much for having me. This session is called Security in a Post-Pandemic World. A short introduction is appropriate. So my name is Sami Laiho. I'm a Finnish Microsoft MVP in the core operating system, and I specialize in troubleshooting, security, and public speaking all around the world. Today I'm gonna talk to you through a Teams session, and if you don't see me that well, that's because it's already completely dark in Finland, as it usually is, and I'm stuck in my basement, as it's the only place in my currently under renovation summer house, or summer cottage as they call them in Finland. You don't see me, but there's really not that much to see, and that means that well, actually you're seeing me through the webcam, but you're not missing out even if you weren't watching, because as you can see on the slides, the Finnish facial expressions don't really tell that much. I won't do a session without sharing some information about my own country or my own language, so let this be your lesson about the Finnish people for today. One of the most famous people in Finland is Mikko Hyppönen. One year he was actually more famous than our president. And Mikko, also known as the Virus Slayer, is the Chief Research Officer of F-Secure. And Mikko is a super smart guy and good friend of mine. When I hosted my 40th birthday party, I don't know what you do when you have a birthday party, but when I had mine, I hosted a conference for about 150 geeks. And the keynote was done by Mikko. And on that keynote, Mikko said something that I have cherished since and I have used wherever I've been teaching. And that is that Mikko reminded everyone that you don't have to make your security perfect. You just have to make it better than your neighbors. So make your environment less tempting than your neighbors. One thing that I find all the time, whether we're talking about protecting server environments or protecting workstation environments or protecting any kind of environments, is that people forget that in a beautiful part of the world like the Nordics, which are considered super secure, and super safe, we still have 28% of all security breaches are done by internal people. And that means that the internal people are your enemies in some cases. And our protections are very different when we're protecting against an internal threat or we're protecting against an external threat outside of our environment. If you want to be in the security business, the only way to do that and only way to keeping up to date is joining Twitter. So like my dear colleague Johan Arvidmark from Sweden says, if you're not on Twitter, get on Twitter. That's the only media I use to publish everything that I need to rapidly get out there. That's the way I learn everything I learn today. It might be blogs or books or video courses or whatever I'm taking, but they're all because of Twitter. Today what I'm going to talk about is in general what our environments are facing, and that means that we'll talk about different kinds of threats we have. So malware, ransomware, phishing, crypto mining, IoT, all sorts of different attack vectors there are, and hopefully you'll learn a little bit about how to secure your server environments as well. Before we head anywhere, I want you to be able to hear my cool video, or actually it's not a video, it's just an audio track, but there's a new thing that is threatening all of us, and one of those new things are these phone scams. And I actually finally was lucky enough to be a victim of a phone scam. Well, actually I wasn't, because technically my girlfriend got the call from Microsoft support, like many of you probably have. And she picked up the phone and I heard her saying something like, my computer is just fine. And instantly I knew it. So I was like, okay, just give me the phone. And I took the phone and I took my phone and I turned it on recording so that I can record the call. And I recorded the call, and this is just super fun.
Actually, sir, your computer have a problem, and whenever you connect internet in your computer, some hackers, some unwanted hackers are trying to get inside in your computer, and they are trying to access your computer without your
This is so fun. They actually escalate me in a phone scam.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
Sir, you just switch on your computer, then I can show you all the problems and you will understand better. Yes, that is even viewer, okay?
Yeah.
And you press enter.
Okay.
What can you see on your screen right now?
A lot of different kinds of events. It shows a list of event
Okay,
IDs
so
and
can
there's
you see there's an error?
this says virhe.
You can see error
It
warning,
speaks
error.
Finnish.
No, it says virhe.
That's not my problem, that's her
varoitus,
problem.
virhe,
That's why I got
varoitus.
escalated, because it speaks wrong language.
1,709
Can skip a few.
Warning, but mine says virhe and varoitus and ilmoitus.
Now I'm
and-
escalated.
What can you see on your screen right now?
I can see all sorts of
Actually, sir,
no, it's not Netscape Navigator.
browser, what internet? Open a new tab. Sorry, home screen.
Yes.
And tell me, what internet browser do you have? Do you have Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox?
No, I use Netscape Navigator.
What navigator?
Netscape.
Okay, you open that
Okay.
and open a new tab. Sorry.
No tabs. I don't know what.
What internet browser do you have? You have Google Chrome,
No,
Internet Explorer.
No, Netscape Navigator.
It's a Linux computer, right?
No, it's a Windows computer.
But Netscape Navigator is a Linux computer. Linux
They don't even know what Netscape
No, it's
Navigator
not
is. Now
Netscape
they're
Navigator,
saying it's a
browser
Linux
that
computer.
runs on Windows.
Oh, I'm so
what
old.
computer you have, sir?
Fujitsu something.
And you don't have any other computer, sir, apart from this computer.
No, I've had
Laptop.
No, I've had this since like 1993. It's my only computer.
Very old computer, sir. Very old.
Very old
Yeah,
computer.
that's why I tried even downloading Chrome, but because this Windows 95 doesn't support more than
And what-
Netscape
and, sir, what
Navigator.
mobile phone- Yes. And sir, what mobile phone you are using?
Nokia 3110.
It's an Android phone.
No, old Nokia 3310.
Old Nokia 3310. Everything is old.
Everything is old.
Yeah, sir, what I'm going to do, we are talking to the technician, okay, and they're going to call you back, okay?
Sir, you don't have to call me back, because I recorded this and I'm going to use this in a security presentation at Black Hat, so I'm a security specialist, so you don't have to call me back. It's been fun and I've enjoyed it and recorded everything, so don't call me back, please. Thank you.
Okay, so that was fun. Anyway, so I'm just trying to take their time as much as I can. The problem here is that I can't heal the world myself, because there was actually, even to Finland, which is a super small country, we had more than 1 million calls last year. So that's insane. But it was super funny, like escalated in a phone scam call, and anyway, that was fun. The more traditional way of attacking environments is the traditional malware. Now, the traditional malware is has exploded for the past decade, and now it's about 1 million new pieces of malware found per day, and that means that we can't protect against them with the traditional ways anymore. The traditional way of having an executable that you launch from somewhere that is maybe kind of like a little bit out of fashion, but it's still there. Now, of course, the authors of all this malware, they want to target an audience that is as big as possible, and they want the biggest market share operating system. And that's the funny thing, that Android actually gets more than 24,000 bad apps per day. And that is just because of the statistics. This is from the summer. You could go stat counter and see it yourself, a newer one if you want, but this is from last summer, and you can see that Android has bypassed Windows, and Android is the most used operating system. Android is Linux based, and I hope you all know that Linux is a Finnish operating system. So even though Finland is not that famous for our colonies, we will gradually take over the world. And something that Mikko Hyppönen, who I mentioned earlier, also told me that I didn't know at my birthday party, was that we actually own Unix as well, because Nokia, our used to be big mobile phone operator, which I don't want to talk about, they own or bought Bell Labs, and Bell Labs owns Unix. So technically Finland owns Unix and Linux. So if you start counting, I'm sorry, but we will just take over the world. So what about if you have old operating systems? One of the first things when we're talking about how to protect against malware is, of course, keeping your operating systems up to date. So Windows 7 and Server 2008 R2 are now out of support, which means that you should absolutely be aiming to get to the newer ones. But we will have those. So what if you have those in place? Then I have this 3-step format that I use to protect those. First of all, limit how they can get malware. So of course you shouldn't let them go on the internet if possible. Limit how they can run malware. Use whitelisting. App blocker or software restriction policy. Don't allow them to run anything in their user profile. Just make sure they only run things that are in program files. Get rid of admin rights on those machines. That's an absolute must-have thing. And then they will just not be able to execute that malware. And then limit what they can do with malware by removing admin rights. Even if they for some reason would be able to pass your whitelist, they can't really do that much. And of course, I mean, network isolation is just absolutely important in these cases. But as I kind of like explained, that the traditional antivirus is almost dead because it can't find 1 million bad things per day. Many people think that whitelisting is difficult, or actually now you're not supposed to call it whitelisting and blacklisting anymore. Those are terms that are not allowed, so I'm sorry. In Finland we haven't decided yet if we're going to call them allow lists or block lists or whatever. But anyway, I'm still going to call it whitelisting for now. Sorry for that. It'll take me a few years to get that term out of my head. That's kind of the same as having your hard disks that are master and slave, but you can't use the terms anymore. So. But it's stuck in me. I've worked in this business for more than 25 years, so it just like takes me a while. But I promise, when European Union has a regulation on what whitelisting will be called, I will start calling it that. So whitelisting is quite easy because you only have to list one good thing per month on average in my environments. But if you try to do blacklisting, that's impossible, because blacklisting you would have to add 1 million things on that list per day. That's why we say that the traditional antivirus is kind of dead. I'm not saying you should live without it, because it's a nice add-on. If your friend got some ransomware, you maybe won't. So it's awesome. It's cool. Keep it there. But it can't be your primary protection anymore. Now, if we think about antivirus, And if you think about blacklisting, I think like today you could actually say that your blacklisting solution is that antivirus. That's what it tries to do. It tries to blacklist things that should not run. But we don't want to do that. Plus, I love whitelisting because it's the lazy admin's option. I can choose one thing per month or 1 million things per day. That's a no-brainer, if you ask me. What you need to protect on your machines is entry points. So you have to figure out how these things get on your systems, whether they're servers, whether they're workstations, whether they're Hyper-V machines or hosts or guests or whatever. You have to figure out how will they execute in your environment. Mostly when you double click an email attachment, it's opened by either Windows, if it's an executable. If it's a PDF, it's opened by maybe Adobe Reader. If it's an HTML document, it's opened by a browser. So anything that can execute something is the ones that you need to protect. So try to figure out how that malware will launch and then just try to protect that. At least keep that up to date and patched. Okay? If we think about pure numbers, last year there were 858 total vulnerabilities against the Windows operating system. More than ever. That is a new record of holes in the OS. So you have to patch them. You have to keep them up to date. But you can't always. But think about this. Most of bad things come through the internet. And if you look at these statistics, in the year 2019, Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge, which is the new Edge, that means Chromium engine, mostly Chrome as well, 100% of those known weaknesses would have been mitigated by removing admin rights. If you've ever heard my sessions, you know I'm a strong proponent of this. But since 1993, the book Windows NT 3.1 user guide says that in Windows there is no security if you're running local admin. So if you have local admin, you can't make it secure anyway. On the other hand, if you don't have local admin, you block every node, not just like very good, but 100% of all these, even without patching. So, what Windows can do for you against the traditional malware, the most important thing is no admin rights, okay? That will save you from so much problems. And you should understand that it's good for you as well. I mean, many devs and many IT admins actually log on as admins, even if their end users don't. But you're hurting your computer. You shouldn't do that. And then there's whitelisting. Whitelisting for the past few years has been the most recommended security feature by Gartner and many other security fronts. So just honestly, every week I have at least 3 to 4 different AppLocker projects running. If you need help with AppLocker, just contact me. I'd be more than happy to work with you on that. I've done a crazy amount of whitelisting solutions. Companies ranging from one person up to the biggest customers that I have with more than 550,000 seats. I did that for City of Helsinki. We started with 8,000 lines on our list, and that's what people are afraid that whitelisting will be like. And we went down to 72 with the same end result. So trust me, you can do whitelisting very wrong and very right. Okay? And like I said, new terms. So I have this slide here just to kind of like save my butt. Okay? So I'm sorry. I will learn my lessons instantly when we get an official statement that what the term is. UK has already decided that it's allow listing and block listing, allow listing and deny listing. But we haven't yet decided. 80% of all reported attacks in 2018, 2019 were ransomware. Ransomware is your biggest problem. Ransomware is quite difficult to block against or protect against because the whole idea of you using your computers is that you have your documents and you can change your documents. I mean, it would be easy to block against ransomware by saying that from now on all your OneDrive content is read-only. You can't write to it. But I guess that's kind of counterproductive. So probably you still want to write to your documents, and then the problem is that even if I take away your admin rights, I can't take away your right to write to your data. And that's why ransomware and encrypting of files work so well. Ransomware has evolved heavily. The first thing to note is that all of the attacks that are done, not all, but 99% of all the attacks are money driven, financially driven. So monetizing is the key. Ransomware started with what you see on the right side. That's the WannaCry incident that we have, or the WannaCry attacks. They were global. They were able to get on your machine, encrypt your data, and then they used an SMB weakness on your network to get to the next computer. That wouldn't work if you didn't have admin rights. So I'm not saying that removing admin rights would have blocked WannaCry itself, but what it would have blocked was the spreading of WannaCry, at least inside of your company. Okay, so that was the first thing. They took your files, they encrypted them, and they held your data hostage, asked for ransom. Then they moved on and they started taking the whole company in. Now, if you're taking the whole company, here's the biggest deal here. I mean, if you want to protect your environment, the most important rule there is that you have to promise me, and you have to be sure that you never ever log on as a domain admin on a workstation. Never ever do that, unless it's a PAW, privileged access workstation. Because the difference there is, if you log on as a domain admin to a workstation and you get malware, then what they'll do is they will actually encrypt your Active Directory database and your Active Directory sysvol shares, and they will hold your company hostage. And that's what they're aiming for. They want the whole company, they keep the whole company's databases encrypted, and then they ask for ransom. Bigger bets. Bigger payers, bigger bets, more money for the bad guys. Then they have evolved and started to hit infrastructure now. So instead of just a company, they hit a city, they hit a infrastructure like water maintenance or electricity or stuff like that. Currently, we're still in a situation where if you lose power, you're gonna lose your internet connection. But we're kind of moving more and more towards the fact that if you lose your internet connection, you could lose your power. So the world is of course changing, and it's easier to attack the whole infrastructure itself. So this is taking a city as the hostage. There's huge amounts of US cities that have been under these attacks. Now, of course, the sad thing currently is with COVID is that even while we speak, there are a few hospitals around the US that are being struck by the Ryuk ransomware. And they're taking the hospital as hostage, which means that they will probably pay because people are dying unless they get that incident sorted out. That's cruel. Sometimes you might not have to even touch the computer. Maybe you can just threaten their person's personal reputation instead. Here I have an email that I got. Hi there. The last time you visited a porn website with teens, you downloaded and installed the software I developed. My program has turned on your camera and recorded the process of your masturbation. My software has also grabbed all your email contact list and a list of your friends on Facebook. I have Sami.mp4 with you jerking off to teens, as well as a file with all your contacts on my computer. You are very perverted. They have never even touched my computer. They have never executed a malware on my machine. They're just assuming that I am one of those many that have been to those dirty websites, and they're holding my personal reputation as hostage. I currently, while we speak, am on a break from a long streak of interviews. I've been interviewed by our biggest news agencies, our biggest news broadcasts, our biggest newspapers, biggest European newspapers, because I was actually a victim myself in a breach, which is, I think, the cruelest cybercrime I have ever seen, and it hit Finland. So this Vastaamo is a company that is a psychotherapy institute, and I was a victim in its attack, and now I'm hunting them down. I have a personal motivation. and I'm helping out police, and I were trying to catch them. What they did was, I used to be a patient there, so I went to family therapy once, and they got all my information. And what they did was that someone hacked into their SQL database, and they stole all the patient data, including all the transcripts of the appointments. Now they have all social IDs and social security IDs and stuff like that, so identity theft is possible for around 40 to 50,000 people. And also most of them, they have very personal data in the transcripts because they say what you said to your therapist. There are people from the parliament that there was a woman who had cheated on her husband and hadn't told anyone except the therapist, and now that's public unless she pays. I mean, there are a lot of kids, a lot of teens that are talking to a therapist and they're telling their most horrible secrets from their bad childhood and whatever. Okay, so that's all in there. So he has that, and he asks for ransom of 450,000 euros from the company. Now Vastaamo, the company, they won't pay. So what did this guy do? He establishes 40,000 Bitcoin addresses, and he starts to blackmail the victims themselves, the patients, including me. Even I got 2 ransom notes. And the ransom note says if you pay 200 within 24 hours or 500 euros within 48 hours, I won't publish your data. I won't publish your darkest secrets to the internet. I'm not worried about myself. I'm mainly worried only about losing my social security ID and all my contact information, because now they're in the same place and you can just order stuff online. So it's a hassle for me because I have to do like credit notes. I have to contact some creditors that you can't give me credit if I'm asking, because it might not be me, but I have nothing to hide on why I was there or what I told my therapist. So I'm not that worried. But think about people, like so many will pay because your darkest secrets will now be out there. I think that's like the most cruel cybercrime I've like ever seen in my life. There's only a handful of those even globally, and all the ones that we found before were SQL databases that were stolen from plastic surgery companies. So that was mainly like, we find a celebrity that says that they didn't take plastic surgery, and then we'll just say, we will show the world that you did unless you pay. But that's like a small group of people that did have something to hide, but only like superficial stuff, if you ask me. It's just a personal opinion. But in this case, it was like your darkest secrets. We're hunting. This is currently open. The guy has been underground since he got so much publicity, but now he's surfaced again, just to move those Bitcoin wallets that he created for everyone. So he has inventory on who's paid and who's not. He's not a total idiot. And then he's been now transferring the money from those Bitcoin addresses to a single Bitcoin address, and that's what, of course, we're trying to follow. Everything's in Tor network, everything's on Bitcoin. Super hard to catch unless he screws up, and we sure hope he's gonna screw up. How does this ransomware actually get into your system? Well, ransomware gets into your system mostly by email. So 94% of these get through your email. So your email is the most precious thing to protect. Like Windows 10 Enterprise, the newest edition, has such a cool thing where you can actually put your Office apps inside of a container and keep them there, separated from the operating system, launch things there, and they can, like, I mean, there are, of course, cool technical things we can do. The most important thing here is take away admin rights, have whitelisting. That's what will save you, even if you don't have those more expensive enterprise rights. No admin rights doesn't cost you anything. Whitelisting is available in all Windows 10 editions. It's either software restriction policy or app locker. I would not touch Windows Defender Application Control. If you want to talk to me about that, we can take that offline. Microsoft says Windows Defender Application Control is like app locker on steroids, and I always say I totally agree, and most people should not take steroids. This is the vulnerability list again, so just reminding you that IE Edge vulnerabilities, and most of them would have been mitigated by removing admin rights for the past many years we've had. If you don't have admin rights on your machine, what I told you is that you have to remember that many people think that if an end user doesn't have admin rights, they can't fix their computers. As in reality, if they don't have admin rights, they can't break their computers. And that's super important to understand. And I have a customer in Switzerland that actually removed admin rights in 2018, and in 2019 they had 75% less tickets in help desk. So it's not even expensive, it actually will save you money in most of the cases. So just life is so much better without admin rights, both personally and both for my customers. And you can still keep it usable. We can solve this with PolicyPack, Beyond Trust, Centero. There are different kinds of solutions that can solve this. So it's I have a customer in Finland that has 170 devs, only devs, and I took away admin rights from them. So if you're saying you can't take them away from devs, yes, you can. Whitelisting doesn't have to be difficult. Here is a 4-line whitelist that will kill 950,000 pieces of malware per day with no impact on performance, with even no updating. It says that you can only run things from secure locations like program files and Windows, and then it says that you can only run signed code. Now signed code that means that only 5% of malware is signed. So that's why I say 950,000 will die with just this. Is this exaggerating? No, actually not. I'm just being safe here, because if you think about it, that actually says that it has to be signed by someone we trust. 5% of malware is signed, but most of it, 99% of that 5%, is signed by a self-signed certificate, not a trusted one. When we get trusted certificates used for signing, that's where you get things like Stuxnet going into nuclear plants because they were signed by Realtek, stolen certificate from Realtek. That's serious, but that happens maybe a few times a year. Of course, backups. That would be silly not to say this. You have to have backups. You have to have one backup you have to have 3 copies of your data. That's the one that you're actually running. You have to have one that's the backup and one backup that's offsite. Okay, so you have to have 2 different backups. At least one of those backups is offsite. So 3 copies of data. If we all had backups, we wouldn't have a problem with ransomware. If we had, like, let's say, if we had backups that were up to date. Phishing. Phishing is the second biggest problem we have. So you click on wrong links or you put your username and password in wrong locations. So phishing attacks account for more than 80% of reported security incidents in 2019. That's a little bit different than a little bit different way of saying it, because the previous one was about like breaches and security threats, and now we're talking about incidents. But reported incidents, phishing is probably the biggest problem we currently have. And if you think that's not a big problem, think about this. $17,700 is lost every minute to the phishing attacks. 2019 stats. I've had these phishing scams myself. Here's a very common one. You won something. We all know that if something on the internet seems like too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. And of course you shouldn't go into these. Sometimes they are very, very personal. This one was in both Finnish and English, and I almost clicked this because actually my dad had just died like 2 years ago, and I was trying to take care of his estate and trying to take care of his assets in Spain, and I had been for weeks or months trying to reach the bank in the other country, and suddenly I get a mail that says, "Could you please confirm if you received the email I sent you earlier in connection with the estate of your deceased relative?" And I had to convince myself, like, Sami, do you understand? If you send that email to everyone, there will be like 50,000 people out of 1 million will have their relatives dead and problems with estates and stuff like that. So like, you just like, okay, that's not me. Here's a friend of mine who lost the whole company because of a phishing attack. So she opened an email that was sent, and this email says that it's from the healthcare company in Finland called Mehiläinen. And in Finland there's basically 2 kinds of there's basically two big providers of healthcare services, and those healthcare services are basically every person working in a private company at least will be a customer of either one of these. So it's very easy to send everyone saying, hey, here's your confidential information about your results coming from Mehiläinen, and it will work for every 1 out of 2 people. And then she clicked on it, and it asks you to verify your identity with your Office 365 account. She did it with a global admin account and lost the whole tenant. Here's one that I got. I'm an old fart and I like email. My kids don't even know what email is, but I mean, I love email, and if my email is stuck somewhere, I'm worried. I need my email. And this is the reason why this works for so many. Sending these things that say that, hey, you have unsuccessful deliveries of your email. This one is really funny because if you start looking at who sent it to you, it's actually not the Office 365 customer help, it's the Office 365 costumer help. I think they sell costumes. Here's me sending myself an email from our president. Our national airline, Finnair, has a website, and on their website, if you have a booking, you can actually send your booking information and anything else you want, basically, to anyone you want. But the funny thing is you can choose who it's sent from. It wouldn't be a problem otherwise. There's lots of these malicious SMTP servers, stuff like that, but this one is problematic because it's whitelisted so heavily, because of course these travel transcripts have to go through all spam filters and stuff like that. So it's very good. I just sent myself from Sauli Niinistö to our president. I sent an email inviting me to the Independence Day ball, which is the biggest party in Finland every year. Very hard to get to. Facebook is the most used platform outside of email. And this is a very typical one. This I got from a friend of mine. A friend of mine got infected. Then they send you a messenger message, and when you answer it, then it will prompt you like this and say, hey, please verify who you are. But it's actually not Messenger anymore, but it's a phishing site. When you reuse your passwords, everything gets harder. If you think about the big LinkedIn breach, people stole your passwords and your user IDs from LinkedIn, and then they use it against you. They do the same thing, saying you're a pervert, you're watching teen porn, but they start the email by saying, I know your secret password is beer1234. And you see it and you're like, oh my god, they know my password, they must have hacked me. Again, not touching your computer, only attacking you as a person with just email. But they know your personal secrets. And of course, they don't know your password. They don't know your secret password in that sense. They just took the password from the LinkedIn breach and they send it to you, and they trust that you didn't change it. So what can we do? Apply multi-factor authentication for everything you have. That kills 99% of all phishing attacks. The 1% after that is a little bit complicated because that's training. You have to train people. MFA can be done with Microsoft Authenticator, Google Authenticator. I actually did this at Ignite. I showed two-factor authentication, and as smart cards are difficult and virtual smart cards will be deprecated, I actually used a live hedgehog for multi-factor authentication. And sadly, I put under investigation for violating the code of conduct for speakers. But I did win Ignite. Best session, and I won the conference as the best speaker and the best session, and the best session was called How to Build a Conference Winning Session. So I think it was worth the risk. The joke here is that I actually used a real live hedgehog. So here's a picture of her. Name was actually Pixie, and I borrowed that from a person in Orlando, but hedgehogs have the same fingerprints as humans, so you can actually have a security hedgehog that you use on your Windows Hello. That's just a joke, so please try and learn how to use MFA. Train your people. Buy these solutions like no before. They will train you with simulated phishing attacks, and that is, you need to do that. That's better that they get caught on a simulation than the real thing. It's super fun. I travel around companies and on a coffee break, I walk around and people come to me like, Sami, I didn't get caught by your simulation. And I'm like, I haven't run anything for months. I don't care as long as they learned their lesson. Stop reusing passwords. Number one tip, never ever use the same password on 2 different websites. Go to haveibeenbombed.com, put on alerts that whenever you are part of a breach, you will be notified. And when you're part of a breach, go to the website, change the password. You'll be fine because you didn't use the same password on 2 different websites. You have so many passwords that you honestly nowadays can't live without a password manager. I use LastPass. Just get a password manager. Everyone uses them currently. They're the recommendation. Some years ago, people would have said, you don't need a password manager because behind one password you will lose everything and you just need a good system to remember your passwords. No, nowadays everyone uses a password manager. Crypto mining, the other way of monetizing. So you can monetize by making computers or mobile phones to mine Bitcoin for you, for example. Or even better, instead of mining Bitcoins, just tell people that they should send you money, and because you're so filthy rich, you will send more money back to them. I mean, this worked just fine a few months ago. They hacked these big Twitter accounts like Elon Musk and said, send me 1 Bitcoin and I will send 2 back to charity. So that's a really cool hack. That was an insider job as well. That's an insider threat. So there was an internal people involved. What can we do? Don't allow people to have admin rights, so they can't install device drivers on Windows, which means they can't really mine for Bitcoin that well. I mean, they can't get the full power of your computer. Whitelisting, don't allow them to run those crypto mining applications at all. And artificial intelligence can help a little bit because we can identify devices that are burning hot during the night using CPU 100% during times when we're not using them. If you have a burning hot mobile phone in your pocket, think about it. IoT, of course. In general, all devices, there will be laws in different countries that will make it illegal to use a default password on devices. And that's great. But there's Shodan, you can use that to hunt down these different devices on the internet, and you can go, I mean, this is really cool. Just take this one from here, take that blue line in URL and put that on Google. Just try it out. You can go to Japan and move around webcams and stuff like that. So always change passwords on your devices. Attacks on IoT devices tripled in the first half of 2019, so that is a huge problem. People are taking over your routers and taking over your devices. Most devices have firmware or network connections. I have a really cool Ultra Saber's lightsaber here, which has 128 megs of RAM, and it has its own firmware. So, I mean, all devices nowadays have these. Training is vital, and everyone needs to chip in. I have a horrible case for you, or an example for you. Here is a bank employee. It's just a normal employee, and she has the computer with that chipped off smart card. And I was wondering, like, why is that chipped off? I actually knew the answer in a way, but I asked her, why is it chipped like that? And she said, when you put the device in the backpack, it breaks when the smart card is in the computer. And I was like, well, I don't know if you knew it, but it's like the idea here is that you keep the smart card out of the machine. So if someone steals your computer, they don't have the smart card. And she felt really bad and sad. And I was like, honestly, it's not your fault. If your company did not tell you how to operate with these, it's not your fault. So that's I mean, that's sad. Companies deploying security solutions but not teaching how to use them. But the fun part about this was not this one. Like a week later or something, that same person comes to me with a big smile on her face and she says, Sami, I have a picture for you. And she showed me the next picture. That is a picture of the CIO of that bank. I mean bank money. People's money are there. CIO, Chief Information Officer, not an end user. This is his computer. He cut it with scissors, so it won't break when you put it in the backpack. Insanely difficult to teach people, so I'm not saying it's an easy job. Training is cheap. Data breaches cost enterprises an average of $3.92 million. So I think you have the budget. So what have we been talking about? To summarize, this picture is actually drawn or done by a friend we sadly just lost last week, App Combat guy, Chris Jackson from Microsoft. But he was a very, very smart guy, and he drew this or made this. And this is kind of like where we are currently. We're currently in this non-admin epoch. People are starting to understand that you can't have admin rights. You just can't, because Windows operating system is not built to withstand the use of admin rights. So it can't be secure. It can never be secure unless you take away admin rights. But we still allow apps to run. We only try to blacklist the bad things. We're moving towards this app control epoch where users run as limited users, companies install apps only after they earned their trust. Keep in mind, 83% as a 5-year average of critical vulnerabilities could have been mitigated by removing admin rights. Keep in mind that whitelisting only signed code blocks more than 95% of malware. 950,000 pieces of malware every day. And in reality, a lot more. Now that you are mostly going to see sessions about server infrastructure, I decided to take a few extra slides to this one. And if we think about protecting servers in general, there are a few things that you should keep in mind. First of all, servers are always protected by the endpoints. Unless we're talking about servers running things like Citrix or RDS, servers don't execute the code as endpoints do. So if you get a malware, you should not get it on the server. Even if the malware is saved as an executable on the server share, if it's executed by an endpoint, that endpoint needs to be protected and whitelisted, for example. So just remember that you have to protect the thing that executes the payload, that executes the binary. If I run an application that's malicious and I run it from the server, it's in my RAM, the endpoint needs to be protected. Look at the network ports, see who is listening and protect those. So that's always good. Check outside, do a network scan and look that you make sure you know every port on what's listening in it and just protect those. And if at all possible, try to use IPsec everywhere you can. That just makes this a hell of a lot easier. And then, of course, the most important part for any environment where you are operating at is to understand that you have to tier up your AD. So every Active Directory needs to be split into 3 different tiers. We have the power with domain controllers, and we have servers, and then we have the endpoints. Then we create group policies which say that domain admins can only log on to DCs. And we create group policies that say that only server admins can only log on to servers, nowhere else. Then we create rules that say that workstation admins can only log on to endpoints. So if we are workstation admins and we get malware, we only sacrifice the endpoints. If we log on as a server, we sacrifice the servers. If we log on as domain admins, we would normally lose the game. And even in this case, of course, we lose the company because we lose the directory. Remember, domain admins are not needed anywhere else than DCs. But because we have to manage this somehow from the workstation side, then privileged access workstations are the ones that you can log on to with high privileged accounts and manage your Active Directory as well. For group policy management, for example, needs to be done from a workstation, not a server. That's not something Sami says, that's a technical limitation. You just can't do it 100% from a server. On my Active Directory that looks like this, we have secure workstations. I call them secure workstations. Microsoft calls them privileged access workstations. I have servers, workstations. And then I have group policies that block those connections. So block those logon types. Normal workstations, servers. If you don't want to do anything like this, you only want to do what's absolutely necessary, I would never forgive you if you didn't do this. Then look at this link. It's a good start. So just at least make sure domain admins can't log on to anything but domain controllers and privileged access workstations. If nothing else, please do that. If you're running native cloud, so you're actually Azure or Amazon or whatever, but you're using native cloud, meaning you don't really have servers, everyone is just connected to your tenant, then it works a little different. Then you just have to make sure that you have global admins that cannot log on to endpoints, which they by default can, in Azure, for example. And then you have workstation admins that can only log on to workstations and not manage the tenant itself. So you only have 2 tiers, but the idea is exactly the same. The most important rule there is in security. In security, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. If you can't take admin rights away from everyone, then take it out from everyone you can. If you have to allow a weird app running from your user profile in your whitelisting solution, then that's just one app. That's still 1 million bad things per day that you're almost blocking. So that's very common for security departments. They deploy something and then someone says there is a potential hole in this. I have a customer in Norway that didn't deploy BitLocker because there's a potential weakness in the TPM chip, and the TPM chip can be compromised. They don't have hard disk encryption currently at all, because of the fact that the TPM chip has been proven to be hacked with an electron microscope. I don't know if your country has those in carry-on size, but at least in Finland, not every people have an electron microscope. But that's very common for security. Same thing, like we can't take away admin rights from everyone because we have apps that are old and whatever. I mean, if you don't have the money to buy a solution that can fix that any day, then just take it off from everyone who's not using it. That's all I have for today. If you need to reach me, you can reach me via email at sami@adminize.com. I hope you follow me on Twitter at Sami Laiho. I have a few blogs. I have video on-demand training. I have a lot of content online, and you can actually access it for free for 1 month with the trial code you see there. I am also a Pluralsight author with 11 courses on Pluralsight, and if you want to get a code for that, you have to send me an email because I can't give you a campaign code for that. I hope you enjoyed it. I at least did, and I'm gonna go and hunt down the freaking cyber criminals taking my identity. So I'll continue with that, and I hope you have good sessions on this event from now on. Thanks so much for listening. Bye-bye.
Well, that was a great session.
Sami, I think you hit that out of the park. Thank you very much from all of us at the MVPDays community. We really hope you come back. Your content is so cool. I learn so much every time I have a chance to listen to one of your sessions.
Well, and now that we've roped you in for one, guess who's going to call you for more?
Well, when you're an alumni of MVPDays, it's kind of a little bit of a requirement that you come back. So thank you very much. It's a 100% community session. We do all of these sessions free of charge. We do all the work for this free of charge as well, too. So, you know what? Thank you very much. It's our way of giving back to the community. Up next, a dear friend of ours, Crystal, we actually had the chance to meet Alessandro in Germany at Karsten's conference, the CDC.
That was very nice.
Not to be confused with the Center for Disease Control.
No, different CDC.
Yes.
Cloud and Data Center Conference.
The Cloud and Data Center Conference in Germany. Actually,
it's an amazing experience. If you get a chance to go, go.
Probably one of the best conferences that I've been to.
It was great. It was so well organized.
Yeah.
It was really fun to be at as well.
So, Alessandro loves to come to MVP Days and give us level 500 sessions, and he is
he likes to make sure you're awake.
Going to disappoint. So, for those of you that like speeds and feeds and things that turn really fast and how to understand why they turn really fast, Alessandro's your guy. Formerly of Intel, used to work with Intel. I'm not sure where he's actually at now. Maybe he's over at Amazon or he's exploring something new. I would have to double check.
I don't think I have that.
I'm probably totally off base with that. So, Alessandro, if you haven't left Intel, well, I'm sorry about that because I probably just stirred the pot. Alessandro.
You make that sound like you know something. He knows nothing.
Alessandro's session is titled Having Fun with Disk Speed. Knowing the inner workings of disk speeds and some unknown and not very used switches will be used to check all of your system settings. I took a quick peek at this session prior, and it is pretty cool. So, Alessandro, with that,
take it away.
It's yours.
Hello and welcome to MVP Days. My name is Alessandro Gonçalves and I'm going to talk about disk speed. You may ask yourself, what's disk speed? I hope not. I hope everybody knows what disk speed is, but it's a I/O generator tool for Microsoft Windows, and it is the main tool used on the Microsoft side of the world to generate I/O test benchmarking. There are other tools like IOmeter or FIO that do run in Windows, many others as well. So it's really nice to understand how disk speed behaves. So we can change those behaviors when we think we can squeeze more performance out of a test, or comparing to other tools. Sometimes other tools doing basically the same thing generates more favorable results. It does not tell that the one tool is better than the other. It's just that the behavior of each tool is a little bit different. So let's get going. That's basically my only slide for the session. So I hope we can talk 30 minutes of only disk speed. I hope I can do that. So we're going to talk about affinity behavior. So affinity behavior is basically when do threads run. So let's start that with going to our desktop. So I have a Dell desktop with two NVMe devices. Here you can see that I have 12 logical processors, 12 LP, one socket, and hyper-threading enabled. So basically I have 6 cores, 12 thread running, could be running simultaneously in this machine, but remember I have only 6 cores in this setup. Here I have just a small performance monitor with some counters that can help us look at the behavior behind the scenes for a while. So let's go for our first disk speed of the day. So I'm running disk speed, as we all know, 30 seconds, 4 threads, block size of 4K, outstanding I/O. So our kill depth per thread will be 16, 0% write, random access pattern. L will be our display our latency, and here I'm controlling the cache, so I'm disabling software and hardware caching. So I'm going to do a write through, and let me change that because this is going to be for our second test. So the affinity behavior of disk speed is to fill up in sequence our logical processors. So in this case, I have 4 threads and I'm using the very first 4 logical processors. Here we have the IOPS, so disk transfers per second. We are doing 107K, 108K per second in this test. Right? The number per se does not matter much. If it's good or bad, can we get more? But I'm more interested on the behavior. So we saw this behavior. It is constant, like I mentioned. Each thread, 4 threads running on its own logical processor. What happens here is that since I have 6 cores, I could tell, right? I would need to use another tool to tell you that, like CPU info, but I can tell you that the first 2 logical processors are bound to first core, second core, third core, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So in this case, the first 2 threads are running on one core, the number 3 and 4 on the second core. So I have actually 4 cores that are not doing anything. So if I disable or control this behavior, I could do a better job. So in this case, remember that we're doing 107, 108 thousand IOPS. So if I use the -n, this disables the default affinity of disk speed. So pay attention on how the CPUs are going to behave, and pay attention how much more IOPS I can generate with the same test. So what happens is that I'm taking advantage of the free cores. So most likely those threads are running in different cores or free cores. So I'm not saturating each LP, and I'm generating more IOPS. If I care more about the IOPS, that's kind of what we're going to see. So that's the completely different behavior from the other part. Just to and if you want to control where the threads actually are going to run, you can use the -ag. So the first one's going to be our processor group. In this case, I have only one processor group, and I'm going to ask them to run on different LPs. So let's say 0, 2, 4, and 6. So 0, 2, 4, and 6. 6. So 0, 2, 4, 6. Core 1, core 2, core 3. So in this case, I'm manually asking to run on different core. So it's always going to have one thread per core. So to see if we can get a running performance. So you're going to see that the CPU graph are not going to change much. It's going to be a flat line because I'm using that LP directly. And I'm running on each one of each core. You see that the number of IOPS is basically the same as before. So let's see, before we have about 149,000, 150,000 IOPS. And we can see how much we got here. Basically the same. So in this case, controlling the affinity, it is something that will get you better results sometimes. So it's not that you have to disable that. We have to understand if there are more cores that are not going to be used. Sometimes if you want to push more numbers, maybe controlling that affinity where the threads are going to run, it's a good alternative. Otherwise, if you're using all the LPs, you're going to have that. You don't need to change the affinity, but if you want the uber best performance, maybe you just make sure control the affinity to run one thread per core, so you don't have 2 threads be on the same core, so disputing resources. So talk about another tool for I/O. We have our famous I/O meter. So in this case, I put uh, on D drive, just to make sure we are going to the D drive, yes, and 16 outstanding. So I set up 4 workers here, and let me push here, and let's start save. Let's see. We do have here 154, 156. So we're doing a little bit better here. And if you look the default behavior of iometer, it is basically the same as no affinity. So it will let the operating system decide in which core it's going to run. And obviously I'm using the same number of threads as the disk speed. So you could ask, why do I have a better number here? That's really a cool thing. Do we have the same block size? Yes, we do. So let's see access. So 4K, 100% read. But look, we have 0% random. And here we have random. So comparing that, you can see that the different types of setting will give you. So we want to make sure that we are on the same boat here. So that's the good thing about comparing tests, is that you have that. So I hope you understand what I'm talking about, the affinity part. And you can look at how much difference just changing those switches, changing those behaviors could get you, either for a better result or a worse result. So testing and manipulating is a important thing to use. So our second feature today is caching behavior. So caching, there are a lot of caching involved in Windows and storage. We have the file system caching, you have the storage controller caching, we have the SSD caching. So that's a really important thing to understand. What are you doing here? So one parameter to, let's go to the default test, one parameter to control caching, it is the SUW. So that's basically full write through, no software caching. So if you look at the beginning of a display of the disk speed, it tells you if you have the software cache disabled or hardware write cache disabled. So if you're talking about the operating system cache, you're going to see changes in memory. So are going to use more memory, less memory. So if you're using caching on the file system, you're going to see that your available memory may decrease. Your standby cache may increase. So let's see if there is any change here for the caching. We have some cache also. You don't see any dirty pages or any other major change that would force you to go and say, well, I'm using. So we can kind of prove, okay, that settings is working. So now let's say I'm going to use software caching. So let's start looking at this. See, our copy reads per second on the cache object starts to go up because I'm reading these to the software cache. But look, basically the same test, but look our IOPS. It kind of tells you, look, caching in this case, it is much worse than no cache. I really have a really fast disk, so why do you bother using cache? So that's one of the reasons why we tell, well, we're doing a file copy and to test our storage. That's the worst thing you can do because you're actually file copying. You're just using a single thread and also using the file system cache. Another cache behavior that you can control with disk speed is what we call mapped, memory mapped file, which with the M. So in this case, you're going to see that our file, which is basically a 50 gigabyte file, it's going to start taking memory space. So if you look at this graph or here on available memory, you're going to see that it's going to start decreasing because I'm pushing pages or using memory pages to fill up with the data from my file. So you see here how we're going to start decreasing our available memory, but we're not using much of the file system cache. So this is not the file system cache. It is actually using RAM for memory mapped files. So in this case, also it's better than the file system cache, but way worse than my NVMe. So that's another case that where caching behavior, it is very important to understand how we're doing that, because that's a thing that will disrupt your testing. If you're doing storage testing, you don't want any type of caching. And luckily for us, once the test finishes, my available memory goes back to normal because we are not using that. So caching, control caching behavior is important in that sense because we sometimes we want, sometimes we don't want to use cache. So you want to understand what's your testing metric and what you want to test. So in this case, we prove that accessing memory from the operating system is actually slower than accessing a persistent memory or our SSDs, NVMe SSDs in a multi-thread scenario. So it's always how you're comparing. So when you're looking benchmarking, you really need to understand what are the parameters that you're testing. So that's for caching. And another thing that we have is completion ports. And that's how when we're creating I/O, we can have a pool of threads using completion ports. So a good explanation is actually looking at our GitHub page for disk speed on our wiki and cost our parameters, and the x-x is our completion ports. So by default, it is going to use completion ports, which is the most efficient way to use, right? So I would say most of the time or all the time, I never had to disable that for any reason. But I had a case where people were using another very famous tool for doing benchmarking, and it was way worse than disk speed. And by just debugging, I'd say, well, you're not using completion ports. So let's see the difference here. So remember that we're having like 150,000 IOPS. So let's disable cache and disable completion ports. Well, you're having 150,000 IOPS with the affinity disable, right? So just to be fair, Let's disable affinity and do it again. So a little bit better, but you see that we do have. So if you're doing a really high performance testing, not using completion ports will have a very bad effect on your testing. So by default, disk speed already using the completion ports, you don't have to worry about it. But if somebody asks you or you're seeing behavior that it is not what you expect, like people, look how bad Windows is because, I cannot get the same thing that I get in Linux. And you look on Linux, they have their own completion port idea. And when they port the tool to Windows, they don't use completion ports, for instance. And that creates a different result behavior. And what happens? People just badmouth on the Windows part because, oh, look, I'm using the same tool and I really have a really great result in Linux and a not so good result in Windows. And most of the times, settings are not okay, and or they using different number of cores, threads, and completion ports, or not using completion ports on Windows. So very important to look at it. So let's move for that. That is what I wanted to talk about completion parts. Just making sure that if you're comparing to another tool, that the other tool is actually using completion ports, or you want to go and I can make a disk speed to run slower, so I disable completion port, and now everybody is slow. Of course, you don't want to do that. Burst IO. Well, burst IO, or what I call checkpoint behavior. So when we're doing a test or a benchmarking test, um, the behavior is artificial. It's a synthetic benchmark, like they call, because I'm always throwing IO. I always have keep that high, and that's not how the real world behaves. If you work with databases, you see that we have from time to time a checkpoint, or either from time to time, or the amount of 30 pages that we have in memory that we have to commit to disk. So you have those peaks and valleys. So, and that's the point. Starts not working, and then out of sudden you have a burst of IO, and then we have to not, and then we don't have any IO for a while, and then it repeats endlessly. So it's not fun sometimes. So let me just remove the completion parts here, or uh, add the completion parts back. So to create this scenario and this speed, you can use -I, which is how many IOPS you want. Let's say I want for each burst, I want 85,000 IOPS. And for how long? What's the wait time in milliseconds? So let's say every 5 seconds, so 5,000 milliseconds. And let's see how it behaves. See how we have spikes and then 0, and then we'll have more spikes. So that's kind of where in the real world we see mainly databases doing that. They're not doing much, and then all of a sudden you see the CPU utilization as well. So it's very spiky in this case, because that's kind of we have some work to do. We do that work, and then we don't do anymore. Obviously our IOPS here is like 14,000 in average, because that's kind of the average that you're getting. So why we do that sometimes? Because sometimes you want to test how fast that storage is going to respond that amount of IOPS. The only thing that you have to realize, do you have enough either threads or QDEF in order to generate those 85,000 IOPS? Because what we could do, it is, let's say, every 2 seconds, let's try to do 400,000 IOPS, and let's see how the disk is going to behave. See, NVMe is so good that we don't even create much of a queue. Of course, this object, this counter is every second, so every second I take a snapshot. But we're pushing, and then the NVMe drive just eats those IOPS. It is much fun. But things that, see, we increase our IOPS per second, but things that we need to look at, it is how fast, what's our average latency, because that's the most important thing. So in this test, our average latency is like half of millisecond. On the previous test, where we get, so you can look that average latency didn't grow much, which is good. So it means that we could throw more IOPS. Other metrics that we look is our KOS, our quality of service. So 3 nines, we are on the millisecond, 1.5 millisecond. So let's compare 1.5 milliseconds with 3 nines here, 3 nines, 1.4 milliseconds. So basically in the same ballpark. So what that tells you is how many IOPS you want per burst and what's your quality of service. Because the storage will process the IOPS. It's just how fast you want that to be processed. So that's kind of where we are in this sense. So that's what I call burstiness of IOPS. So last part is you can use disk speed to capture things with WPR, which is our Windows Performance Recorder. WPR, it is already here in the operating system, so just WPR, and then you do start. And you choose, so with this speed, it comes with a profiler. So if you do DIR here, you can use this speed dot WPRP, which is the profiler that you want to use. So if you want to capture specific disk speed settings, you can just use that. So WPR, and then we're going to start a capture. We're going to use disk speed WPR, bang, disk speed. And then we have 2 modes, or either light or verbose. Light should be fine, and then you just work. So let me start the capture. Obviously, I don't have permissions. So let's open with administrator. Here I am. And actually, we can just point. So let's see if I go to another drive. I have a captures folder here. I can use WPR and start, and I can just point to the these will only capture disk speed related X, so you're not going to see much on the performance analyzer. So if you want to add another profile, you can just add start and then let's say disk IO. And here I have WPR starting to collect disk IO. So let's run again our test with burstiness. So everything that it goes through. One thing that you want to look at is that any type of tracing will affect your performance. So you're not tracing to discover raw performance, you're tracing just to discover the behavior because every time you look, you inject latency, and that's how it is. So I'm going to stop the trace now. WPR, stop, and I can give a name, MVPDays ETL, and it's going just to create a ETL file. And sometimes it takes a long time, so I'm going to open one that I already created. So it's already there, so that's good. It's already created. We could actually open that one, so let me cancel that one. And the performance, in this performance analyzer. Now let's open our MVP days. And I want to show you what that capture actually gives you. And it's opening. So like we would expect, since we're having burstiness, we have these peaks and valleys on our storage. So disk speed related, it's going to be in these regions of interest, which is just the runtime for disk speed. And then start stop. So that's kind of what you see. If you have other, let me pick here, thread activities. Same thing as that. So sometimes it will show you a cooldown period. Let me open another one here, which is much better. Let's choose disk speed burst. It's basically the same command with burstiness and other things. So that's what I'd like to show you. Well, if we're going to talk about that PA, we're going to stay a long time here talking about, but just things that we can look at very briefly. And done. So we can speed it up. System activities. And let me see this guy. It's not it. Here it is, regions of interest. And loading. See how computation is. Come on. So hopefully when it opens, we're going to see the cooldown period, the runtime, and the warm-up, which are the three phases of disk speed where we either have capture or of latency, but we still have disk perform or disk activity, and some we don't have disk activity, which is the warm-up period and cooldown. So let's see if we can open this to give you a better vision. Here we go. So here we have the warm-up period, the whole disk speed I/O, and the runtime and cooldown. So we have the warm-up at the beginning and cooldown at the end. And if we want to see if there is any I/O activity, what we can do, so where we have I/O activity or don't, is to match like disk usage on the same. Let me do disk utilization by disk. And let me just do disk speed filter. And see how we have this. Let me do this. And then we have the I/O type happening here. Reads. And 4 threads, we run 4 threads. And we can go on and on. So each thread is going to have all the IOs that you have, priority, and so forth. But what I want to show you is that even on the warm-up, and here we do have some IO activity. Let me just do, let's see if I change this. But that's kind of what I would like to show. So 7 minutes past the hour, or passing the time. Hopefully you enjoyed what I had to show you. So some takeaways. Pay attention on affinity. It's very important. Small details will lead to different results. Cache memory bottleneck on fast devices like NVMe. So can be a bottleneck. So sometimes you do need cache, sometimes you don't. So it depends on the test. And obviously understand the behavior, and that what's going to make sure you're using same testing functions and everything. So you're actually comparing, like they say, apples to apples. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. If you have any questions, just you can shoot me an email, or better, just join the Azure Stack HCI Slack group. Thank you.
My head hurts. Seriously. How do you know so much, Alessandro? Like, I don't know how you fit all of that inside your brain. As I get older every year, I have to find ways to try to remember things. And
it's called blogging.
Every single time I listen to one of your sessions, I learn something new, and it humbles me to know that there's individuals like you that are out there in this world that know a heck of a lot. And you know what, I thank you for sharing that information with the community. We do have a very large Storage Spaces Direct community, Azure Stack HCI community. Don't forget to check out the Slack channel. We do have an Azure Stack HCI Slack channel. And the next one up here is our dear friend Jaromir. Jaromir Kaspar is a former Microsoft Premier Field Engineer. He's got a new role at Microsoft. He's a little more client-facing now.
Premier Field Engineer.
And you know what? He donates so much of his time to the WS Lab GitHub community and solution. He does a lot of that coding on his own time. And so I forget how many scenarios are in there now, but it's a lot. It's probably more than 30 individual scenarios for Azure Stack HCI and Storage Spaces Direct. And something very cool about this session, Crystal, is I actually had the chance to co-present this session.
I didn't know that.
More so, co-host this session with Jaromir. What we took a look at was ways that we could use the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit to deploy not only a lab and a HCI lab using Microsoft, but was also a solution where we could deploy bare metal hardware. And he's got some very, very cool things that I know that he's working on surrounding this. But the neat part about the solution was automating the MBT deployment with PowerShell inside of his WS Lab solution. The scenario is complete. It's up at WS Lab. You can just search WS Lab on Google. You will easily find it, the GitHub repo. And with that, Jaromir, let's have an awesome session. I already know it's awesome because I co-presented it. So let's have fun. Hello, MVP Days fans. Oh boy, do we have a great session coming up for you. I have the pleasure of delivering this session with my dear friend from Microsoft, Jaromir Kaspar, former PFE, now a senior customer engineer, and you may know him as the founder, creator, inventor of WS Lab. And if you don't know what WS Lab is, well, I'm going to tell you something. You're sure going to know a lot about it after this session. And with that, Jaromir, why don't you explain to our MVP Days viewers a little bit about what we're going to talk about today?
Oh, awesome. Thank you for the introduction. I'm smiling here like, wow, it was a really good introduction. Thank you. Thank you for this. So today I would like to show you the new operating system, Azure Stack HCI, and how to deploy it with MBT. And I'll be doing everything with the WS Lab, and I will be doing everything in my laptop. But everything you will see here, you can also do from your laptop to do real infrastructure. You can even, use the very same thing to deploy an entire data center if you want. So it will be a hell of a ride today. In the end, you will see that you have your MDT database or MDT deployment workbench. That is something you can see on this slide on the left. And it will be deploying, in this case, virtual machines, but it can also deploy the real machines. And this will be zero-touch installation. It means it will boot and deploy operating system, and only if you want, right? So we will describe how to do it, how to target it to your machines, and everything will be, as always, just a scenario. And I would like to show you what the scenario actually is, right? So this will be like small introduction into what WS Lab scenarios are. If you will go to the GitHub page, right? And this is the only thing you have to do, right? Is type WS Lab into your browser to search it with your favorite search engine, either Bing or Google, whatever. And the first link, hopefully, it will be GitHub page. And if you'll navigate to the GitHub page, you will see that there's a folder called Scenarios. So a little bit step back, right? So WS Lab is a code where you can create a lab, like several virtual machines. But it doesn't end here. After you will set up these virtual machines, what to do next, right? You have some virtual machines, but it's empty operating system. It's just domain joined. So what next? So this is something I did, right? I did write some scenarios where you can use this empty lab and just configure it. but I'm super lazy. Man, I'm super lazy. I'm so lazy that
Oh, hold on. I've seen your code. You're not lazy. You help lazy people like me be better coders by being able to borrow your work.
that's something, that's because I was super lazy to do screenshots, to describe like, hey, go here and go there. All of this work is basically result of creating labs for Storage Spaces Direct. There was an official course, or still is, probably is not anymore, offered in a former Premier business, and we were supposed to create a new labs, and I was always so, how to say politely, in the French it's like pissed, something like that, right? I was so angry about how the labs so far used to look like. It usually were like several virtual machines that you imported and then somehow work with that. But importing virtual machine is so obsolete because it ages so fast. Because in 1 year it will be obsolete, will be without any cumulative update, and to update it, it's so terrific. It's awful. And when you write a guide where you have to go to Server Manager, click on there, click on here, and do next, then you'll probably like, I've seen so, I was teaching so many courses where these people were, clicking on click next, and they failed like 90% times. So I always keep in these labs like this, click next, and then I'll do always explanation how to do it with code. But these scenarios are pure code. Because I'm lazy, I can set up this scenario in this 20-minute session, and I'll be deploying these machines in the 20 minutes, and hopefully even faster. So in these scenarios, you will find around 50 scenarios. Some scenarios are really old. You can see in here that like BitLocker or STD cluster is like 2 years ago updated, but it still will work. Maybe, you need to be a little bit cautious about what you are doing. That's why we are able to run everything in the laptop prior to run it in the production, because you can even run this in the production, right? But you need to get familiar somewhere with the scripts, what it's actually doing. And this is why I invented this, not invented, it was an idea to have something consistent. If I'll say now, Dave, I want you to try this and I'm failing this in this step, I can just give you lab config. So it will spin you exactly same virtual machines as in my site, and then I will give you a script, so you will get into the same exact point with the script.
Well, and
so everything, yeah.
And so that's actually raises a good question for me. Is that all of these scripts that you have in here, normally setting up a lab environment like this is a real pain, because we've got to build some base VHDs and we've got to go through the process of what I'll call priming the lab. How long does it take to flip-flop for you between these scenarios with the tooling that you've done inside of here? So let's say today I want to do something on Azure Stack HCI with MDT, but tomorrow I have a little bit more time and I'm really interested in this Azure Stack HCI stretch clustering lab module that you've got in here. If I wanted to like just reset the lab and start over, walk me through like how much time would that take the user to do that?
Around 5 minutes. So you don't have to even clean up the lab. You can just add your machines into the lab config and run it again, and it will add more machines. And most of the times, if the machines are not the same names, you can just expand it, right? If you have enough RAM or storage, you can expand the lab and just follow up the scenario. So usually the scripts to deploy machines takes like 5 minutes. And then the scenario itself, it depends. If you just paste the script and just grab a coffee and wait, for example, stretch cluster is something around 30 minutes, just watching how it's happening. And meanwhile, you can just read what's actually doing, and you can click on the GUI and see what's happening in the GUI. If the cluster networks are renamed, if the IP addresses are specified, and so on. Let me go back to the scenarios because we have now limited time. So we will deep dive into this scenario exactly. And in this scenario, every scenario...
So Jaromir, yeah. I just wanted to let you know, because I'm in control of the show, I actually just gave you as much time as you need. So don't worry about the time or rushing for our fearless viewers here.
This is even better. So this is really great. This is really great news for me, right? So actually now you are looking at our scenario script, which always in the scenario folder, if you go a little bit back, there is a scenario folder. If you click in this folder, you'll find there are more files. There's one README file that describes the steps that are happening in the scenario. So basically in there, you will find the screenshots of each part. And the parts are in code that is living in the scenario.ps1. So basically open up the scenario.ps1 and copy the code into the PowerShell ISE. Right? I will show you everything. And if you hit Ctrl+M, you will collapse all the code to the regions. So you can then read the region. So there's a region to download and install the binaries. So you can expand it and read, oh, this guy is downloading the binary from here, binary from there. Oh, that's good. And you can just blindly run it, and it will download for you a binaries, right? So what it will do, right? So this code, this first code, what it will do on the domain controller, which is deployed, it will install, download and install ADK, download and install ADK Windows PE, download and install MDT, Microsoft Deployment Toolkit. Then it will also download and install SQL Express, and then it will set up WDS, Windows Deployment Services on the DC. And it will also install, it will also configure MDT monitoring and some small configuration to MDT and I think WDS. We will deep dive a little bit more, right? We will click on the GUI and see what's happening. The next step, what we will do, and you notice that there's an exclamation mark. You know, you should adjust the lab prefix and VMs path, because on my machine I have it on my E drive in my folder called WSLab something. In your case, it will be probably D drive or C drive or somewhere else. So you need to adjust it. So we will take a look into that, and you will run this code from your Hyper-V host, because now we need to create empty or blank machines, blank VMs. And we will start these machines, and it will attempt to boot from the WDS. But because we configure WDS to not provide the image to the unknown machines, these machines will actually appear in the log. So we will go into the log after that and create a hash table out of the information of the machines that booted. And we first created first machine, then the second machine, and attempted to boot, and the third machine, and fourth machine. So what we will do then, we'll create a hash table out of the machines that attempted to boot. So we know that the first machine that attempted to boot will have the name Azure Stack HCI 1, and with IP address 101. And the second one will be 2 with 102, 3 with 103, and 4 with 104, right? So we will add the information about the machines into the SQL Express database, into the MDT database. And we will also add the information into the Active Directory object. So next time the machine will boot, it will be approved in WDS, it will be allowed to PXE boot, and it will actually reinstall. And it will automatically reinstall operating system zero-touch installation, so you'll end up with the domain joined machine. So in the real world, you can have your WSLab DC machine, or in your case, it can be your machine somewhere with MDT. And if you will follow up the code, it will set up everything. But I prefer you to try it first with WSLab in the controlled environment. And then you will boot your first physical machine that will attempt to boot from PXE, then the second one, then third one, and fourth one. And then you will basically do the same. Or if you already know your machines, in the hash table, there's an example where you can just basically create your own hash table out of your information about what MAC addresses you have, what GUIDs you have, and basically fill the database with these data. And then you can even fine tune it and just add drivers, add software, whatever you want. And you can end up with a fully deployed Azure Stack HCI operating system. And you can scale it then. And that's MDT, you can scale it.
And so Jaromir, that's a really cool solution using MDT to deploy, because obviously in the lab environment here, we're just going to show deploying to a blank Hyper-V virtual machine. But that could also be deployed to a VMware virtual machine. That could also be deployed to a physical piece of hardware. And then with the physical pieces of hardware, we can also take and we can also start working on some of the driver injection and some of the additional steps that might be required for a fully production-ready server. Because a lot of organizations in the enterprise will use tools like MDT or endpoint manager, the new name for config manager, to actually deploy servers, and they'll build their kind of standard operating environment scripts into there. So it's the same every single time. So if I have to deploy 1, if I have to deploy 10, if I have to deploy 100 or 1,000, it's always the same.
But there's also one thing about this. If you compare this with the real scenario, this is limited, but this is good for you because there are less moving parts, because there is a controlled environment and you know how it should look like when it's working. So when you then go into your real environment with your domain control, with your GPOs, with your corporate policies, with your anti-malware, you know where to look for things, because if something is not working, you can compare it with your environment that is actually working. So you have known, well-working environment, and you can then compare. So you have good, way to start. Yep. So actually, yes, after restart of the machines, you populated the database, it will just pixie boot and, roll the operating system. So let's take a look how it actually looks like when you will do it on your own in your machine. So I'll switch to my desktop. I'll go to my Explorer, where I have my WSLab. WSLab scripts are really simple. There are only 3. There's one that is cleanup, one that is deploy, and one lab config. And lab config is something you have to populate if you'll go to the scenario. So let me just go to scenarios. So there's a scenarios in WSLab. We will go to Azure Stack HCI and MDT. And there is a lab config. The lab config is super simple. It's just one line. So basically you delete all the VMs, because the only VM we will use is domain controller. So what I will do, I'll just check if in my lab config is this only one line. It's a little bit fine-tuned. There is one trick. For example, I comment out the prefix, because if I'll remove the prefix, the same way as I would delete the prefix configuration, it will use the name of the folder, right? I'll just don't save it. So if I'll run deploy, run with PowerShell, you can run it with, always run this with the right click and run with PowerShell. It's the simplest way. And I think it doesn't even work great with the PowerShell ISE if you run it there. So now what it will do, it will import a machine, DC, and start it. And it will use the prefix of the folder. So if you have multiple labs, you can nicely recognize which one is one. So I'll connect to this DC, right? So now it's pretty simple, because, there is my domain controller, and I will just log in. Usually I will go with the scenarios the way that I will log into the domain controller, and it's described in the README, right? So what's in the lab, what you will find there. There's a lab config. In this case, I'm enabling telemetry, right? So we have some telemetry. Okay, and you will run all code from domain controller, and you will follow scenario.ps1, okay? And I will basically use the scenario.ps1. I usually go to raw, because I want to see all the script. I'll select everything, copy it, and when I will log in into the domain controller, I'll just paste it into the PowerShell ISE. So I'll be able to read through the code and select only a few regions and just run the region. So let me log in. The default username is labadmin. Always use labadmin. Don't use built-in administrator. There will be some issues probably. Password is in the lab config. It's by default is ls1 setup exclamation mark. Funny thing is, this is the username and password of our internal labs that we use for training that we use for training escalation engineers. So this is basically when I was mentioning that these labs were created out of the first labs that were for the customers for Storage Spaces Direct. These labs were also used for training escalation engineers. Okay, cool. So let me just run PowerShell as an admin. That's one thing. I will always use one PowerShell window like this, and then I will use second PowerShell as a second PowerShell ISE. So I'll usually split into 2 windows. One is on the left, one is on the right, like this. Oh, and I will paste my code from the clipboard and hit Ctrl+M. So now you can easily read exactly the same as I was showing on on slides, that there are some regions that you can run, and you can either blindly, for example, copy first region and just blindly paste it with the right click, or you can just go line by line and see what the guy is actually doing, right? So what I'm actually doing here is that I will specify my download folder. So in my case, it's user profile downloads. Okay, so if I'll go to my downloads, I should be able to see I should be able to see soon that it will be downloading some files, and these files actually I'm configuring here progress preference, so you will not see any numbers running here, because if you will see numbers running here, it will be really slow. So I'm disabling it because it will be then faster. And then I have the hash table of the files. So in this case, the first file will be ADK setup. As you can see, it already popped up here. The second one will be ADK WinPE setup. So there is also description, so you can read the description. There is one commented line, because you can also, if you uncomment this one, you would also download the in this case, I think, SQL Management Studio. But yeah, and here we go. So for each file, I will, if it's not present already, I will download it. Right. Also, I will download ADK, Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, and the last one will be just a HCI ISO file. And then I will install ADK, ADK WinPE, MDT, SQL Express, and yeah, that's it. So now,
while we're waiting for that to download, I just wanted to point this out because for some of our viewers that are out there, my journey with PowerShell started about 3 to 4 years ago. I was very novice 4 years ago, I'd say, with PowerShell. And one of the things that I highly encourage is that when you see code like this, for example, the ability to go, check folders to see if a file's been downloaded first, and then download something from the internet, and even your little trick on step 9 with just removing the progress bar, that stuff's absolute gold for us that are learning PowerShell. There's so much more in this script than just building this scenario. It's such a huge learning exercise for those IT pros that are always learning to strive and get better with PowerShell. So I just wanted to point that out. Like that's part of this process that's really cool for myself, is that every time I watch a PowerShell session like this now, I'm always picking up new little gold nuggets like that.
Yeah, exactly. So, and by the way, I'm also learning. So when I was putting together the scenario, right, I didn't know actually how to install SQL Express silently. So I had to experiment. Because of this scenario, you can spin pretty fast. So you can basically clean up, deploy like multiple times a day. Or I actually, to write down the scenario, I did clean up, deploy like 10 times, for example. And so I was able to, find somewhere on the internet how to install SQL Express. So I tried all the all the parameters. So I tried almost everything to make it silent and to make it somehow install. And now what you can do, you can just copy it, and you have consistent way to download and install SQL Express and version 2019, right? And I think this one was a little bit tricky, because I don't think you will find anywhere else this on the internet, because I was trying to find out how to install SQL Server. The only thing I found that this with the SQL 2019, it's a little bit different, and no one wrote there how to install it. But I somehow figure out how to install it. So now you don't have to care. And if you would compare this with a written guide, like usually you will find a written guide, like go into this address, click here, click there, and download the file. Like it's 10 steps, and these 10 steps are in one line. Actually, in multiple lines, you have for each file, just download it. There are my files. And if you were reverse engineer, you can just go, okay, this link is Windows PE. So you can transfer it or transform it into your own guide. But this is like a really dense. So that's why I was telling you that I'm super lazy, because now I can just right-click the script and don't do anything. And we can now wait for the Logistic HCI ISO to download. So hopefully it will be soon, because I was like, it should be soon, hopefully. Anyway, so it's never ever, and it was never ever about automation. I heard people telling me, hey, this script is automation. No, it's not. it's the documentation for lazy people like me, because I hate screenshots. I hate comic books of screenshots for that you should go here and there. The best way to understand how to install something, in this case, it's to run ADK setup with parameters, with these features. And in this case, I will be, for the MDT, you only need deployment tools, and you only need user state migration tool, right? The only two things. If you will go with GUI and just double-click ADK setup, you will see that if you would document it, you have to tell people, hey, just uncheck all of these options and check only these two. And in half of the people would probably mess it up. So anyway, if you are IT pro and writing documentation for someone that he needs to follow something, it's so much easier to do it with the code, because they will not mess it up unless they will write the code to paste the code into the wrong server.
Well, and one of the other things that, while we're waiting for this to download, that's so important is your blocks of regions that you have here inside of your code are so cool, because now if I want just a downloader, I can actually just take the first region and I basically have the guts of a downloader module pre-built for me. You can put anything in there. You just have to find the download string and the silent install strings. And so if you're just looking to do automated builds of any servers, or just download some stuff, or just learn how this works, it's so cool to see that configuration, and then even automating later on the install of the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, some of the basic configurations. You write your code in a very similar way that I write my code, because I want my code to be readable to the regular IT pro, because there's ways to complicate this so that it's very hard to understand what's going on. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about the work that you do in your coding, is that it's very easy to understand what's going on as you read down the lines of your code.
Awesome, awesome. By the way, maybe we should pause it and just wait
Sure.
for this region to finish, because we will download Azure Stack HCI. I think it will take not many minutes. It will be like 2-3 minutes, but I think we don't have to bother people for waiting for the download and install something.
All right, sounds good. I'll pause the recording and then we'll come back here. All right,
Cool.
we're back. How long, Jaromir, would you say that took to actually complete? I don't know. I went and had a bathroom break and grabbed myself a beer, because this is pretty cool. I wanted to finish watching this. So.
Oh, cool. So since we paused it was 8 minutes. So it's now 11:09, and I think it was exactly 11 when we hit the pause button. And now we can see that SQL Express is installed, so it finished this region, and we can now continue. So let's take a look what actually happened. So every region, you should then step back and explore what actually happened. So you can see now that we have a Microsoft Deployment Toolkit installed. So if you open up the deployment workbench, we should probably see something. Probably not anything. Or do we have anything? Probably not yet. We don't have anything. We don't even have a deployment chair. There's nothing. We can also explore if you have a SQL Express installed. So there's a SQL configuration manager, so something is there. SQL Server 2019, okay, something is there. Windows Kits, so there's ADK, so now it's installed. So now I think we are good for this part. We didn't see anything red, so we should be fine. So the next step will be to configure MDT. So actually you can do blindly copy and just again blindly paste it, like like if you don't want to know anything, if you are in demo, if you want to really look really smart and just show customer, hey, now I will configure MDT, and just right click, paste everything, and it will magically happen.
You know what this reminds me of is just copying your Cisco config into an SSH session, just blasting your Cisco config in.
This is actually that I'm not going to configure it in the production, right? I'm doing it in the test, so I know actually what's happening. But if I'll open up the region, you can see that I'm importing MDT module that is located under program files. So once the MDT is installed, you can find their new module, and if you list what commands are available, that is something I'll do for you. You can see, oh, there are many MDT commands and you can do everything in the PowerShell. That's awesome. So let's create new deployment chair, right? And let's map it as a PS drive and do some configuration, right? So in this case, I will enable named pipes for the SQL server, because this is then needed to access the SQL database, because MDT is using named pipes. Right, so we need to set the SQL browser to be starting automatic start date and create new database for the MDT. So if you'll go here, after refresh, we should see this. We should see also database, and I think it should be connected now in the SQL. I think, yeah, it's connected here. Nice. MDTDB on the SQL Express. So you don't have to know anything, and you can just go and see, okay, the guy is probably configuring some deployment chair properties. So you can then go and take a look in the properties of the deployment chair and see that there was something configured in here for the x64. And you can basically just, modify it for your purposes and just, do whatever you want.
It's so cool too, because the other thing that we can also look at doing, and maybe we can reach out for some help to the community here once they start using this scenario, is that once you build a task sequence for a particular make and model of hardware, and there's drivers and things like that that are going to be updated, there's no reason why we can't pull that down off of your GitHub repository and add to that, so that we can make this even more real world, so we can get the community to participate in this as well.
This would be really awesome, right? If the OEM would, work with us, or the community can work with some OEM and say, hey, let's do a task sequence for the Dell or Lenovo or DataOn or anyone. We can first, there is already an operating system, but we can also go and import drivers, or go and import some packages like if you have some OEM tools. So you can have a task sequence, special task sequence for any OEM, and it will be consistent for everyone. And we can then troubleshoot within the community even faster things, because everyone will have the same thing, right? And we will be able to, trace down the different settings more easily, because we can ask him, hey, what task sequence did you use? And he will say, oh, I did use this task sequence version, this one, that one. Oh, we fixed in that task sequence these drivers, so maybe you should try the new task sequence. And it will be always consistent, so everyone will have the same configuration. That would be super awesome. Right, so we have now in the,
yeah, let's see what the next section is. What's up next for us here?
Oh, so we have now the task sequence, right? So there's a task sequence called Azure Stack HCI deploy. So now the region to configure MDT is there. And now I need to create a MDT runners account. So let me just create it. So it's new user. Oh, now I'm adding some rights to be able to domain join machines. So I'm giving this user ability to do domain join machines into this organization unit. So I also refer this URL where I'll store everything. So you can, if you will blame me for modifying the permissions wrong, you actually don't have to blame me, but this site. That's where so basically I'm using, I needed to modify the permissions into the Active Directory. So when I will be domain joining these machines that I will deploy, it will actually land in here, simple MDT user account, because this guy is just domain user. I didn't do any power account. Then I will edit the bootstrap in it, so you can see that I'm filling the content. So I just want to make sure that there will be deployment share. There is actually deployment share, but you need to know where it is. And to know where the deployment share is, you need to fill this bootstrap.ini, bootstrap ini. So let me just populate it bootstrap. Let me just, simply copy and paste it. Right. And now I will generate new Windows PE image. So this bootstrap ini will be in the Windows PE image that I will then add into the Windows deployment services. So when the machines will boot, they will boot this Windows PE image from the Windows deployment services. All right.
Fantastic.
All right, so this is basically the same as you would go and say update deployment share in here. It would then build the Windows PE image, which will be located. Let me think a little bit more. I think it will somewhere. Yeah, it's in. No, it's not here. It's in. Somewhere. Yeah, in deployment share, I guess. And
I think it's under boot. Yep.
Yeah.
So she should be getting created in there under x64.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So somewhere here it will be probably create captures. No, definitely. Control. There should be Bootstrap INI. So this is my Bootstrap INI. So in your real world, you should at least change your username and password. And this is, by the way, in the plain text. So then probably everyone who has access to the Windows PE will be able to domain join machine. So you want to keep this machine this user account limited as possible, because it's basically plain text in the Bootstrap INI. Right. So it will be soon updated. So let me describe you the next step we'll be doing. So the next step will be to install and configure Windows deployment services. So I'm using WDS util, and I'll be configuring it to answer only known computers. And if this will be known computer, it will let it boot. But if it will not be known computer, it will abort the boot. And this setting will actually make it write to the event log that it refused to boot someone, right? Otherwise, you will not know, and you will not be able to see anything in the event log. That's why I'm setting this. I was experimenting it. I was a little bit experimenting, so there are some commented lines with different settings. But this one will make it so that all the known computers means that the computer will have some attribute in the Active Directory, and I will show it later. And so the machine will be known to the WDS and it will boot, right? And if it's not known, it will not boot. So let's copy this step, because I think this will be finishing soon, I hope. Right, it should take not much.
Yeah, it normally takes about 3 to 5 minutes to build that. So.
Right, you can customize almost everything here. The MDT is at least 10 years old, but actually it's constantly updated. Michael Niehaus is still working on it, and I don't think there are many bugs, but you can customize almost everything. You can customize your background image in the Windows PE task sequence. So you can be there can be your corporate logo. So if you want to show this to your boss, you can put there your own logo and say and demonstrate how you would deploy all of these machines. And you can deploy not only Azure Stack HCI operating system. You can install Windows 10 machines. You can install Windows Server machines. You can install almost anything. So let's configure now WDS. Should be really fast. It's basically installing the Windows feature WDS. Now in this scenario, I was again lazy. So I'm doing everything on a domain controller. So I'm actually running everything on this machine. In the real world, you would probably invoke everything to the remote machine, because you don't want to, log into your machine where you do everything. You would normally have one management machine, and from the management machine, you would configure entire infrastructure. So you would probably configure a remote server to be Microsoft Deployment Toolkit with all of this stuff. Okay, so WDS is configured. So the last step is to configure monitoring. So whenever I will be deploying something, I will see the progress in the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit. So it will be in here. So now monitoring is configured. Okay, so there is one next step. So there's a big, exclamation mark, like, hey, run everything from now from Hyper-V host, and you should adjust lab prefix and VMs path. So in my case, my lab prefix is this. It means that my domain controller has this prefix. So now it's the same as in my environment, but you should at least modify the lab prefix if you have different, and also VMs path, the VMs that will be created. So these will be the vanilla virtual machines, and I will be pasting this to my Hyper-V host, not into their lab, but in my Hyper-V host to create few more machines. So there will be first machine, and it will then, it's dancing up and down. Still buggy. Come on, right. And it will be, let me just try to filter it like this. Okay, so it will spin the first machine and boot it. It will attempt to boot, but it will not get any response. So it will end up in this right? It will attempt to boot over PXE, but there will not be any offer. And as soon as you will not receive anything, it will not boot, first of all. And the second is that there will be a message in the event log. So you can reverse engineer it, and you can see that in the log called Microsoft Windows Deployment Services, there will be some message about the ID 4132. So you can manually go into the event viewer and see it by yourself, right? There will be a log saying that some machine attempted to boot. Okay, Microsoft Windows Deployment Services, was it? Deployment Services. And which one was it? Operational. And we can see that there was a machine that attempted to boot. It was ignored because it's unknown. And its hardware address was 00155D, whatever, so it's MAC address. There's a device ID, and there's some IP it got from the DHCP, right? It's not pre-staged, it's nothing. I don't know what it is, but I know that the first machine that started is my first Azure HCI one, and the second and third and so on. So what I do have here, I have like scope. So this will be like a IP addresses that I will be adding to this machine. So first one will be 101, the second one will be 102, and so on. So it will look like this, right? So this is in the real world environment. You can also fill it like this. You don't have to let machines boot. You can create your own hash table. So this is commented out, but let me just grab the machines IDs from the event log like this and create the hash table. Copy and paste. Right, so it was easy, right? So let me just show you that there is a hash table of my machines. And what I did, so first will be 101 with this MAC address. So what I will do, I will create DHCP reservations for these machines. So next time it will boot from PXE, it will already receive some IP address that I want. In the real world scenario again, what you can do, you can configure DHCP reservations and configure DHCP so it will not give any IP address to the machines that DHCP doesn't know. So if you have a security department, like double quoted security department that requires you to not have any DHCP in your server scope, you can configure DHCP to answer only to known machines and then create some DHCP reservation out of the hash table of the known machines you already have. Because I'm super lazy, I was digging all of this information from the event log. So now I will just create DHCP reservations. So if you'll go to DHCP in here, you will see that the reservations are in place. The scope, reservations, so reservations are in here. Leases, that's inactive. But after what I will do now? Yeah, now I will add the information into the MDT database and into the Active Directory object. So let me just paste you this. Okay, it will need to have some, what I am actually doing here, some MDTDB tool, right? I will connect to MDTDB and add the host into the MDT database. So if I'll go in here into the database, I should have my computers here and some roles. So every computer, if I'll go to it, it has now the UID MAC address, the name. There should be some details in here, I think. The computer name, everything, it's now in the database. So everything will go from the database. You can add your applications in here. You can add the roles. So you can create a central role. So in my case, I have domain join, and I have also role to deploy Azure Stack HCI operating system. But you can also have the role to deploy different task sequence. So in this case, there should be task sequence name only, I guess. There's finish action log off and what to skip, and somewhere there should be what task sequence to deploy, right? So, and also in Active Directory, I should be able to see one attribute. And by the way, let me just go back into the scenario in here, because everything I'm showing you here is actually on these screenshots. So if I'll scroll in here, you should be able to see the GUID. So if I'll go to the screenshot in here, you can see that if I'll go to computer properties in Active Directory users and computers, you should be able to see this netboot GUID. And this is what identifies a known computer. So if you'll go to Windows Deployment Services, you'll be able to see these pre-staged devices. So now, when I will reboot the machine, it will, reboot and actually go download PXE image and boot from the PXE. So let me just finish with these regions. So I'll also replace custom settings to custom settings INI, which is the configuration file for the Windows Deployment Services. So it will actually use the database that I just filled in. And then I will configure SQL Server. So MDT user account will be able to grab the information from the SQL Server, because I need to set up the SQL permissions correctly, right? So yeah, first of all, I need to set up the new firewall rule to accept UDP traffic on port 1434. So and then configure this MDT account to have a rights to the SQL database. So something you would have to figure out. So this took me like 3 nights to create, but I think it's pretty amazing now, because you can just paste it and drink coffee and do nothing, and then see how it's actually working.
Well, and I think that that's an important piece to understand for everyone watching these videos that we put together, is that the development time that goes in for figuring out these scenarios and the engineering time that goes into this is pretty profound. So I just want to once again thank you from the Azure Stack HCI community for all your hard work, because these are pretty robust and pretty cool scenarios.
Right. So, and I know it will be working every time you do it, because it's not following the guide, like where you misclick something and it will not work. This is just pasting script, and you can just watch it if it's read or not. So what I will do now is turn off these machines, because there is no operating system, so you cannot shut it down. So just turn it off. Then I will just start it, and I will right click and connect to it. So you will see what's actually happening now. So, and this is pretty cool, because now you'll see that now it's PXE booting. Now it's downloading this light touch P we created, and you can have as many machines you want here, right? And what's even better is that you can go in here and monitor the progress. So now there is no progress yet, because we are not yet in the task sequence. It didn't exchange any information. So now it's getting there. There is your background image. You can customize this. All right, so let's see if there is something going on. Refresh, not yet. Now it's getting the information about the computer. It will then connect to the MDT, then connect to the MDT database, processing these settings. So now it's connecting to the MDT database. We should start seeing something. So we can see that these machines are actually, the deployments are running. We should see what step. So now it's formatting disk. Oh, that's awesome.
Nice. So you basically set this up as a zero-touch MDT Azure Stack HCI loader.
Exactly. So imagine that you have like a real-world full rack of the servers. Something will happen, and you don't want to troubleshoot. It's just too lazy. So the only thing you have to do is to let it boot from the PXE on the next reboot, and it will reinstall.
Now,
right, so okay, there are some actions, right? There are some precautions. You cannot just do this, right? You need to disable this, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Is you have some fail safes in place where you have to manually add the machines into the MDT database, update the Active Directory attribute, and those pieces are kind of the fail safe from preventing somebody from accidentally just PXE booting and going and mass wiping all your servers. So. Yeah, I really like this. Like you're very close, even although we're in a lab, this is very close to what you'd see in real production.
So in real production, what you would do is actually you can have multiple file safes. You can have the HCP that will not provide you IP address. So as soon as you will disable the HCP, it will not PXE boot. That's first fail safe. The second fail safe can be that you can remove the attribute from the Active Directory. So it will not be pre-staged, so it will not boot. And the third fail safe is that you can configure server to not boot from PXE. Right, so it will be the second option if the operating system failed. So you can have these 3 fail-safes. So you should be, it will be the same as shooting you to the leg, right? If you want to do that, then there are multiple fail-safes on your firearm. So if you are enough stupid to, let your gun chambered and then, unleash everything and then shoot yourself, then okay, go. But there are so many things you can do as a precaution. Not let it boot from the PC. Disable the HCP. Remove all the DHCP options. Everything. I don't know. Multiple steps you can prevent this. So you will not have and still, right? You can also, if you have SCCM, for example, if you also have to have the fail-safe there, because if you just wrongly move your the machine into wrong organization unit or wrong, how's it called in SCCM, basically you can reinstall your operating system really easily in this SCCM. You can just assign the task sequence, and next day you will have Windows 10 on your servers, which happened multiple times in multiple organizations.
Yeah, sure has, absolutely.
So this is, just the easy way. And remember, MDT is for free, SQL Express is for free, and everything basically you saw here is for free, except the domain controller, which is Windows Server Data Center, and except just the HCI OS, which is evaluation. But yeah, all the deployment tools we used are free. And as you can see now, the machines are booting. So it's almost completed. I think it will finish under 5 minutes. So it will be 4 and something minutes.
Well, and it's really cool too, because then if you wanted to wipe reload or create some more machines and try different scenarios with Azure Stack HCI, you wanted to re-image that physical hardware that you have, because I think one of the goals that you were looking at with this particular solution is moving out of WS Lab and being able to fully populate production physical bare metal hardware. Now we've got a solution that'll work on bare metal hardware, and tweak it and tune it to your heart's content. Be an active part of that Azure Stack HCI community with us, and participate. I think we can build some pretty cool mods to this.
Exactly, right? Because now we will have the vanilla operating system image, right? But the next step would be probably to implement all of the tasks that are done prior to creating a cluster. So if you'll go to S2D hyperconverge scenario, and the scenario of PS1, there are so many steps you have to do, like install Hyper-V, install failover clustering, right? Install the duplication, all the roles. Then you need to configure a Spectre meltdown, do the Windows updates, inject the updates, I don't know, something, modify the memory dump settings, create active memory dump. So all of this can be already part of the task sequence.
Can be part of the task sequence, and there's nothing to say that once the machine's not joined to the domain, that we can't still PowerShell to configure as well, right? So
right.
So many options.
Right. So as you can see now, if I'll log into the machine, I really don't want to, right? So let me just switch user, right? Because by default it's administrator, but I think it will be random username, random password. So let's do other user, and as you can see here, it's domain joined. And if I'll go to my domain controller and I will add my service here, you'll be able to see that I already have these servers as in the domain, and I'm able to add it. Cool, isn't it?
That is absolutely fantastic. Well, we've gone a little bit over time with this session, but I hope that all of our viewers really found a lot of value in this session. I know that I sure did. Jaromir, as always, a big supporter of our MVPDays community, Azure Stack HCI community, and PowerShell communities. We really thank you for all your hard work and for you putting in the time to join us today.
You're really welcome. And the last thing I would like to show you is to clean up the lab, because now it was not actually too hard to set it up, right? I just pasted some scripts and it was so fun for me, and I can do it over and over. What I like so much is to clean up the lab. So just right click, run with PowerShell on the cleanup. It will ask you, based on your lab config, it will ask you what machines you want to clean up. It will be always the ones that are specified in the lab config using the prefix. So in my case, it is the folder name because I don't have any prefix. It will ask you, hey, do you want to remove all the machines? And you will say yes. And what it will do, not yet, what it will do, it will revert the snapshot on the domain controller, because there is always a snapshot or checkpoint. So you have a blank starting point, always the same. So all the changes will be only in the checkpoint. So you will revert it and then remove all the machines. So, and this will take, let's calculate it like 10 seconds. Now it's done.
Nice. Right on.
So now it's sending telemetry, and now, yeah, it's done. And you can now again deploy and repeat the lab over and over and try it again and again.
Awesome. Well, I think with that, we're going to have to probably move on to our next session. Once again, thank you very much for joining us here today. And so you're always welcome with MVP Days.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yarmir, my friend, thank you very
Great
much.
job.
Thank you very much. That was a really cool session. I think we may have gone a little bit overtime on that session, but
That's never stopped you before.
But when you run the show, sometimes you get to go a little longer than 30 minutes. Because when the content's cool, you can't just stop.
True, true.
All right. The next
Michael
up.
Nyström.
A Swede.
A Swede.
It's always
Man
good.
after my own heart.
It's always good to have a Swede
It is.
in your show. It's also
You
good
should have
to
several.
a Finn.
You should
A
always-
Swede and a Finn.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right.
Canada's still better in hockey at both of you guys.
Alex-
Go Canada. That's why I'm wearing a red hat here. You guys know what I'm talking about.
All right. What is Deployment Bunny? Love it.
So Deployment Bunny is actually...
I know. I've seen him in his awesome soup.
But it's also...
I've seen you in the soup. In your suit, hopping down the aisles at the conferences.
MMS, rockstar status.
Yes.
The
absolutely.
old MMS.
Oh, I miss the old MMS.
I miss the old MMS too. Ultimate.
I like the new
rockstar
MMS.
status.
But
Yeah,
I do. I have to admit, I
MMS
miss
is
the
cool,
old
too.
MMS. Different apples and oranges.
So Mike has been probably one of the foremost experts in the Hyper-V community, deploying Hyper-V clusters, deploying storage spaces direct, deploying
He's just a
Azure
very
Stack
smart
HCI,
guy.
MDT experts. I've had the privilege of being part of the Hyper-V MVP community for going on the better part of 9 years now. I know Mike was there when I first came on board, welcomed me with open arms. Mike, I've learned so much from you over the years, and he's actually
Always a great session when
do you know what?
sit any of his sessions.
It's short notice for Mike to come into the show. I actually was late getting him up on the website. He reminded me of that, by the way.
Sorry.
He took and is going to give us 3 sessions today. And so this is the first session that he's going to give us. And remember,
Which one is first?
Remember I told you there was a lot of content on security. And so the first
This one?
session...
Protect your admin accounts and your service accounts.
Yes. And so this one here is so important because, Crystal, we have had the unfortunate pleasure of being called in ransomware remediation situations. And everything that Mike is going to talk about today are direct ways that you can take and protect your environments from those types of attacks. Restricting that administrative access is really important. Removing that administrative access is also really important. And in this one here, he's going to talk about the reduction of those privileges for those admin accounts and what you can do with them.
Very near and dear to my heart right now. Thank you so much for presenting on this. I very much appreciate it, Michael. Shall we let it go?
We should.
All right.
Mike, show's yours.
Hello, my name is Michael Nyström, also known as the Deployment Bunny. We are going to talk about protecting your important accounts, which basically means your administrative accounts and service accounts. 80% of all the attacks are done using stolen administrative credentials. How do I know that? I work for TrueSec, and one of the responsibilities that I have is to help customers recover from ransomware attacks or other cyber attacks, which I have been doing for, I think I've been doing it intensively for almost 2 years. Last year has been crazy. Last month I worked 400 hours. Of that, I spent almost 350 hours on just ransomware attack to try to salvage customers. It's depressing, and I'm here to tell you how to not become that story that we cry on every weekend when we also work. So admin credentials are stolen easily. They are stolen using pass to hash, pass to ticket, or other techniques. These guys are good. They can always find a way to grab your credentials. Every time you log on interactively, you are going to store credentials somewhere, which means you need to make sure that whatever you log on to doesn't save your password. In a way they can get it. That means that you need to be a bit paranoid. It's always good to have just that, maybe this isn't a good thing. Why does it pop up and ask me for credentials? Why should I type that in? Did I do something? If you think that a good password and multi-factor authentication is going to help you, it's going to improve, but it doesn't come as the one and only solution. So credentials need to be protected. That's it. You use them interactively, and you can only use your credentials interactively on devices you trust. And you should trust nothing. So the only thing I trust is actually my own laptop. I also redeploy it from time to time because I don't trust it. It means that using Privileged Access Workstation is the most common way to make sure that whenever I do stuff, it is protected, right? Be aware of the fact that when you are authenticating in the wrong way, you're transporting the credentials, and you might be storing them in the other end. So you need to use the right tools, you need to use the right methods, otherwise you're risking a lot. You need to think about all these things. So cloud service admins and privileged accounts, privileged accounts belongs to cloud service admins and identity managers and security admins, and all these accounts are privileged. They can affect a lot of the company, organization, or the company you work for. So, and that's how you should think about privileged access account. If you have access to Azure as a global admin, that is a privileged account. You can destroy a lot. If you have full access to Intune, you can destroy a lot. So it's not about, that kind of information is important. It's more of if I have access to this, what kind of damage could I do? Because that is what attackers do. They just do damage, and then they want money. That's easy. So how much damage can you do with those credentials? Oh, you can do a lot. Okay, then it's a high privilege account, and that needs to be protected. It all needs to be protected, not only the account itself. Where is it stored? If your high privilege account is stored in your Active Directory, then your Active Directory needs to be protected. If it's a member of admin groups or somebody can manage those, then that needs to be protected. The person itself needs to, it doesn't need to be protected, but you need to trust the person. Password credentials, they also need to be kind of strong. Workstations you work from, interfaces, they all need to be okay and fine. You can't manage an Active Directory domain from a Windows 7 device. Well, you can, but you shouldn't. And you shouldn't manage switches and routers with a Java interface. They should just roll over and disappear, it's my opinion. Okay, yeah. As an admin, you're a member of a private club, and you should be aware of the fact that other persons with other privileged would really like to have your account privileges. So if you're a tier 0 admin, that means you can only work with other tier 0 admins on the same machine. So if this laptop has been used by a tier 0 admin, only tier 0 admin can use that laptop. A tier 1 can never log on to that, or they should not. Or a tier 0 should never log on, or a regular user should never log on, because if you can log on to that machine and you can elevate yourself as an administrator, then you will be able to steal that account. That's very simple. The only thing you need to have is local access. Be smart enough to download a tool, and then you elevate yourself as admin, and then you steal all the other credentials that ever been used on that device. So to prevent that, Microsoft strongly recommends, and we do too, to implement what's called a tiering model, which means that you define administrators and systems into different tiers. Tier 0, Tier 1, Tier 2. Now, when it comes to Azure Stack HCI, Azure Stack, Hyper-V, VMware, we put that in Tier -1. We put it in Tier -1, we put it in a separate network, in a separate domain, we call it a fabric. It's completely isolated, because if you can gain access to that, you have access to everything. It's extremely easy. The only time it's kind of complicated is when you use BitLocker on the physical machines, BitLocker on all the virtual machines, host guardian services, virtual TPM chip in every VM, and you use TPM chip in every host. That doesn't get installed as many times as I want to. It's just, hey, let's do virtualization. Not good enough. Needs to be protected. So we put that in Tier -1. Privileged Access Workstation, I will cover that later on in another session, but it's basically a workstation that you trust, and on that you run all the virtual machines. It might or might not be protected by a host guardian server. Says demo. Well, this is not going to be a demo right now. The easiest way here is to start implementing tiering for Tier 0. Protect your domain controllers, protect everything that has to do with identity. Unless you can protect that, everything else is kind of pointless. You need to protect identity or you're toasted. This is what we mean with, building a fabric. So the fabric here represents everything that is, Hyper-V storage, networking. It's in the fabric, and all the users are in another domain called the rest, the workload or the tenant environment, whatever you want to call it. And there is no link in between. There could be a route in between. There's usually a firewall in between, but there's no account contamination in between. If you have an account in the tenant environment here, you can't gain access within your own domain to gain access to the fabric, because it's authenticated using other credentials in another domain. So, making this bigger, this is what we usually build when the customer says, we want to have a ransomware secure environment. Of course, it can't be ransomware secure, but at least it could slow everything down so much that you have the ability to either recover or at least prevent or stop the attack from going on. In this case, we have the fabric. It's an isolated environment, runs in its own network, has its own authentication. That's where we put all the hypervisors and storage. We even have an isolated environment for the backup. It's called a diode-based backup, so the backup goes from the fabric to the backup, but it's another account, it's another authentication mechanism, it requires something else, and it's not going to be using the same account. Cyber crimes and ransomware attackers, the nasty little bad boys, the first thing they do is find a backup, and they are really good on finding the backup. They will eventually find a backup, and then they destroy the backup. Unless they can't get to the backup, they usually give up. Because if they know you have a backup, then you're never going to pay anyway. You could put the management in a separate domain as well. You have the monitor solution in a separate environment as well. Separate doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be another domain. It's just other accounts. The authentication identity engine is something else. It could be Azure AD, it could be a local machine with local accounts or a Linux environment or whatever. It's just not the same Active Directory. It's another domain. And no, there's no trust in between. Isolation, authentication silos, and identity separation and role separation. That makes these attacks slowing down, usually so much that they never launch the attack, and you will find the accounts and be able to prevent bad things from happening. Using tools. Yes, Remote PowerShell is great. Windows Admin Center is great. RSAT, WinRM, WinRS, Server Manager is great. There's one tool I didn't put in the list because it's bad. It's called Remote Desktop. Don't use Remote Desktop unless you know exactly what you do. Remote Desktop is the fundamental hole number one. For the last 2 years, I think that everyone, if I remember correctly, all the ransomware attacks we've been cleaning up the last year, they all were attacked using somebody gain access to a machine, and then they waited for an administrator to log on using Remote Desktop. Then they stole that account and they elevated themselves into becoming a domain admin, and the time frame is usually between 15 to 45 minutes. Then they waited to the weekend, and then they removed the backup and launched the ransomware attack. So it was completely ransomware infected on Monday morning, where everybody came back. Remote Desktop was designed as a emergency backdoor to gain access to a server. That was the original idea with the administrative tool called Remote Desktop for administration. And yet everybody's using that. What I can see is that all these features is actually disabled because everybody turns off Remote PowerShell because it's dangerous. Nobody allows people to run Windows Admin Center because it's dangerous. RSAT tools is dangerous. Everything is dangerous. But then they enabled RDP, and it's like, really? It's the opposite around, my friends. RDP is the one that should go away, and these should be enabled, but secure, of course. I strongly recommend you to shift into a tiering model as fast as possible. It's about downloading the scripts from Microsoft and implement those tierings and moving around machines in Active Directory. And of course also implement a bunch of new group policies. Admin needs training because it's another way of working. Suddenly you can't just have 2 accounts, you need to have maybe 4 accounts. One for each tier and one for your laptop. It's kind of easy. The default tiering is 0, 1, and 2. Most companies will be fine with that. Ta-ta. Maybe you're going to need to have a tier -1 for your Fabric environment. The idea of this is that tier 0 is the highest privileged access account. It's about identity. Everything that controls identity or manipulates identity belongs to tier 0. You need to be a tier 0 admin. As a tier 0 admin, you can only access tier 0 machines, like domain controllers. If you try to use that account somewhere else, you're going to be blocked. Tier 0 also manage all the group policies that affect security. And that's kind of, it's not easy to do, but it's doable. Tier 1 is everything about applications, servers, databases, stuff like that. And Tier 2 is, of course, users and workstations. Things that are not easy to handle with is, let's say that you want to have a backup solution, you want to have a backup agent installed, and you have 2 ways to do that. You can either install the backup agent as a domain user and give that domain user privileged on each server the agent is running on. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. The backup account should absolutely not be a domain account. The backup account should be a local system or local service or local network or whatever it can run under. It usually works with local system, but never a domain account. That also means that the backup solution now might be like, well, you can't do that because you need to have a domain account to be able to do that. Yeah, then you need to fix that in another way, because running it as a domain user is a bad thing. The attacker will find the account, they will grab the user account, they will grab the password, and they will find all the other machines. They're going to find the domain controller because it's using the same account. Now they're a domain admin. That's how they do it. And they are fast, and they automate everything, and they run scripts, and... Sorry. The idea of having tier 0, 1, and 2 admins. Clean source principle, it's easy. You need to trust whatever you download, whatever you install. You should start thinking about using checksums to verify that the file is actually accurate. We already seen customer being tricked into download patches that aren't really patches, and tools that aren't really tools, and yeah, drivers that absolutely are not drivers, and these are enterprise companies. It's, you know, on the Fortune 500 list, and they also do things like this. Everything should be joined into Active Directory if possible, but it doesn't mean they should be joined into the same Active Directory. Fabric is one domain, tenant is one domain, backup could be another domain, and so on. I can't spell. If you use RDP, if you must use RDP, make sure you use restricted admin or remote guard. Let's take a peek look on that. So here is one of my admin workstations. It's one of the machines I use to manage my own environment. And I can either access the DCO2 like this, and then type in the name and credentials for this. If I do so, it's going to store the name and credentials in the other end. Now, this is a domain controller, so it really doesn't matter, because if they already have local access to the domain controller, well, then they're going to be domain admins anywhere. But just to showcase this, you can, instead of doing this, use the switch called restricted admin. And if you do, it doesn't ask you. You just log on. It's single sign-on. It's using your authenticated credentials that you have in the machine that you logged on. So I logged on to this machine with the tier I'm using to manage my tier 0 devices on. If I need to manage another tier, I need to log on to another VM or another workstation with another tier level on it. When I'm done with whatever I need to do, I sign out. Okay, so can I use that on every device? Let's try to do this on DCO1. It's going to connect, and then it's going to go like, no, account restriction are preventing you. What? Yeah, that's the thing. This is disabled by default. So the two methods you have is Defender Remote Credential Guard and Restricted Admin Mode. These are the ones that are fine to use. The default one, why did I do that? I better do this. The default one is this. That's the bad one. It doesn't support single sign-on. It doesn't prevent pass the hash, and it doesn't prevent user credentials after disconnection. But this is not enabled by default. It needs to be enabled. You need to run this on every machine. Now, you can do it in many ways. One is to, of course, just run this command. You can run it remotely if you allow remote access to your devices. Or you can use group policy to enable it. And then you can use group policy to enforce all the administrators to actually use this. Restricted admin is something you can use on Windows 7 devices and Windows Server 2008 R2 devices. So this goes way back. everyone could change this. Now, you see there's a little red checkbox. This is access to services from the server. Yeah, there are a few things that doesn't work. And sometimes you might need to do another kind of logon to prevent, to make things work. The same goes for using using Credit SSP. Sometimes you need to enable Credit SSP, otherwise you can't configure certain things. Especially when you poke around with Windows Admin Center, it's going to nag you and say, hey, you need to have Credit SSP enabled. Sure, then you enable Credit SSP. Once you're done with whatever you need to do, then you disable Credit SSP. And then you might consider changing your password because you just stored your credentials on that machine. And that's bad. So it's not that hard to enable this, but it's not enabled by default. You should use LAPS, Local Administrator Password Solution, and somebody should monitor security alerts. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. I also have the 10 immutable laws of security. You can check this later, but it's basically rules from the year 2000 that is still applicable. And I haven't seen one customer implementing all this. This is for security administration. And I want you to pay attention to law number 9. Security isn't about risk avoidance. It's about risk management. Everybody really believes that you can avoid risk. You can avoid issues. You can't, but you can manage it. That's what you can do. You need to assume the worst and hope for the best. Otherwise, this is going to be so depressing when somebody calls me on Christmas Day and cries on the phone and go like, hey, we got hit by ransomware. Why did it happen to us? Because the attackers gain access to your environment, and that's it. So when everything is done, we're not done. No, you're not. The bad guys never stop. They're going to find out another way. So this just repeats itself and over again. But a lot of these things that we've seen customers being hit by is well-known security issues. Don't use RDP. The customers we had for the last year, all of them were hit by the fact that an administrator tried to do the right thing. He logged on to a machine and was performing some kind of administrative task. He didn't know that somebody else was on that machine and they stole his credentials. That's why we do tiering, to prevent things from that happening, so the bad guys can't elevate themselves within your environment. That's why we do isolation, because they can't really jump from one domain to another domain, since they don't even know that the other domain exists, and they don't have access to the network, and it's just another environment, so how can they see that being there? But before we end, let me show you Windows Admin Center and how to manage that securely. So switching on to my privileged access workstation. This is a machine that is not even a member of the domain. It's just a workgroup machine. And it's just a demo. Usually it's not configured like this. In most cases, the virtual privileged access workstation is a member of the domain. So, but in this case, just to show you that it actually works perfectly fine for most of the operations, I can manage these machines, DC01, because I specify what account I want to use. Where is the password stored? It's stored in the session itself. As soon as I close this web page, the credentials goes away. They're never stored in the other end. So I can manage this. It's going to ask and check that I do have credentials, but it's never going to store it on the other server because I'm using remote access to it, using remote PowerShell. I can't do everything, but I can do a lot. I should be able to manage most of the Windows Server things. I can't install systems. That I need to do with another account. But that's a one-timer, so I can install, and then I can change the installed password, so it can't be used again. Is this complicated? No, it's not. It's actually rather easy. Okay, so what's the problem? It's a change. People need to change. That's the problem. And changing is always apparently a bad thing. People don't want to move. People don't want to grow up. People don't want to get older. People don't want to change because it means you need to put some effort in it. And I agree. Changes aren't that easy every time. And this is the same category. It's not easy. The difference is that this is not really your choice. You just need to do this. Otherwise, the attackers will eventually get access. And when they do, well, let's not talk about that. That's just depressing. So Windows Admin Center allowing remote PowerShell is safe. And the times you really need to do remote desktop, well, if you really need to, let's put up this machine, SRE MDT01, network, local, yep, credentials needed. I'm going to add this just straight up. I haven't connected to it, and I can't use that account, I know that. If I go to manage, I could, in theory, say, use my Windows account and use local administrator password solution with a randomized password. Yeah, awesome. That means that I could use this if I had set this up from the beginning. In this case, it won't work because this is going to steal the local administrator password from the Active Directory, which I don't have access to. So in this case, I really need to use this method instead. But if you do have laps and your machine is joined to the domain, then you can always access the servers using the local access, the local admin account. That means that you could do a lot, but not everything. You can't manage clusters. You can't manage Exchange. You can't manage Config Manager or SCOM or things like that. But they could be managed from within the application console. But that means a change. That means change of behavior. That means that everything takes a bit more time. And that makes it secure. So it's a choice. You either make it easy for both you and the attackers, or you make it a bit complicated for you and almost impossible for the attackers. So that's it. Use the right tools, use the right method, get to tiering and start using Privileged Access Workstation. And let's hope that you don't call me on Christmas Day and cry. I will help you, but I just hope you don't do that because I also need vacation. That's it. Thank you.
Canada's still better than Sweden. And Finland.
I'm 50-50 Canada and Swedish, so I never ever let him win that war.
In hockey, let's just...
No, even in hockey. No. Sorry.
No.
I don't.
All of your best players come
all my
to
cousins
Canada.
and all my uncles would beg to disagree.
All of your best players come to Canada to play hockey.
No, that's because they get paid better.
Mike, thank you.
That's all.
In all seriousness, that was a really good, really cool
yes.
session. It's neat to see the perspective that we have this year with, taking the perspective that I'm going to wait for security because it's not going to happen to me. Not a good approach. everything that you're going to learn in today's show is things that you should take away to your teams and have some active discussions about, because burying your head in the sand saying it's not us, it's the guys down the street that are more insecure than us.
Don't wait till it happens to you for it to become a problem.
No, please don't. You'll save yourself a ton of money. And actually, interestingly enough, our local news broadcasting agency in Canada, the CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, actually came out with a study, and they said that the IT spend around security in 2021 is going to be going up significantly because of stuff like this, because organizations are realizing that protecting their most valuable assets and having a good cybersecurity posture is just so important. So, yeah.
Well, we've discussed it ad nauseum for how, with the whole rush to get everybody working from home, security kind of took a back seat for a little bit, and now it's very important that we start ramping that all up again.
Yes, absolutely. So, who do we have next? Oh!
We have Mr. John Marlin.
Mr. Clustering.
Mr. Clustering.
Mr. High Availability.
Himself.
Mr. High Availability. Such good sessions. I particularly like his sessions on stretch clustering. I have learned a lot. He is the one that brings forth many of these features that we have wanted for years and years and years. I love sitting his sessions at Microsoft Ignite and in person. He does a great job. And today he's going to be talking to us about
Storage Replica.
The new things, Storage Replica.
Yes.
It's going to be talking about how it works, Windows Admin Center, async versus synchronous, maybe some futures. So I heard that he might be talking about some futures. We always like to hear new things in our shows. And with that, John,
take it away.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you, everyone, for attending. My name is John Marlin. I'm a program manager at Microsoft, and here today with my buddy Jake here, we're going to talk to you about Storage Replica. On the agenda today, we're first going to talk about what is it? What is Storage Replica? We're going to talk a little bit about the differences in synchronous versus asynchronous. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the requirements and recommendations we have for Storage Replica, setting it up, and then show you some of the disaster recovery scenarios that you can configure with Storage Replica. So the first thing, what is it? First off, it is in-box replication. It comes in Windows. It is not an add-on, not anything else you have to pay for. It's in-box, ready to go. It is block level, volume-based replication. It's not a file level based replication. It is block level. You can do synchronous or asynchronous. We'll talk a little bit about that here after a while and as we go along. We also take advantage of all the SMB3 transports that are available. It is also flexible. Any Windows volume, any fixed disk storage, any storage fabric. We work with pretty much all of it. We work with SANS, we work with iSCSI, we work with SCSI, we work with SAS. Very flexible in what we can do. And lastly, management. It's ease of management. There's different ways of doing it. Failover Cluster Manager, if you're working inside of the same cluster, can use it. Windows PowerShell is always there. We've also added into Windows Admin Center an area for Storage Replica and setting it up, manipulating it, doing what we need to within Windows Admin Center. All three of these allows us to do what we can do and make things a lot easier for you. If you see here, here's what the storage stack looks like. You can see here's our source server, here's our destination server. As you can see, we're SR here in the green. Way down the storage stack, we're at block level. We don't care if it's NTFS. We don't care if it's REFS. Don't care if it's BitLockered. All these other filters that you may have, we're going to sit below it. Again, we are block level, not file system level. We don't deal with the file systems. So this allows us to take blocks, no matter what the drive is, no matter what the file system is, and move them between our source and destination servers. So now we want to talk about synchronous versus asynchronous, because there's always a question, which is it do I want? So let's kind of see how it works. For synchronous, we're going to write to the source and the destination at the same time. So what we do, here's our source server, here's our destination server, here's our application. Now, when we set up Storage Replica, we have a log drive. That log drive is what we're going to write to, replicate between the source and the server, and then actually write it to the data drives. So this is the step we're going to do. An application makes a call, it's going to do a write to the source server. What we're going to do now, as Jake shows you here, we're going to take that copy, we're going to take that block that was just written to the log file, take it over to the destination server, give it to the log file there. Once it's written, we'll go back to the source server, go back to the application and say, hey, it's already written, do whatever it is you need to do now. At that point, we also write our tertiary write to the actual data drives and write that actual data. Everything stays consistent. Everything is synchronous. We do not write anything to data drives until we ensure that it is in sync. Both logs are in sync. An application goes to do a save. We're going to take that save to the log file on both ones, replicate it over, send it back to the application to say, hey, it's saved. Go ahead. We do our tertiary writes to the data to show that it's saved. For asynchronous, we're always going to write to the source server first, ensuring everything is written to the source before we ever replicate anything over. So our same diagram here, source server, destination server, and application. Application goes to do a write. We're going to take that write it to the log of the source server. Once it's been written, send back to the application that, hey, it's written, move on, do whatever it is you need to do next. At that point, we will then replicate it over to the source or to the destination server and its log file. From there, we send back, says, hey, everything's okay. Write our tertiary writes to the data. So we ensure everything is written. Everything is proper. Now, one of the things about asynchronous is RPO times. People want to be able to control their RPO times. As a default, we're going to keep it within 5 minutes. You can change this when you set up your partnership with async RPO. Default is like 5 minutes, like I said. You can take it down to as little as 30 seconds if you want, depending on how much latency it is that you have. If we ever go over our RPO, we will log an event 1239 and let you know, hey, it's over. You can also see this information if you do a get-sr partnership. Now, one of the questions I have or have had is, can I change it after the fact? The answer is, unfortunately, no. This is only set when you initially create the partnership. If you want to change it, you have to break the partnership, recreate the partnership. Some of the requirements that we need for Storage Replica. We do need to be in the same Active Directory domain for the source and the domain, because we do use Kerberos for everything. We need a minimum 2 gig RAM and 2 CPUs on each side, the source and the destination. For synchronous replication, you need to have less than 5 milliseconds for round trip. Otherwise, we will strongly recommend that you use asynchronous. A minimum 1 gig network. GPT disks, the thing about GPT disk, remember, or not GPT in particular, but disks in particular, same size, same attributes. Everything about it has to be the same. We're doing block level. We're not doing file level. So they need to be the same. Same resiliency, same interleaves, same block structure, same everything. We also have a few firewall ports. We do use SMB. We also use WS-MAN for a lot of our connections. So those firewall ports need to be open. Some of the recommendations that we have is a 10 gig or higher network. There can be a lot, depending on the amount of data that has to get written across, there may be a lot that's done. So you probably should have a 10 gig or higher network. We've always recommended the log drive be faster than the data drive. In nowadays world, in the all-flash systems, obviously that's not possible. But this was more recommendation back during SDD and HDD days. SDD, you wanted to be faster. You don't want a bottleneck on the log drive writing data. So it needs to be faster or the same. RDMA is also preferred as well. That way there's less CPU overhead for a lot of things that we're doing. Depending on how you are network WAN wise, RDMA may not be possible. Stretch clusters as an example, between multiple sites going over a WAN, you're not going to be able to set up RDMA. But on a local network, RDMA is definitely a recommendation to help speed things up. When you're setting up storage replica, so before you begin, we want you to do a test SR partnership. Testing the partnership will allow you to see how it's going to function. Are the drives the same? It's going to error if they're not. What kind of round trip latencies is it for the type of data that we're going to be sending across? How much data can you send across? There are many things about testing the partnership first that can possibly give you insight into possible problems in the future. Now, we do recommend that it be run for an extended period of time. That could be anywhere from a couple hours to 8 hours to 10 hours to a full day. We don't recommend something that's like 5 minutes long. We want an extended period of time. Also, preferably running the type of load that you're going to be running. If you're just simply copying files and moving files around, it may look good from a test SR partnership, everything may pass, but if you're running SQL, that's a totally different IO load. So we want to ensure that you're testing it on the type of workload that you're going to be using so that we can see that we're going to function properly. Also, test SR partnership, test SR partnership, test SR partnership, test SR partnership. Test it out first. Head off any problems you're going to have before you even begin. Creating the partnership, there's two different ways of doing it. There's new SR partnership if you want to use PowerShell. For the async RPO I discussed a little previously, it has to be through partnership. It has to be through PowerShell. Windows Admin Center can set it up as we will show here in just a minute. And you can also do it from within Failover Cluster Manager if you are setting up within the same cluster. So here I have a stretch cluster that I'm going to have. 2 nodes each site, one in Seattle, one in Redmond. I go and look, here's my pool. I simply choose create, This is one of the things that makes it so much easier with Windows Admin Center. I select replicate volume between the sites. I want to replicate this volume. Say which direction it is. I can go from Seattle to Redmond or Redmond to Seattle based on the volume. I can choose asynchronous or synchronous. I choose what's the name of my volume. I can call it whatever I want. It will also call the other drives that it's going to create, and we'll see that. It's going to be a two-way mirror. It's all on SSD. What size is the drive that I'm going to be creating? Under the advanced, if you wanted to choose advanced, you don't have to. You can see here we've renamed the replication group by what you've called it. Here's my log size that I want to have. We're going to default at 40 now. I just set it for 10. There's other options here using the blocks already seeded, which there's no drive, so you can't do that. We can encrypt the replication traffic if you want, enable consistency groups if we need right ordering for things like SQL, as an example, and I simply hit create. At that point, what it's going to do is it's going to create all the drives for you. It's going to create the data drive on each side. It's going to create the log file on each side, and it's going to set up the replication. As you can see here, it's created my Seattle disks. It's created my log drive in Redmond. And you'll notice here you don't see the data disk for Redmond. We do hide that so that you do not have access to it. We don't want you to have access to it. But if I go and look through PowerShell and do a get-virtual disk, you can see here, here's all my 4 drives. Everything is healthy. Everything is ready to go. If I look at it from within storage replica inside, you can see here's my partnership, and you can see it across the top that it's doing its initial syncs right now. Here's all my information about it. So only a few steps. I want to replicate. Which direction? What's the name of the drive? What's the size of the drive? That's all you really have to do. All the other defaults are there for you. Just simply hit create. And you're done. Easy, easy, easy is what we wanted to try and make it. Some of the disaster recovery scenario setups. We can do server to server. So we can do all sorts of disaster recovery scenarios server to server. It is only a single server to a single server at a volume level. Now, it's at a volume level. So if I had multiple volumes, say I had this one drive I wanted to go from building 5 to building 9, I set up an SR partnership for that particular volume. But there's a second volume in building 5. I want to go to building 22. I can set up a separate SR partnership for this other drive to replicate to building 22 if I wanted to. So you can get a little crazy, if you want to call that crazy. So you can do this on a per volume basis. It's not the entire server, it's a per volume. If you wanted to go cluster to cluster, that's fine. Same premise. It's all through PowerShell. It's all through Windows Admin Center. If I wanted to do a stretch, this is where we can actually run through Failover Cluster Manager. We've had this since Windows 2016. The key point about all of these is synchronous or asynchronous. You can do either one. However, server to server, cluster to cluster, there is no orchestration between the two. So if there is a failover, if you want to call it, you want to move from say this first one, building 5 to building 9. You just reverse the partnership and bring up your application, virtual machine, whatever it is that you're running. And at that point, everything is reversed. You're working off of building 9. But this is a manual process that you have to do. In a stretch scenario, it's a little different. If you do synchronous, synchronous is an automatic failover. It will automatically fail everything over. It will automatically bring everything up. If you are asynchronous, we are not going to bring everything up for you automatically. We'll move it over, say New York goes down, or you do a manual failover from New York to New Jersey. We'll do the failover, but we won't bring it up. We want you to decide when you want to bring it up, which is part of asynchronous, because part of the things that you have to consider is it in sync? And we're not going to automatically bring it up if it's not. With synchronous, it'll be in sync. So what it would look like is this. Here I have my stretch cluster. I have Seattle data, Seattle log, Redmond data, Redmond log. I am replicating from Seattle to Redmond. I have a virtual machine running, so you can see that it goes and it comes up. Here's the data drive that I am replicating. And my nodes, 2 in Seattle, 2 in Redmond. So everything's running in Seattle. I have a power failure. I have a flood. I have a tornado. Something happens in Seattle that causes the site to go down. So what we're going to do is we're going to automatically move everything over. See, my virtual machine is already running because it's still running from stuff. I have my Redmond data. It's starting to bring everything online. So I have my Seattle data resources online. All it's doing is pointing to the local drives there. My virtual machine is running. I'm up and running. Everything's good. This happens at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night, Sunday morning. Everything's done. Seattle comes back up. You'll notice that once it comes back up, it will only bring the replicated 2 volumes over back to Seattle. We're not going to fail over everything, the main production back to Seattle, because those drives over there need to get synchronized. Once everything is synchronized, you can manually move it back. If you want to try and move it back beforehand, if it's not synchronized, we will not allow the move. So here I go ahead and move it back to Seattle. Everything switches. So my data drives move back to Seattle, a node in Seattle. My replicating 2 drives move back to Redmond, and I move my virtual machine back. All automatically for you. So to wrap things up, we talked about what it is. It's flexible, several management options. It's inbox. We talked about sync or async. Sync being it writes to both sides at the same time. Async, it writes to the source first. Once it's complete, then it writes to the destination. Talked about a few of the requirements and recommendations, how to set it up, showed you how to set it up with Windows Admin Center, and then some of the disaster recovery scenarios that you can have. Server to server, cluster to cluster, or Stretch Cluster, Stretch HCI with the new Azure Stack HCI that's soon to be released. Thank you for watching. Jake thanks you as well. For any information, aka.ms/storage-replica. If you have any other questions, please hit me up. Again, John Marlin, I own Storage Replica as a feature from the product group standpoint within Microsoft. Here's my Twitter account. I'm available email, I'm available Twitter. However you want to get a hold of me, I am always available. Anytime you want to discuss something, let me know. I can do whatever I can to help out. Thank you for attending. Jake here, he thanks you for watching, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, John.
If you...
Informative as always.
Now you know. You can take and you can stretch your Azure Stack HCI clusters with ease using Windows Admin Center from Microsoft. Microsoft for all your cool technology needs. Call 1-800-JOHN-MARLIN for your stretch clustering needs. I can turn this whole thing into an infomercial.
Let's not. Let's go to Rick instead.
The Rick...
Rickatron. My buddy Rick.
Look what he's got for his title.
The Grumpy Evangelist.
So... apparently he's gone from
I like it.
Rickatron to the
He's
Grumpy Evangelist.
still Rickatron. If you look at his title, he is still Rickatron. He will never not be Rickatron.
No, I think we need to give some kudos to Rick. He is one of our resident bloggers on checkyourlogs.net. If you have not been to our blog, www.checkyourlogs.net, we had a big milestone this past week. What was it? 1 million. 1 million visitors to our blog. So
we don't get out much. Normally, we don't get out much at all. Right
and
now.
it's not because of the work that I've done. It's not because of the work that you've done, Chris.
No, it's all me. It was all me.
It's the work. It's the work of the team. Rick's put out some fantastic content, Azure content on the blog, and Rick, we do thank you for that.
We have a great group of bloggers, actually. We're quite fortunate like that.
Rick runs the community program, the Veeam Vanguard program at Veeam Software. Rick is a Cisco champion.
Yes, and Microsoft MVP.
Is a returning 2-time Microsoft MVP.
Yes.
So congratulations on that this year, Rick. Welcome back. And today, Rick is going to be talking about...
what we just talked about. What we just said was dear to our heart this year. Ransomware resiliency tips. Thank you.
Rick's actually been leading the cause over at Veeam speaking about this. I've spoken at
Rick was actually one of our first calls when we had one of the worst ransomware attacks at one of our clients this year. Yeah. And he diligently worked on the back end to help us get everything back up and running and get their data back and get everything back. It was he's a great guy to have in your corner, that's for sure.
Absolutely. He works for a top-notch company, Veeam too. So go Veeam.
Go Veeam and go Rick.
He told me this isn't going to be a Veeam pitch. This is going to be a community session for us. So
good.
Thank you very much for that, Rick, and looking forward to your session. And Rick, the floor is yours.
Hey there, and welcome to this MVP Day session, Ransomware Tips for All. I'm Rick Vanover. I'm going to be the presenter here today, and I want to thank the MVP Days Team Koola for letting me present here with you today. I'm a newly returned Microsoft MVP around Azure. I'm also VMware vExpert, Cisco champion, and my expertise is around the backup space, which becomes very important when it comes to ransomware. You can follow me on Twitter at Rick Vanover, otherwise heckle me by the phrase Rickatron. So let's get into it. So ransomware, the journey that I want to communicate with this time is a little bit educational and then transitioning into a little bit more practical tips on how you can not be the next headline. So I'll spend a very brief amount of time identifying what is ransomware, modes of entry, how it behaves, and some of the behavior I've seen. I mentioned that I do work in the backup space, so data recovery, backup recovery. I mean, some of you know me from my role in that my working role, but this is a community bit, so I'm going just a little bit more agnostic. But I see ransomware every day in some way around the fight and stuff, and I talk to a lot of organizations who have beat ransomware, which is great, but I pay a lot of attention to the organizations when things don't go as well as they could. Like, what happened to make ransomware not, make it the end result bad, right? That's actually where I spend most of my time. I'm looking for common themes around what happened that prevented the organization from proper recovery. So I'm going to share you tips on that through this journey. And I'm going to really position that as preparing for battle. You and me and every one of us, our data is at risk, and I want to give you information, tips, techniques, etc. And mitigating the threat, right? I think there's an opportunity to use Azure, to use the cloud, to use even Windows technologies and other things. And I got some cool tricks I'm going to show you here at the end. And some demos, going to do demos, okay? So let's start really in level set. And I mean this in the best of ways, that first thing I'll say is a layered defense is the best solution, the best strategy. Because if you talk to organizations who have been through ransomware, and if you talk to 3 or 4 or 5 different ones, you're going to see 3, 4, or 5 different ways out of that problem. So there's no single answer. Back to the next point, there's no single way that you can be 100% protected. It's not if, it's when. Prepare to deal with it, whatever you want to say. I want to level set and let everyone know that the threat is very significant, and you may not even know it. There's a phenomena called dwell time with ransomware, where it will sit and assess, report back, and wait for the opportune time, know what your backups are, which it gets pretty nasty, some of the different threat actors out there. And I have some links later on to some reviews of there is such a thing as some of the different ransomware threat actors out there, so you can actually explicitly see their behavior. So let's start at the basics, right? You've heard ransomware, you might know it's bad. So what is it? Well, you know that this threat is out there. It's a type of malware or virus, whatever you want to say it is, but it's after you and it's after your data. Ransomware is increasing every day, and it's very targeted. In fact, there's experiences I can point you to. Just message me on Twitter. I've got some private stories I can show you. But these ransomware strains are very aware of where the data is. There's, potential risks of inside actors and things like that. But they're becoming very targeted. It's not just, oh, my files are encrypted. That threat does exist, but the level of sophistication is increasing with every threat that's out there. So really give some thought to how you want to address this threat, because chances are, if you don't take it seriously, the threat is going to take it more seriously than you take it. That's what I'm trying to say. But I want to highlight that, there's different modes of behavior. So there's an extortion phenomena now. And what I mean by that is it's not just simply encrypting all files left to right. There are some ransomware behaviors that will take your data out and sell it on the black market to the highest bidder. So that's an extortion technique. And then there are other ransomware behaviors that will actually do both, encrypt on premises or wherever they get it. But then if the ransom still isn't paid, offer the extortion, right? So there's just such a really widespread mix of things that are out there. And then there's even some application level encryption situations. So one of the best examples are some of the things that are hitting phones. I saw a smart TV become bricked. That type of thing. And I've even heard of a story of something going after SQL Server with native SQL encryption and selling you that key. It's actually, it's an interesting way to go in. It's just one fell swoop. If it sees SQL, do its thing, boom, done. And I'll highlight that it's not just a Windows threat. Multiple operating systems. There's a recent profile example of a threat in the Linux space even. So there have been some that have hit smart TVs and phones and iOS devices. There's no platform that's immune, right? So a lot of times I have these conversations with, it's Windows, it's not Linux, whatever platform. Everything that uses the internet is really a candidate here. And I think that they're targeted, right? Back to that. That's where the threats are going to be the hardest to mitigate. So give some thoughts to that. So I want to highlight a number of different things. First of all, what are the modes of entry. How does it get in? How does it behave? And I have 4 things that I want to highlight here. One is email phishing. And when I grew up doing, this ransomware journey, I kind of thought that phish was the most popular mode of entry. And by some accounts, it actually still is. I saw a large-scale report by a large telecom provider indicating it was the #1 mode of entry. Where I work, we've done some data. It indicated it was the #1 mode of entry. But Coveware, I really like the Coveware reports. They indicate it's actually the #2 mode of entry. Either way, this list here is the top 4. But email phishing, for example, still is actually rather effective, and we've all seen that junk email. Like, click on your delivery notice, or, the prince wants to give you some money, those types of things. Now, the best way to mitigate that is to address it with training and filtering and screening of email, things like that, right? So established things we should be doing anyways. But the one that I'm gravitating the most to nowadays is remote access done wrong. Coveware indicates that more than half of the mainstream ransomware cases that they're reporting on come in through RDP over the internet. And that is not something that we should be doing today. So that's especially relevant here in 2020. If I look in March and April, a lot of organizations had to hurry with work from home. Did they have to do it right, or did they have to do it right now? Well, they had to do it right now. So there's real challenges to how remote access may have been hurriedly implemented in regards to the threat of ransomware. So give some thought to that, because that is a mode of entry that may be a problem. And then software updates are actually an interesting one. That in the Coveware report, that's the 3rd most popular mode of entry. But again, we're supposed to be doing updates anyways, right? We're supposed to be doing updates to hardware or software operating systems, applications, and stuff like that. And then the harder one here is inside actors. So I want to highlight a post from threatpost.com. We've got the short URL there. And both of these QR codes go to the Coveware report and then to this threatpost link. But the thought here is that inside actors are going to be one of the harder ones to defend against. Now I'll pivot this immediately, because this may be a concern. Like, how do I deal with that? Well, I really think you need a 2-trust model to get into that. And you can get into things like service providers. You can get into things like security teams versus backup teams. You can get into things like that, escrows of backups and things like that. I have some specific recommendations for that. If you ever want, just reach out to me. But the inside actor threat, I think, will become more popular. And in recent news, there was the Tesla avoided one. I don't know if everyone saw that. I think that was a pretty significant, almost disaster, right? So these types of threats and more are how they operate. But I really highlight these 4 because they are the biggest ways in. So if you're filtering email, and you've trained your users about phish email, and your IT administrators, by the way, and we've reassessed remote access, and we're doing software updates the way we should be, a lot of this stuff we should be doing anyways, at least those 3, that's the bulk of the modes of entry. And then give some specific thought to your organization about inside actors, insider threats, and what they could do with the data. And, what if I was sitting on the network and wanting to do bad things? How would that work? And some of my later tips are going to align to that. So I really encourage everyone to ask yourself a really important key question. And what I mean by that is, do you know what to do if ransomware were to come in? And what I mean by that is, if you've done that training that I had advised on, did it failed? If you have detection, antivirus, things like that, anti-malware, have those not detected or prevented? What do you do if ransomware gets in? My philosophy and my kind of specific practical advice is, you really need to just agree that the only practical way is to recover data if it's in, right? If detection blocks it, great, and remediates the threat on the early side, great. But if it gets in, the only option, I think, is to restore the data. Now that predicates you have actually protected it. You don't want to pay the ransom. All the experts are saying that. And you don't want to deal with conscious loss of data. So it kind of puts you in this weird, interesting middle. So that's my logic here. So I want to pivot now into some really specific tips that I think will help mitigate the risk and ensure recovery. Now, each one of these become top-level ideas that become very specific to what you have that you're working with, right? If you're in the cloud, or if you're on premises with Hyper-V and VMware, or if you're only physical, or if you're supporting scores of remote workers. These are some of the different scenarios that it's really hard to take the same approach for all of those different architectures. But what I've done here is implement a lot of these advices that I'm going to go through that really comes from organizations who have gone through ransomware, beat it, and then this is what they're doing different afterwards. Okay, so think about that. Those who have beat the threat, what have they changed? Chances are these are the types of things that are opportunities for other organizations to implement as changes. So one of the first things that I think come up are management domains. And this is that benefit of complexity versus resiliency, but the worst thing you could have, I mean, don't do this. Especially in the on-premises world, hybrid world, domain administrator used for everything, or even used at all. But a good ransomware strain loves domain admin used everywhere. It's a propagation vehicle. And if you think about how it works from the source data, again, ransomwares are aware of what you're doing for backups. I mean, they could go in and disable and delete the backups, then encrypt, then you're really in some hurt, right? If you talk to organizations who have beat ransomware, one of the things that they'll put in are these logical separations of, okay, my backup infrastructure is a completely different administrative realm than the data it's backing up. Yeah, it might be hard to administer and manage and things like that, but it's worth it. Secondly, hardening, explicit minimum permissions, right? I know that those lists are detailed and complicated for a lot of products, both what you're backing up from and where you're putting it to, but that becomes really, really important. And then separating that from the rest of the infrastructure that could be at risk. Because if you work backwards, organizations that get through a really bad ransomware situation, they consistently use language like, thank goodness I had a backup, or thank goodness my DR was right, thank goodness I had backups in Azure. Back to my previous point, if you found 5 different people that shared their story of beating ransomware, you're going to get a number of different answers. You might get 2 or 3 that are the same. One thing I've seen a lot of that really disturbs me is I see some organizations recovering from ransomware with luck, and I don't like that at all. Meaning they haven't done a lot of these things that I'm showing with you, but yet they still beat it. They still recovered, and they're all high-fiving each other and happy. Yes, I'm glad we didn't have an issue, but the reality is I think there's still a lot of work to do. So management domains that are for backup infrastructures separate than the data we're protecting is a good idea. Hardening, explicit minimum required permissions, and as much separation as possible, especially between the backup data, which is the mode of recovery, and the rest of that environment that you're running. 2FA every way, every day. Two-factor authentication is a really effective technique, and I know a lot of people use it for Duo, especially with Duo, especially for remote desktop. And there's some native Microsoft solutions as well. But anytime you can have a two-factor authentication, and it's not just for remote desktop, by the way, I think you should use it in absolutely as many areas as possible. And if you're talking about an infrastructure like your backup infrastructure that would drive your recovery, that would be a good place for it as well. So as many different places as you can use it, highly recommended. And then education and awareness. This is both for end users. You could start with phish email. Awareness training also for IT pros, developers, things like that, all the way across the board. That's an investment that can be effective. Now I'll give you a tip. I think it's GoPhish and KnowBe4. Those are 2 products that will actually simulate your phish risk. It'll send fake phish emails to your list of recipients in your organization. And it'll give you reports on who clicked it, how many people opened it, etc. And there's your candidates for training. So give some thoughts to that. Now, the next set of advice I have is remote access, and it needs to be right. And that's worth repeating. So that's one of the most popular modes of entry. So anything you can do to bolster the remote access would be a good idea. And don't overlook the endpoint. Back to remote access, back to the massive amounts of work from home. The endpoint, data capture, networks we're not trusting, this is really a concern. So I'm thinking about having backups on endpoints. I'm thinking about the remote access done well. You know, persistent VPNs is not a good idea. You know, those types of things. Give some thoughts to your environment. This also, I could pivot it the hard way. And what I mean by that is this might be the ammo you need to move to Office 365 instead of everybody VPNing in for the file server. Think about that. This might be the ammo or the business case you need to change the application to make some serious positive changes. And then in addition to two-factor authentication, which I previously mentioned, I think it's also important to think about password policies. This is the right time to think about that, remote, etc. Now, if I were to have you leave this session with one thing to remember about beating ransomware, I've made up a word: ultra-resilient media. I recommend that you have one or more copies of your backup data on ultra-resilient media. What is that? Okay, yes, I made up this word. But this is a storage media that's inherently offline, immutable, or air-gapped. This will likely be the most effective specimen to beating ransomware. When I talk to organizations who don't beat ransomware, they consistently do not have a copy of backup data on one of these. Now, I've seen organizations that don't have data on an ultra-resilient media type and have one. That's that luck that I'm talking about. If you remember one thing, it's to have something here. What is ultra-resilient? Well, you have to look. And what I mean by that is look into what you're using, what you have, what your cloud policies are, etc. I'll go through a couple examples. Tape, especially worm, which means write once, read many. Tape worm media is very resilient. I know everyone's got a story about tape letting them down, but the acquisition cost, the portability, the offline element, hard to beat. You could make the angle around VTLs, especially those that go deep into Azure or another cloud. That could be quasi ultra resilient, but separation, different authentication, different passwords, that's very important if you're going to like blur a little bit. Some cloud storages are immutable, and I've got a demo. I'm going to show Amazon. Azure has it, but it's container level, so practical. It's kind of hard to do, but we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. I got a removable media option. Now, this is actually pretty interesting what I'm going to show you here in my demo. I'm actually going to show you what I'm doing at home. Scale it out a little bit, but pretty interesting. But any drive that's offline is pretty interesting. Now, I would also highlight that some storage snapshots can be categorized as ultra resilient. So if you have a SAN or a backup system, a dedicated purpose-built backup appliance, chances are there might be a snapshot mechanism in place with that device that could be used for a ransomware recovery. Now, some ransomwares know how to delete shadow copies. I love my Microsoft, don't get me wrong, but that's not enough. So a good example is like Pure Storage has this thing that you have to like call their technical support to expose it and things like that, okay? Something to think about. And then any other file system with an inherent immutability. Some Linux snapshots can do that type of stuff, etc. Now it gets technical. You know, you can benefit when your backup product is aware of this, but give some thought, press the products you're using, the vendors you're using, find a way to have something ultra resilient. And again, when I talk to organizations that do not beat ransomware, the consistent theme is that there is not a copy of backup data on something that's ultra resilient. So now I want to pivot a little bit back to some of the education. And there's a lot of tools out there to help you. So Hitman Pro is a really good kind of endpoint tool. If you're not using that, you might want to check that out. And then I have two scanners, right? So scanning and detection, especially if you're in a maybe ransomware situation, having some tools at the ready, but more importantly, some familiarity with the tools. ESET has an online scanner. I really like that one because it'll pull down the latest definitions and you can run it off of a USB. So check that out. The MSoft Emergency Kit is a great scanner that you can scan offline as well. You know, because back to when a ransomware situation should happen, one of the first things you want to do, isolation. Get it off the network. Don't let it propagate the threat, but let's scan it to see what's going on. These are some tools to have. If you do have a ransomware situation where stuff is encrypted, be advised that there are tools out there to help you if the mitigation techniques of restoring data fail or aren't implemented. The ransomware ID tool is one that comes to mind. So ID ransomware, id-ransomware.malwarehunter.com. Upload the ransom note. It might have some decryptions that have been shared from others, especially for older strains. That's the one kind of caveat here. Some of the newer stuff that's super targeted isn't going to work here just yet, but the older stuff, the common threats, the kids play encryptions, they may work here. Ransomware ID tool. And the other one is No More Ransom. This particular one actually, I believe, had started from law enforcement efforts sharing the decryption, so something to keep in mind. NoMoreRansom.org. And then my favorite is the PC security channel. So Leo does an incredible set of videos. So you can follow Leo at Leo TPSC. The YouTube channel, I love it. He downloads and runs these viruses, these ransomwares, and shows you the behavior. He'll also show you how antivirus tools will respond to these threats. So having familiarity with this behavior is very important. If you are supporting end users and you get a call and they're explaining what's going on and they're just sounding gibberish, if you've seen the way these things behave, this will really help you. I mean, those of you who are watching this video and you've ever gotten that call that, hey, something's been hit with ransomware, you know that feeling, right? It's a horrible feeling, but you don't want to find it. You don't want to take any more time to find out that that's what's going on. So knowing what these behaviors are, Leo, check it out. Highly recommend Leo. And then the PCSecurityChannel.com. Okay, so another way to get back into not having these problems is using backups in the cloud, including Azure, right? A different set of authentication, you know, move stuff around, even manually. If you don't have the wherewithal with different tools to support what you want, you know, move stuff into Archive, Cool Archive, and, you know, prioritize that storage account, things like that. You know, move stuff around on your own. You can use the cloud. I think it's probably the long-term future of being that long tail retention, that infinite storage, that low cost. I like to call it write once, read never, but never say never. You know, things like Azure, Cool Archive and Amazon Glacier can help you in that regard. So let's do a demo. So let me set up the first demo that I'm going to do here. This is actually what I'm doing at home. Now, I'm at the office now, but I'm going to log into the home environment to do this. But I want to highlight something about the home lab. Let's see if this works. No, not that. No. Yeah. Oh, that does work. Cool. My home environment is not like everyone else's in that I have a small business for a household employee, so I have payroll data. So I have data I care about, and I got my kids' pictures and my PowerPoints of sessions like this, right? So whatever, it's real data I care about, but I'm paranoid about ransomware. So I'm actually going to show you what I do at home. It's kind of interesting. I'm going to use an offline media, but it's kind of interesting how I'm doing it. So let's go into it. So here we're looking at my console. I am using Veeam at home, but I got a couple different jobs, and let's sort these out here. Agents for Linux. I've got VMware backups going on. I got some replication. That's also helpful, another way out, but it's not fully ultra resilient. Got every PC in the house being backed up with that Windows agent. But what I want to show you is that for all these different backups, I have this one called the 3-2-1 media. Now, if you've not heard of the 3-2-1 rule, it's something I talk about a lot in my day job, but have 3 different copies of data on 2 different media, one of which is off-site. Really good in that it is really resilient to almost any failure scenario. It doesn't require any specific hardware. If you make one offline, you're in really good shape. So my 321 media target here is the E drive on that dthink server here. So E321, okay? So let me go look over here at this guy. Let's go browse into it. So if I'm ransomware, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go look, dthink 2, okay? Let's log in. If I got my credentials, sure, let's log in and take a look. So this is my dthink 2 server, right? It's the E drive. Nope, let's do E-money. There we go. So let's go in and look at that E drive, right? So that's the UNC path of that offline drive, but it is not offline. There we go. Let's go into it and let's browse that. Oh, it's not working. I got an error message. The E drive, E-money is not accessible. So why is that? Well, let me show you why. So now I'm actually connected to my phone. Okay, so this is my Android phone, and I'm going to open the Kasa app. If you're not familiar with what Kasa is, it's a managed power outlet. So I have a smart plug, and it's got its own little schedule, and it's got the ability to turn on this power source. You know what it's turning on? It's turning on that hard drive. So let's go look at some of the configuration. You know, there's a lot of these. You can get it with enterprise UPSs, but this is, you know, household equipment. There's alarms, there's cloud settings, there's all kinds of stuff you can do. But let's look at the plug, and let's see, here's a timer. If I wanted to turn it on for 30 minutes just to do a manual ad hoc backup, I could. But I have a schedule that allows me to run it at 2340 on Tuesdays, for example. Okay, so let's turn it on. Click. I've turned it on. There it is. And in right in the left of me, I heard it go click at home when I did this. And so that job is pointing to that 321 media, and those times align. So I give it a moment to come online, and then it goes. And it's only online for a certain amount of time, a certain pre-specified number of days. And if I go over here, remember I went to E-money and it wasn't working. So let's go into the eShare here. Ah, now it is working, right? Because I've, through that power port, I've managed it to come online exactly when needed. Let's go ahead and turn it off. And I should kick off that drive instantly, right? So, you know, you think about smart plugs and stuff like that. You think, oh no, what could I do? But that is a way that you could have your backups be ultra resilient in the smallest of environments, and you can even scale these ideas to some of the bigger environments. So this is a dedicated backup target along with everything else that I'm doing that is offline. And then here I've also got some Linux creepers going on, different authentication, different system. I've also got different places for my backups, same device but different shares on the Synology. So completely different credentials for the Windows PCs and Linux PCs versus the virtual machines, right? Separation, separation, separation. This is my home network, right? It's not going to be the most enterprise of things that you're going to have to beat ransomware, but it's a view into different things. So I hope that kind of gives you a good sense. And you know, as we go into the second demo here, I want to set this one up. This one's using Azure in the cloud. That's a very attractive way to get into beating ransomware with the cloud today. And what we can do is allow the cloud to be that extra offsite, and with some of the other techniques I'm going to show you, relatively resilient from a lot of different threats. So let's take a look here. So what I'm looking at now is a target that's going to immutable backups both in the cloud on in Amazon, and I can also put some backup data in Azure. So if I look at this environment here, I have immutable backups going to S3, and there's native immutability that a lot of backup products can use in S3, and I'll show you that here in a second. But I also can put backups in Azure. So you might want to get into things like putting your backups into the different storage accounts and blob containers, etc. But with AWS, a lot of products have implemented object lock, which will make backups immutable. So if I look here, you can have this immutability aspect right here. So in this example, anything I put in there, I'm going to hold on to it for 14 days to make it immutable, meaning I can't delete it through the backup app. This is actually kind of really effective for things like accidental deletion, like if I accidentally deleted all the backups, or I started learning PowerShell and I didn't do such a good job and it deletes everything. Same thing with Azure. I can put backups in Azure as well. And Azure immutability is a little different than Amazon's right now, but I think you can watch this over time change a little bit. So I'm going to log into my Azure account here. This is Azure Storage Explorer. I've done a lot of blogs about this on checkyourlogs.net, by the way. Shout out to the Koolas. So let's take a look here. If you have some of your different storage accounts, you can get into managing it differently, putting them in different storage accounts in different regions and have a good nomenclature of what they are. I have a system for these newer ones that are consistent that makes sense to me. And then think about using some of the new other storages. So Azure has Cool Archive, which is a really good long-term storage technique. And if you look here, you can always look and have that archive accessed here. It's ultra low cost. So even if you get into manually putting backups or files or data into Azure Cool Archive, you can go and enjoy that long-term storage. So it's really important to know the difference across the different Azure access tiers. So one thing, and you can be just like me and Google Azure Archive Storage and take a look here. So on Azure, let's take a look at the access tiers. Yeah, this document. Archive is pretty cool because it's intended, pretty cool, sorry. There's hot, cool, and archive, but Azure Archive Storage is rather awesome in that it's optimized for data that's rarely accessed and stored for at least 180 days. You're committed to storing it for 180 days. Write once, read never, but never say never. So give some thought to maybe even some Azure scripting and PowerShelling to get around it. If you don't have like a solution that natively supports this yet, give some thought to it. Hopefully these demos makes your opens your eyes a little bit about some of the opportunities. So again, I'm Rick Vanover. I hope you've enjoyed this session, and a big thank you to the MVP Days crew for allowing me to be with you here today. You can email me at work with some specifics if you want, or heckle me on Twitter. That's a good place as well. But the war on ransomware is real. I've done a lot of work that gets a little bit more specific to my day-to-day job. But always reach out to me for any advice that you might have. But one or more copies of data on something that's ultra resilient is the one thing I want you to remember. And then what do you have to work with that will work for you? Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of MVP Days.
Well done, Rick. Thank you very much. We're going to keep things moving along here and get into a wonderful session from our buddy Karsten. Wonderful MVP, constantly contributing to the community, constantly just sharing his knowledge. I love this guy.
He actually ran his own AzureSec HCI day. It was actually centered around the Microsoft product teams. And so when I asked him if he would come do the session with us, he's like, Dave, you're on the same day as my show.
Oh, yeah.
So that was actually one of the reasons that we moved the date, was we wanted to have your community content coming in afterwards. And you know what? That show that he put on, they did all of the sessions live for that, and unbelievable. It was so cool to watch. There's so many questions in the Q&A. And we really hope that we can kind of learn from that format. Maybe one day we'll be able to do a 100% live show. But that day we'll have to wait until I get better than a 30 meg internet at my house.
Yeah, FarmNet and live shows do not go well together. With
7 children, 6 of which who are homeschooling on Zoom calls all at the same time. It chews your bandwidth very fast. Very fast.
Dave's wearing a hat because he's already pulled out all his hair.
Yes. Not true. I still have that hair. So you can follow Karsten on Twitter at Hyper-V Server. He is one of the Hyper-V amigos. He is Mr. Hyper-V in Germany.
Yes, he is.
He is a very good friend of ours. We had a chance to visit him at his conference a few years ago. Buddy, if you ever put on the live conference again, you know that you can count us in as long as we're allowed.
You gotta say when you put it on again.
As long as we're allowed to travel. Runs his own company, does Storage Spaces Direct and Azure Stack HCI full time. And a lot of the questions that have been coming in from the community, Crystal, have been surrounding some very deep confusion based on the fact that Azure Stack HCI is its own product line now. And how does that compare to the version of Storage Spaces Direct that comes inside of Windows Server 2019? So that's Karsten's session. He is going to actually do a side-by-side comparison of the two, and you will not have those confusing looks on your face when you go to take and read all of the articles. Not you.
I look pretty confused when I read this stuff, trust me.
All of my friends out there. Remember, don't forget, if you do have questions, there is a live Q&A panel. You can take and you can click. Our experts are live there with you. If you do have questions, follow all of our experts on social media. You can follow myself at Dave Kawula. You can follow Crystal at SuperCrystal1. You can follow our MVP Days show at MVP Days.
You can also tweet questions to hashtag MVP Hour, and we have a lot of MVPs that follow that hashtag, and we'll gladly answer your questions. As my sick toddler starts to make noise over there.
That's what we got to do.
We will kick it off.
Nothing stops the show.
Into Karsten's session before she wakes up all the way.
Okay, Karsten, have fun, buddy.
Thank you, David and Crystal, for having me. The pleasure is on my side. So I'm Carsten Rachfal, a German-based Cloud and Data Center Management MVP and Azure MVP, and I'm also Veeam Vanguard. And in this presentation, I talk about the two Azure Stack HCIs and what you should know about them. Let's dive into our presentation. So where's my mouse? Come on, mouse. So what are the two Azure Stack HCI? So there is a bit of a not problem, but there is a bit of misunderstanding. What is Azure Stack HCI? And first, Microsoft had a certification program for Storage Spaces Direct in Windows Server 2016 that was called Windows Server Software Defined. And Microsoft decided to rename this certification program for Storage Spaces Direct in Windows Server 2019 to Azure Stack HCI. And that was early 2019, if I remember correctly. So this is the first Azure Stack HCI. And I will call it from now on Storage Spaces Direct. And then in the summer of 2020, so this year, Microsoft announced a new operating system called Azure Stack HCI. And it has an addition for the number. It's 20H2. That will be the first available version. And we hope we get it very soon, still in December. So this is a purpose-built operating system for hyper-converged infrastructure with Hyper-V, with the basis of Storage Spaces Direct, with software-defined networking. But it's not the full Windows Server. The roots are in Windows Server, but it's of course changed. It will change over time. And I will call it from now Azure Stack HCI. So to be clear, the Storage Spaces Direct in Windows Server 2019, I call Storage Spaces Direct, and the new operating system I call Azure Stack HCI. So the OS. First, let's look at the OS level. Storage Spaces Direct, as I already mentioned, is Windows Server. You know it. You know Windows, of course. You are working with Windows, I assume, for many years now, and you completely feel at home. We have a GUI option if we want to, so we can install the full GUI experience, and we can also install it in a core version. And of course, if you are a virtualization guy or gal, Hyper-V is a natural fit for Windows Server, and for that, Storage Spaces Direct is also naturally fitting into the Windows Server experience. On the other hand, we have Azure Stack HCI, and it's a specialized host operating system only for a very limited amount of use cases. And the main use case is, of course, virtualization, storage, so an hyper-converged infrastructure system with software-defined network and so on. So we will not have a domain controller here, not DHCP, not DNS, not a PKA, and not a file server. And, there are many things in Windows Server that we love and use every day. But Azure Stack HCI is not the operating system for that. That is Windows Server. So Microsoft designed a new operating system. And to be precise, it is only a core version. So you should not work really on the console of Azure Stack HCI. You should remotely manage it. And that's one point I love about Storage Spaces Direct in Windows Server. You can work in a full console, and you have all the tools you need for debugging and so on. And I know some people misunderstand that concept, and they also install applications in the Windows Server console and run a domain controller in the same in the same partition than the Hyper-V, and that's of course not what you should do. It's just I like the GUI just for debugging and working with PowerShell and so on. So then management. How is Storage Spaces Direct and Azure Stack HCI managed? So in essence, the same. So you can use the same tooling for both. You have Hyper-V Manager, of course, for Storage Spaces Direct, but you can also use Hyper-V Manager if you want to. It's not the preferred management tool from Microsoft's viewpoint, but you can use Hyper-V Manager to manage your virtual machines in an Azure Stack HCI environment. Then we have, of course, Failover Cluster Manager. Azure Stack HCI also uses a failover cluster for the high availability, just as Storage Spaces Direct does. Then we, of course, have PowerShell, and PowerShell is a very important part of both systems. And we have Windows Admin Center to manage both environments. So you can use Windows Admin Center to manage Storage Spaces Direct, but also, of course, to manage Azure Stack HCI. And it is the preferred management platform for both systems. And though I have also to add, you can also use Virtual Machine Manager from the System Center suite and also the System Center Operation Manager to manage and monitor both Storage Spaces Direct and also Azure Stack HCI. Microsoft announced that the next cumulative update of Virtual Machine Manager 2019 also can manage Azure Stack HCI. But to be precise, Windows Admin Center is the preferred management on premises. So how you create a new Storage Spaces Direct or Azure Stack HCI cluster. Now in Windows Admin Center, we have in the new cluster part of Windows Admin Center, we have Create Cluster. And there is a very nice wizard that will take you through the different steps if you create an Azure Stack HCI system or also a Storage Spaces Direct system. So Windows Admin Center is the best management, in my opinion, for both scenarios. And then we have for Azure Stack HCI, it's part of Azure. So don't get me wrong, you install your servers on premises, but they have to be connected to the cloud because they have to at least tell Azure how many cores you are using in your Azure Stack HCI installation because they are built over Azure. And to the pricing and licensing model, we will come later. But you have to connect Azure Stack HCI to Azure. And with Storage Spaces Direct, you can do that, but you don't have to. And because it's already connected, you can use Azure services to also manage your Azure Stack HCI infrastructure, for example, Azure Monitoring, or we have Azure Resource Manager that can benefit Azure Stack HCI. And Microsoft is integrating Azure Stack HCI into the Azure experience. And I'm very excited about that. So there is a lot of stuff coming, and you can also leverage the Azure Identity Access Management. But we will look about that later. So let's do a small demo before we go to the licensing. Here I'm in Windows Admin Center. I'm connected to my Lenovo hardware, and it is an Azure Stack HCI installation. It's not easy to tell, really, because if you look at a Storage Spaces Direct installation, this is my data on cluster. These are 4 nodes with Windows Server 2019 installed, and it looks nearly the same. You see, you have some small differences. For example, if you go here to a volume, and let's go into a volume, you see we can turn on deduplication and compression. And if we look at an Azure Stack HCI volume, let's go here, inventory. Here you see we have an additional possibility. We can enable BitLocker on this volume, and I like that a lot because security is very important. So on an Azure Stack HCI installation, you can enable BitLocker by just switching this button. I will not do that. And in a Storage Spaces Direct design, we don't have that. But on the other hand, they are quite similar. That can change over time because Azure Stack HCI is heavily developed, so we will get new features all the time, and then of course the possibilities with Windows Admin Center will change over time. What is possible with Storage Spaces Direct and what is possible with Azure Stack HCI. So let's go back to the PowerPoint. So let's talk about licensing. How is the product licensed? So first, Storage Spaces Direct pricing. Storage Spaces Direct is included in the Windows Server Data Center license. So every Storage Spaces Direct node has to have a data center license, and there are different possibilities how you get data center. You can buy, of course, a volume license, a data center volume license. It's around $6,200 for 16 cores. Data center is paid by cores, and you have to have at least 16 cores. There is one special version where you buy a small server with a CPU on the motherboard that you can't exchange with 8 cores. There's a special price over OEMs to get this version. It's roughly half the price. But you buy data center, it's yours. You can use it forever, so no additional costs. Except if you want to have always the newest software and the newest Windows Server. So today you buy data center, Windows Server Data Center 2019. And we assume that maybe next year we will have a new Windows Server and you want to have this software too. So you buy software assurance in addition to your data center. And if you want to have the new version. And software assurance is roughly half the price of the volume license data center version. So if the volume license is $6,200 for 16 cores, software assurance will be roughly about $3,100 for 2 years software assurance. The good thing with Windows Data Center, all your Windows Server VMs, the licenses for that you run in your Storage Spaces Direct design are included in the data center license. So for Windows Server VMs, you don't need any additional license, so you don't have any additional cost. If you run Linux, that doesn't matter. Data center, you don't have to have data center for Linux VMs, or if you do VDI with Windows clients, you need another license. So the Windows Server Data Center does not include the licensing for the Windows client. So but to say that if you choose to mainly virtualize Windows Server VMs, Storage Spaces Direct is the best price you can get on the market for every HCI solution, because every other HCI solution bill you for the solution. For example, if you use Nutanix, you have to buy Nutanix and the data center license for the Windows Server VMs. If you buy vSAN, for example, you have to buy vSAN with the ESX licensing and the vSAN licensing and data center. So Storage Spaces Direct is a great offering for Windows Server virtualization. On the other hand, Azure Stack HCI is an Azure subscription. So you pay what you use per month. So in example, if we compare it with a host that had 16 cores, the price is announced with $10. I hope it will be the price when the product launches, but so far they talked about $10 per core per month. So if you have a 16 core machine, you will pay $160 per month over your Azure subscription. And that's the price of $1,920 a year. In that price, there is, because it's a subscription, you always have the newest version. You will get the new version, for example, 21H2 next year. You will get the new features in the product and can use them. On the other hand, there is no Windows Server licensing included. So you have to add, if you want to virtualize Windows Server, there are two possibilities. You have already your Windows Server licenses and you add them to the Azure Stack HCI implementation, or you have to buy them. And if you don't want to virtualize Windows Server, or if you want to virtualize Linux VMs or Windows VDI, so Windows client VMs, you don't have the data center cost, because Storage Spaces Direct has always data center. You have to buy data center for that, but you don't need data center for Linux VMs. You don't need data center for client VMs. So here we have also a nice pricing if you don't use Windows Server VMs in your virtualization environment. So here I have roughly done a little bit of an Excel calculation. So we see here the price over the month. So here we have Storage Spaces Direct for one server with 16 cores. It's $6,200, roughly $6,200 for 16 cores. And I have added, because I want always to have the newest version of the Windows Server base operating system. So I added 3,100 for software assurance. So if you do that, you pay upfront 9,300 euros for the server. And after 24 months, you have to renew your software assurance to always get the new software. You don't have to pay data center again, but you only pay the software assurance. And if you do that, after 24 months, you have to add another $3,100, and after 48 months, you have to do the same. So after 5 years, you have a price of 15,500. And if you don't want to have always the newest software, you only have to pay 6,200, and then you are, of course, stuck with Windows Server 2019. But that's also okay, and many customers do that. So we have a price of 15,500 after 5 years with software assurance and 6,200 without. For Azure Stack HCI, you pay on a monthly basis for your 16 cores. So after 12 months, you have paid 1,920, then an additional 1,920 after 24 months, and so on. And after 5 years, you have $9,600 paid for always the newest software, but there are no Windows VMs included. So here you have the Windows VMs included in the licensing, and if you don't choose to do software assurance, it's only 6,200 with Windows VMs included. Azure Stack HCI is more expensive, and you have to add the VMs if you do Windows Server virtualization. If you do other virtualization like Linux or VDI, you don't have to add that license. It's another license that you also have to add to Storage Spaces Direct. So in essence, Storage Spaces Direct for Windows Server is a much more affordable option than Azure Stack HCI. So here I have some examples for Storage Spaces Direct pricing, including the hardware. So I know these are very nice Lenovo. Now they are called MX1021. That very nice machines. Cosmos Darwin had them on stage and showed them. They have an 8-core Intel Xeon D processor, 64 gigabytes of RAM, two 10 gigabits RDMA cards, 4 NVMEs with 1 terabyte, and so on. And with Windows Server Data Center included, 2 of those machines are roughly around 18,000 euros. In addition, you have to pay VAT. And I have another example also from Lenovo, because I recently did some videos for Lenovo, so I have the pricing here. This is a full 16-core machine with 192 gigabytes of RAM. We have Intel SSDs. We have Mellanox cards to directly connect the servers, and this is roughly around 30,000 euros, including the Windows Server licensing. So, and Azure Stack HCI, as I already mentioned, is subscription, built by a subscription. So you pay every month the cores that are in your Azure Stack HCI hardware. So here we see different pricing models for Azure Stack HCI. And as I already mentioned, Storage Spaces Direct, you need at least 16 cores per server. So 16 core is a base. Also, even if you have a smaller design, let's say, for example, this 4-core primary server here, you have to pay 16 cores. Also, if there are only 4 in there. That's a huge advantage with Azure Stack HCI. You only pay for the cores that you use. So with a smaller design, you also pay less money. So maybe an advantage for Azure Stack HCI. Of course, with large servers, this advantage fades away. So what about support? That's also a huge difference with Azure Stack HCI and Storage Spaces Direct. First, Storage Spaces Direct. In every Microsoft product, support is not really included. So you have to buy it, and there are 2 different options with Storage Spaces Direct, and there are additional options over the OEMs where you buy your product. They have separate offerings. Talk to them. But if you want Microsoft support, you have 2 types of support. One is incident-based support. So you have a problem, you call Microsoft, and you pay an amount of money for the support, and it's solution driven. So the support engineer will talk to you, and you agree on a point when the support case will be closed. But they don't do root cause analysis. So if you, for example, CSV is not accessible, they will help you to get the CSV online again. But if that happened for the 4th or 5th time in your environment, that they can't help you with that, because for that you have to do a root cause analysis. If you want that, you have to have premium support, and they do much deeper analysis, but you have to pay upfront for premium support, and it's rather expensive. So you get easily, for your Microsoft environment, you get easily 6 figures per year for the premium support. It's not only for the Storage Spaces Direct installation, it's for everything. So that can be very expensive. What is with Azure Stack HCI? Azure Stack HCI is Azure, and it's covered under the Azure support plans. And Azure support plans start from 29 euros a month, and we will look into the different options. So the different options are here. So these are the support plans. We have a developer plan that is $29 per month, but I think it doesn't really include production support. Yeah, trial and non-production environments. If you want to have production support, you have the option of paying $100 a month. That's a standard production support, and here you see we have everything 24/7 included and so on. And if you need more support, there's also an option, the professional direct support. It's $1,000 per month, but it includes your whole Azure Stack subscription. So if you have multiple Azure Stack HCI clusters, they are, as far as I understand, covered under the same support plan. So depending on what you need, you get it for $100 or $1,000 for multiple servers. And I think that's really a great offering. So let's go back to the presentation. And then there are more advantages to Azure Stack HCI. So, for example, we have now the support for a stretched cluster, and Storage Spaces Direct doesn't support stretched cluster. Only Azure Stack HCI does. So, if you have two separate rooms or two separate locations, you can build a part of your cluster in one location and the other part in the other location. Microsoft will leverage Storage Replica to get the data from one location to the other location. So, for example, we have some VMs running here on the disks or on the devices that are here, and we have a synchronous or asynchronous mirror to the other side. Here we have the same volume, it's offline, but if we ever have a failure on this side, the volume will be brought online and the VMs can be started. And this is not an active standby scenario. You can also have VMs here with a separate volume or virtual disk, and this is mirrored to the other side. So we have an active design. That is very nice, and especially in Germany and the German-speaking countries, mirror or stretch clusters are really a thing. So I'm very happy about that. Other very interesting features are, for example, fast repairs. So the Microsoft Azure Stack HCI team has re-engineered the Storage Spaces Direct Resync engine. So we have here an example. In Windows Server 2019 Storage Spaces Direct, if an extent can't be written to a cluster node because the node is, for example, in a reboot scenario. You patch the node, you reboot it, and at this point in time, the extents on the node can't be updated because they are not accessible. The system is in a reboot phase. So Storage Spaces Direct has to remember this extent has to be resynced. And in Windows Server 2019 Storage Spaces Direct, if you write one block to this extent, the whole extent has to be copied over from another system. And that can be quite a number of data. So Microsoft is now in Azure Stack HCI doing sub-extent dirty region tracking. So only a smaller part of the 256 megabytes have to be resynced. Let's say maybe, I don't know the number, but for example, this can be maybe 4 megabytes. That is much faster to sync 4 megabytes if the extent is up again, instead of copying over the whole extent. So, and here we have some numbers, Microsoft numbers. They tested this, and as you see here, it's a very early test. It's all over a year old. You have half the time in a normal scenario, and even in an edge scenario, you have maybe a third of the time. So that's very promising, and I have already seen it. Another good advantage is the integration of firmware and driver updates from the vendor. So with the update in Windows Admin Center, the cluster-aware updating, you can also update your drivers and your firmware and everything you need on your node. So it's more like a solution. You don't have to care about firmware and drivers separately, and then the Windows updates. That's very cool. And also the operating system that is refreshed or renewed every now and ever. So at least once a year, that is also installed with the Windows Update, and it's a rolling upgrade, so you don't have to install the systems from scratch. Then we have the native integration with Azure. Here you see our on-premise Freenode Azure Stack HCI cluster registered in a subscription in a resource group, and this gives us the advantage that we can integrate more and more services here. So Microsoft is working, of course. Monitoring is already done. The expansion, we will get self-service. So users can start their VMs and care about their VMs if you want them to do that. Very promising. Then we get self-service VMs from Azure. You choose in the Azure portal, you choose deploy this VM onto Azure Stack HCI. And then the VM will be deployed from Azure to your Azure Stack HCI installation. And it can be just a VM, or it can be a VM with software in it. So that's very, very exciting for me. And then another thing that is coming to Azure Stack HCI, it's already in preview, is the Azure Kubernetes services from Azure. The same services you get on Azure Stack HCI. And that's extremely interesting because a lot of Azure services are based on containers. And if you have Kubernetes on your Azure Stack HCI, you can get additional Azure services running in your environment. For example, first implementation are the Arc-enabled data services like SQL or Postgres. So a lot of great things. So let's come to the conclusion. What are the main advantages of Storage Bases Direct? It's a reliable and proven solution. It's there for 4 years. A lot of installation are out there. It's rock solid. You can do it. It's great. And if you want to virtualize Windows Server VMs, it's the best all-in price of every HCI solutions, including Azure Stack HCI. So this is the best you get for your money. On the other hand, Azure Stack HCI has a very tight integration with Azure, and it will be getting tighter and tighter. So you have a true hybrid system, and you get new features at least every year. And the support is very affordable and a good pricing. So let's thank Crystal and Dave for doing the S2D day and having me again as a speaker. Thank you.
So we go from
I was cheersing Karsten.
We go from
Cheers.
a Swede to a German back to a Swede.
Same Swede.
Same Swede. Favorite Swede is back again. Well, one of our favorite Swedes.
We know what
I
we
can't
like.
say that. We have a lot of favorite Swedes, so you're in the top 20. Top 10?
Well, that depends. I have a lot
Top-
of family members, and they might get insulted if I put him above any of them.
Top 3.
Top 100. Anyway,
top 3.
totally top 100.
Top 3 Swedes.
Okay. So go on.
So, Mike is back talking about another security topic that we have, and that is further locking down your environment. So, one of the things that we always recommend to our customers, and I know Mike does as well, is to have some type of a guarded fabric design where you put all of your Hyper-V hosts and all of your critical infrastructure in a different world away from the primary domains. Treat yourself as the same way that Microsoft Azure would, where you've got the cloud provider, the fabric provider, and then you have the tenant subscribers basically using those services. Us as tenant providers, we don't get access to the backend fabric, and we want to take that same design that we have for our on-prem deployments. Part of it is how you access that after the fact. And so a privileged access workstation is one very important technique that you can use, and it'll dramatically reduce that attack surface. So I know we've been talking about using, and Sami, especially in his sessions, been talking about privileged access workstations in his security boot camps and trainings all over the world. And it's never more important than in 2020, Crystal, because you look at the lateral movement that the threat actors have in an organization. Let's take, for example, a little story. Okay, this session's coming up. Don't worry, Mike.
You will get to Michael eventually.
You will have your time. We'll talk about
You
one.
just got to put up with Dave for a bit first.
We'll talk about one Monday morning when you walk into the office and your domain admin credentials are compromised and you're not running in a guarded fabric and you're not using a privileged access workstation. They say that in that type of a landscape, from the moment that you're phished using Cobalt Strike V2 and the ransomware strains, 5 hours to complete compromise. And so could be the middle of the night. I know I'm bored.
It's not you. I just can't stop yawning. I'm sorry.
These amazing topics that I'm talking about.
It's late.
I really hope that none of you are yawning out there as well as I'm talking. I could talk in a more monotone voice to help you go to sleep. But privileged access workstations can definitely prevent that lateral movement inside of an organization. And that is what Mike is going to talk to us about. Are you awake now?
I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep doing it.
So,
okay. So let's go to Mike. I promise you won't yawn through his session.
Just remember, Mike, Canada's better than Sweden.
Stop
in
it!
hockey.
Privileged access workstations or secure admin workstations. My name is Michael Nystrom, also known as the Deployment Bunny. Privileged access workstation is a platform, a device, a dedicated operating system for a sensitive task. That is supposed to be protected from internet attacks and threat vectors. That means basically it's a dedicated operating system for each security level, usually, that you use to manage sensitive things. So what is a sensitive thing? Well, Active Directory is sensitive. Everything that, if somebody could gain access to it, it could cost the company a lot of money, meaning access to your Hyper-V hosts, your VMware hosts, your storage, your network devices, or anything like that. Attackers are looking for your accounts, and they know they are on your workstation. Therefore, they are looking for your workstation. Therefore, your workstation needs to be protected. Simple as that. So that's it. We can end the session right now because I told you everything you need to know, or we could start poking around and see how this is done. So this is a virtual machine. It runs on this machine, which is a physical machine. This physical machine contains only virtual machines. This physical machine is a member of one domain. I can even use something fancy like this called Microsoft Paint to draw the sketch here and say, so this is a workstation and it belongs to this domain right here, and that domain is named id.local. I'm a user in id.local, and I'm a local admin on this workstation. And here's the workstation. Let's call it the PIW, and this is the DC. The DC also does other things, but it's basically just a separated domain. Now, on this privileged access workstation, I have two VMs. Here's one, and here's the other one. The other one is, of course, red. The red one is a member of this domain over here. And this domain is network.local. And that needs to be in black. And this workstation is a member of this domain. Doesn't need to. This green one is actually a member of a work group. And so that's how it looks like. If I open Hyper-V Manager, you can see I have these two VMs, PAW02 and 3, and that is the workgroup machine, and that is the domain join machine. I hope. There's a couple of things here you can see. Number one, if I go to settings here, they are shielded and they have secure boot. We have the TPM in, and the state is encrypted. Virtual machine migration traffic is encrypted, and we're also using shielding. Shielding means that if I try to connect to this machine, I can see this machine, but if I disconnect from this machine and try to connect again, and I don't use this RDP connection through the WMI bridge, ta-ta, I'm trying to use the KVM functionality, it's going to say that you can't connect to the machine. I can't use a basic session. I can't reach the machine. I really need to use the enhanced session. That is the only way to access this machine. When I do, I need to authenticate. In this case, I really need to authenticate. What password do I have? Could it be? Yes. Thank God, I remember my password. So that's the way I can access this machine. Why do we need to have it this way? Well, if an attacker can get access to my physical machine, they could easily just export these VMs, and then they can mount them or get the data inside a VM and just access it, right? Now, they could also, and I'm going to do it on that machine because I'm going to connect to that machine. I'm going to turn this machine off by doing a shutdown. Now, this machine is protected, right? Okay, so can I remove all this? Sure, it can. I can disable shielding, I can disable encrypt state, and I can disable the TPM chip. If I do all this, while the machine is BitLocker encrypted, so it won't start anymore. Okay, so I do need to have that. Do I really need to check these? No, you don't. As long as you're using a local host guardian, this doesn't protect you at all. And in this case, I'm using a local one so I can show you how it actually works. But in a production environment, if I go back here, that domain controller is usually also a host guardian service. The host guardian services is going to check the integrity, code integrity on this machine, and it also verifies that all the virtual machines are protected, because if they're not, they can't start. So this guy is checking this guy so that nothing really happens. And if something is modified or changed, it refuses to start a virtual machine. So in this demo environment, yeah, I can uncheck these two, but if I were running this in a production environment, which I'm not because this is my demo environment, I could not, because in that case, the host guardian services will go like, hey, you can't do that. That machine is supposed to be encrypted. It's supposed to be shielded. I can't allow you to fire that machine up. Can I move it somewhere else? Yeah, I can, but then I need to have the BitLocker keys. Does it need to be a member of this domain? No, it doesn't. The privileged access workstation, in theory, could also, I'm going to cut this wire here and say, no, it's not a member here. It's going to be a member of this domain. We can put it in this domain as well. So that's going to work. We can still have the host guardian services over here checking and validating that this machine is fine. And if it's tampered with or modified, it doesn't allow the virtual machines to start. So how do we install these VMs? Well, there's many ways. This is the way we do it. We have a PowerShell script that builds these machines from templates, which is basically PowerShell driven download and configure the machine. I think we created a UI. I usually don't use the UI, but yeah, here it is. So we have a UI for this as well, which means I can say I want to build a privileged access workstation for this domain or for this domain and for this domain. Give it a name. I specify an account to join, to have the password to join, and then I put the local password if I want to do that. I hit build, and then the machine gets built. It takes roughly 5 to 10 minutes. And that is also how we deal with this. These machines are patched, but they are never in place to upgrade. Instead, we throw them away. Now, we do this for environments that we are managing and I'm managing. We also do this for ransomware incidents. We really don't put our workstations in place. We put virtual machines in place, and we want to have something that is trusted, so we don't even join them into the domain, and they have a lockdown policy. If we go back and check, I think I have it here. Right now, I don't have it here, but I have it here. About this, there is a documentation that Microsoft has that says this is a privileged access workstation. And there's a couple of things that you should understand. They talk about internet attacks. Okay, that's easy to understand. Usability risk. If a PAW is too difficult to use for daily tasks, administrators will be motivated to create workarounds. Sure, everybody wants to do that, and that's one of the risks. So we usually configure it in a way that the only workstation they can use is going to be their own. They can never log on to a domain controller unless they are using the privileged access workstation or secure admin workstation. So there's a lot of things that you need to figure out, and there are many ways to do that. So let's talk about this first. Dedicated hardware or simultaneous use. So dedicated hardware means separate dedicated devices for user tasks versus administrator tasks. That's easy. You have one admin workstation, you have one user workstation. However, if you're also working in multiple environments, so you don't want to contaminate and cross over that information, then you might end up with, well, I had for one time, I had almost 9 different workstations for one customer. That was not funny. The size of the backpack you need to have to carry them around was horrible. You can have a simultaneous use, single device that runs user tasks and administrators tasks concurrently, and that is what we use. We have one physical machine, and then you have a bunch of VMs on top of that. Now, if you do this, you need to understand this. This is one way to do it. The physical hardware is the administrative operating system, and the VM is the user operating system. So since the only thing I can trust is the physical device, a VM is kind of hard to trust unless you have a host guardian services, but the physical device can be trusted because you installed it from a trusted source. You enabled TPM, you put the password in, and you maintain and you keep this, right? But then the virtual machine becomes your regular desktop machine. So that's fine. You can do it this way. That works perfectly fine. There's also ways to using remote applications and RDP or VDI to build basically the same idea. The problem with that is that it becomes a nightmare to deal with in the long run. And this is the idea. The user is using the workstation to perform the tasks they need to do, and when they are a user, they use the user machine and perform the tasks they want to do. That means that escalation or elevation and movement for an attacker now becomes much more complicated because they can't just move because you haven't logged on with that account on the other machine. So now they need to attack both machines and find that and how to do that. So this is not only for administrative privileges, but that's where you start. It could also be for high sensitive information workers, people that have the ability to do stuff. And when we talk with customers about this, they go like, okay, so this is important data and this is not important data. I usually twist it around and say, where can I cause most damage? What if I remove your domain controllers? Well, you can't do that because then nothing works. So the domain controllers is kind of important to protect. Yeah, of course they are. But they don't contain any important stuff besides the keys to everything. Yeah, so eventually people figure out that domain controllers is kind of nice to keep intact. The same goes for hypervisors. Hypervisors is the next best target besides backup. They really want to find the hypervisors because if you can access the hypervisors, they can usually encrypt all the virtual machines from underneath. It's so convenient. Hypervisors are high-value target. They need to be protected. They should be in another domain, totally isolated from everything else. The way to do this is to start with phase one, meaning everybody that needs access to Active Directory as an administrator, they need to be on a privileged access workstation. You also at the same time implement tiering for tier 0 or tier -1 as well. And once that tier and those admin workstations are fixed, done, and everything is working, then you can start with the next one. And that's going to be for all the other administrators. And then you can start talking about maybe other things like database access. And the reason is this: the attacker is going to find, and they're going to do everything they can to get to the user workstation. So in my environment, did I have it in another domain? Yeah, I did. So if they can attack this domain, they can attack this virtual machine. They won't even see this. Maybe it's not on the same network. Maybe this isn't an isolated network. Totally isolated. They can't even see that. That means they can never really access this. They could potentially access this machine, which I then can destroy and just build another one, and that's it. I can reset my password. I can create another account. I can still manage the environment. I can access all the other things, but my workstation might be toasted, but my physical workstation won't be toasted. That's going to be isolated. So this is the approach you have. There are, of course, other ways, and people go like, well, if I can protect the accounts so they can never be hacked, sure, you can go ahead, try that. Attackers will always find a way. And so the only ways we have found so far to actually make sure that these machines are safe is to isolate them and using this approach. Same goes here, and this is why you can't have the physical machine, because if you have access to the physical machine, then you have access to the admin virtual machine. If you do it the opposite around, then it's safe. That's why the hardware needs to be the highest privileged level, and the VMs needs to be lower, not the opposite around. I use shielded virtual machines as much as I can, but you need to understand that shielded virtual machines needs to be shielded by an external resource. That's a host guardian services. Let's find that. Host guardian services. It's not that difficult to set up. It's not easy either, but it's PowerShell. And here it says how to set it up. You can do a lot of things with it. What is it? It's a domain controller. It's a domain controller that checks code integrity of the physical hosts, checks the configuration of the virtual machines, and validates that nothing has been modified. If it has, it won't fire up the virtual machines. You can either do this on one physical machine, So you can't run them virtualized. Yes, you can, but the problem is that now you need to rely on the underneath virtualization platform. So no, this is usually something you run on a physical device, and to make it highly available, you need to have 3 of them. Otherwise, it's going to be hard. Jump servers. A lot of customers are using jump servers, and no, you really need to have privileged access workstations. Because a jump station means multiple admins is going to be on it. There is dependencies on it, and you're missing a part of the control, and you're missing a part of the clean source because people are playing around with it. So it's not a perfect situation. Is this easy to implement? Well, if you do it together with a tiering model, I would say it is, as long as you do tier 0 first. Once that is done, then you can continue working on the other ones. The reason why we use this for every incident we have, is because nobody of us would like to bring in we don't want to bring in our laptops, so we bring in privileged access workstation. So we take one physical machine that a customer had, we wipe it clean, we put it on another network, and use VLANs on virtual machines, and so we can poke in which we know is a contaminated network. There's a lot about reading about this, and you should really consider doing this as fast as you can. So remember this simple rule. You are running the physical machine as the secure platform. On top of that, you're running a bunch of VMs. If I power on this machine and I try to connect to it, you can see that I can't connect to the console until RDP has kicked in. And then I'm using RDP through the WMI bus, which is also encrypted. So it's kind of hard for attackers to gain access to this. But this machine is a member of... I can't type and talk at the same time. This machine is a VM, and it's a member of the network.local domain, and I'm just logging on as a privileged account, and here I can use either Windows Admin Center, or I can use the remote server admin tools, which I think I have installed on this machine. I had it. Why did you move away? Here it is. So I can open up Active Directory Domains and Trust and poke around with that. And it's not my physical machine that does it, it's the VM on top of it. And the VM is encrypted and it's shielded and all that. If I really need to use like a remote desktop, I enabled restricted admin mode. So I should be able to use mstsc/v srvdco2 restricted admin. Should work perfectly fine. And if it does, it logs me on to the 2012 R2 horribly old domain controller, which I now can poke around in without exposing my credentials. In this case, it's a domain controller, so it really doesn't matter. But if it was a workstation, if it was a member server in tier 1, I would then use my tier 1 VM, access that machine. So do you really need to do this? I can't force you, but I can say this. If you do this, it's going to be very, very complicated for attackers to gain access to your admin account. And remember that the only thing they're looking for is your admin account and nothing else. That's it. Please start thinking about privileged access workstations, or as Microsoft prefer to call them, secure admin workstations. I had it here. And there it is. No, I didn't have it here. Did I have it here? I had it here. Yes, here it is. Yeah, do that. If you have any questions, finding me is not really that complicated, and I can most likely answer questions. That's it. Have a nice day. Bye.
We like that so much. I think we're going to let Mike do another one.
Nope, we're going to actually make t-shirts.
We're going to make t-shirts?
Pause. Pause your environment.
We're going to make t-shirts. I'm not going to make them.
Choose,
Dave's going to make them.
Choose pause, not clause.
Santa Claus? I choose Santa.
I'm going to send you a pause t-shirt, Mike. Do you want to know why?
Oh, I actually can, because I can make t-shirts now.
Yeah, because
I can do cool stuff. I have been home for too long. I can now make t-shirts.
Coming up, you'll also see cooking shows by Crystal and Dave. You'll see
with
how
customized aprons.
Yep.
I'm going to customize everything. It'll be beautiful.
On that note, don't forget, Crystal and I are starting the MVP Days merchandise and Check Your Logs merchandise line. Crystal will be custom building every order. They're all hand-built orders. They're not built in. They're not built in some factory. They come off of Crystal's new heat press that she bought. All you need to do is just
wait. Kids are going on Christmas break. I can put them to work. Yes.
Just make sure you DM Crystal at SuperCrystal1 on Twitter. Send her your t-shirt size. If you are watching this session right now, get in touch with Crystal and she will send you a t-shirt for free.
Love when he commits me to stuff.
Free t-shirts.
Free t-shirts. It might not be a t-shirt. It might be a mug. It might be something else.
Just have to pay a small...
I can't guarantee the spelling will be right.
You just have to pay a small
guarantee it'll
administration
be able to go through
fee.
the wash because I haven't practiced.
And we need to know your size, and you have to pay a large shipping fee, enough to cover the cost of the shirt so that we don't lose money on it. But it's a free shirt.
What was that?
I'm just giving away free shirts.
Just go to Mike's session. Come on, Michael Nystrom. Just change the subject. All right.
Now,
this one, server deployment across internet without any local infrastructure.
So this one's pretty neat. So we've been talking about this whole concept of having a guarded fabric. And Crystal, you and I, we were part of the recovery teams at two of the organizations that we worked at. And one of the things that has really slowed us down in those environments is the rebuild of the basic core infrastructure. So with Mike's new solution, it's actually free. There's a GitHub repo that he's going to show you as part of the solution. You can actually do Windows Server deployments, bare metal, or virtual machines directly over the internet. So what you know and love of MDT actually works over the internet.
Excellent.
It's very, very cool. I'm actually anticipating a new book by him and Johan coming out on this topic because it just needs to be
has
done.
he told you he's doing one, or you're just saying do one?
No, I'm committing him to one.
Oh, like you do to me. Okay, I understand now. Good luck, Michael.
But yeah, rapid deployments of servers and can be done over the internet. Very, very cool stuff. With that, Mike?
Floor's yours.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Sweden sometimes better than hockey.
So installing Windows Server is kind of easy. I mean, you can do it in many ways. We often happen to be in situations where we either are building something from greenfield, means nothing exists, or we are reconstructing a company that was hit by ransomware. So in both cases where we build new fabrics and when we build new data centers, as well as when we recover customers, we need to have a deployment solution that is already up and running. We can't wait to build the infrastructure to be able to deploy the infrastructure. We need to start from somewhere. So we have created the deployment solution in the cloud. We are using just boot on media and across the internet down to the local device. So before we go into how to install and how to configure, let's see how it looks like. So this is a virtual machine. It could be a physical machine, but it's easier to do a demo on a virtual machine. It's booting on media. It could boot on Pixie or it could boot on iPixie. It really doesn't matter. As long as it's booting on Windows PE Media, it will connect directly to Azure. So we're not going to start over Pixie, but we are going to start on media, booting on media. And we're not going to watch the entire deployment process either, because it takes a while. It doesn't take too much time, but it still takes time. So here it is. It's called PowerShell deployment. It's based on Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, but instead of running VB script, it's running PowerShell. When we're running PowerShell, we can do funky things like mount the entire deployment share. We also created a little nifty start menu, but I'm not going to use that, so let's continue. So it's basically MDT, but everything VB was replaced with PowerShell, and that means we can use other transportation protocols like HTTP, HTTPS, and we can authenticate differently as well. That means we can make it more secure and more reliable. So first of all, I'm going to do this by copying the username and type in the absolute fabulous username. And then I'm going to type in the password like that. And hopefully it's going to give us a good to go. And presenting a wizard. Since we're using HTTP and HTTPS as transport, we can also leverage branch cache, which we do. And enabling branch cache means that if you deploy one machine, all the other ones will be really, really fast. So I'm going to pick a Windows Server 2019 standard, give it the name MVPD 002 with a super secret local password. I could join it to the domain if I want to, but I'm not going to do that. So let's do start. And it's going to partition and format. And you can see it kind of looks like MDT because we're using the task sequence engine. But anything below this is nothing MDT at all. It looks like MDT on the server side, but not when we are installing. And I want you to see what kind of speed you get when we're using the branch cache. And branch cache is a tool from 2Pint Software, which you can download from their site and inject that into the task sequence. And when you do, it will be considerably faster to download. So last week we deployed approximately 100 servers and about 1,300 clients across the internet. And we only have one VM in Azure, and it wasn't really working much. But as you can see, it's pretty fast. And the reason is, of course, it's downloading from peers. So the entire time it takes to deploy an operating system, it's around 20 minutes or so. If you want to do patching and installing applications, which we do, then the entire install time usually ends up around 30-35 minutes. I think that's maybe 40. I think that's pretty okay for having no infrastructure and the only thing you have is an internet connection and it points to Azure. And since we're also using branch cache, it means we don't really pay for networking traffic. We only do that for the first machine, but once that machine has been downloaded and installed, it's going to grab all the other bits from peers as long as they're on the same subnet. So I think this is pretty good, right? So let's see how you install this. So I'm going to pause this and I'm going to come back so we can check how to install this. Okay, so here we are. This is a Windows Server 2019. It's a workgroup machine, could be domain joined, doesn't really matter. We installed ADK, we installed WinPE, and we installed Microsoft Deployment Toolkit. That's the only thing we installed. We haven't created anything. So the first thing would be to download PowerShell Deployment Toolkit extension. And I've done so. And if I go to this directory, you can see it's here. And we need to run install psd dash and now psd. And I want to have a deployment share. It's going to be named PSD. And verbose just for the fun of it. So this is going to take, I don't know, a minute, 1.5, and then you have something that looks like a regular MDT deployment share. However, it just looks like one. So let's open it up and see what's inside. So if I open this one and go here, you can see it looks perfectly fine. I can go to my task sequences. I can create a new task sequence. I can give it a name. But we now have what's called PSD standard client task sequence and PSD standard server task sequences. And sure, can you use the other ones? No, you can't, because everything that you have in MDT has now been replaced with PowerShell. The one part that makes it possible to install over the internet, besides doing basic stuff like importing operating system that you need to have even if you deploy locally, well, we can start with that. Let's do that first. So let's go to my Azure C drive and ISO, mount the ISO. ISO is mounted. I need to import the operating system, full set of source files, and that's going to be on that drive. Windows Server 2019 x64. Importing. Yes, this takes time. Yes, this is boring. Almost done. Why does it always take so much more time in the end? 99%. There you go. So we have that. I can easily create a task sequence. VS 2019, I don't know, -1. Windows Server 2019 Standard Edition. Something like that. Next. And then I'm going to pick the standard server task sequence. Pick the standard version of Windows Server 2019. Don't want to have a product key. That's fine. Don't have a password. And when you open this up, it's going to not look like any normal task sequence or sort. It's shorter. It's have fewer steps. But this is basically it. So the part that is missing right now is what? Well, you need to have that internet thing. So we need to make that happen, and we're going to do that by running a script. So again, checking the folder structure. We have tools. So let's go to tools. That wasn't tools. This is tools. That's tools. So then we have a new PS web instance. So let's do that. PSD web instance. We need to do that first. Let's do verbose just for the fun of it. And that is going to install all the components we need to have for IIS, because it's using IIS and WebDAV to provide the functionality over the network. It's going to need a restart after this, so I'm going to pause this so we don't waste your time. Okay, so here we are. We rebooted, and now we're running set PSD web instance, PS deployment folder, e:/PSD, and virtual directory. This is going to configure IIS to accept WebDAV for that folder, and also configure that specific instance. And let's run that. Seems to be working. So once this is done, we can now change the path for the deployment share to be network-based instead, being HTTP-based. So we have IIS installed, and if we go here, you can now see that we have a deployment site called PSD, and if we open the content, we can see the entire deployment share. Should we use things like anonymous access to this? No, we should absolutely not do that. So we do need to change this and make sure. Well, the script actually does that. It didn't do that in the beginning. We just don't want to have anonymous access to this, so everybody needs to authenticate, of course. And that's going to be pretty much the only thing you need to do. You need to create a boot image, like you do with the MDT. But as you can see, a solution like this, and having this as a either permanent solution, or like we have, or a backup solution to be able to spin it up when needed. Maybe you don't need to maintain it that much, but having this as an ace when it comes to we need to deploy, we need to recover, we need to whatever we need to do. We have more and more customers running this as a permanent solution instead of having it locally, because it works across the cloud, and then nobody really cares. So the only thing we need to do here is change this to make sure that is going to be wrong. This needs to be HTTP, and in this case, let's assume this is MVPD002 PSD. That's it. Now you generate the boot image, which takes a while, like 5 minutes, by updating the boot image, and then you boot on a physical machine or a VM, and it works. So what's the difference if it's a virtual machine or a physical machine? Well, if it's a physical machine, you do need to have drivers. And you can create drivers by creating folders. So here's a new folder, and Windows Server 2019 is going to be the folder. And then maybe it's an HP driver, or it's an, I don't know, let's call it an HP ProLiant Micro, I don't know, server. And it needs to have the correct name. According to WMI, I think that's correct. Gen 8, is that correct? Let's assume that's the name. The only thing you really need to do is generate imported drivers here. Once they are imported here, you need to modify the task sequence, and you go to the task sequence, which we have here, and you're going to have a step called set driver group 001. And the only thing you need to do is make sure that the first folder, Windows Server 2019, that's correct, and then you have the model. Now, if this was a virtual machine, and yeah, well, let's assume it's a physical machine, and you want to find out what the model name of the machine is, then it's going to be get WMI object Win32 computer system, and here you can see the model name. That's going to be the one that gets imported. So if I take a copy of that and I want to have drivers for a virtual machine, I have no idea why I would ever do that. I'm going to put them in here, import the drivers to that folder. Now, just because you import the drivers doesn't mean they automatically get generated. That needs to be packaged pre-staged. So let's go here to Tools and to down the directory again. You see there's something called New PS Driver Package. New PS Driver Package. And you must specify a folder. Yeah, I need to do that. :PSD, that's the folder. I don't need to debug, it seems too much. And in this case, it's going to run through and look for all the different drivers in all the different folders. I didn't have any. And then it also creates these files. Once this is done, you're actually ready to go. That's pretty much it. If we take a step into an existing solution, and this is our cloud-based solution. If I go in here, you can see that we have a bunch of different applications. These are mainly client applications because on servers we install roles. But in the case of server, you see we can actually install Azure Stack HCI across the network. Here we have, for instance, the standard or data center. If I go to data center, we can have different roles like, well, this is a Hyper-V, and in that case, you should do the following things. We always install apps. So we really have one location to store all the deployment of all servers and clients if needed. When it comes to building fabrics or recovering environments. So this is about server deployment across the internet without actually having any local infrastructure. And I didn't tell you my name, but my name is Michael Nystrom. I work for TrueSec, and I'm also known as the Deployment Bunny. Have a nice day. By the way, I didn't tell you where to download it, but here it is on GitHub, Friends of MDT PSD. Here it is. It is being updated quite often by strange people. You can download it here and then you can run it. You see, last time was 2 months ago. We have a few updates in the pipe, and we assume we will continue working on this for a few more years because it's needed. We do need to deploy machines across the internet, that's for sure. Now I'm done.
And I think that wraps up the Michael Nystrom show for today. Now we get to go back to another speaker.
Just give me a minute.
He thinks he's funny, but he's not.
Hello?
Go away.
Yeah, I know. She's actually on the air right now. Can you call her back? It's super important. Mm-hmm. A movie.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Okay. Yeah,
another starring role for me?
I'll get her to call you back.
Fantastic. All right. Now that Dave has decided to join us again, we will be going to a session from Jaromir Kasper again.
Someone called for you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Did you take a message?
Yeah.
You tell my rates?
Yeah, they said that they're
I'm 20 million a movie or
not interested after hearing your rates.
That makes sense.
Yep.
I got kids to feed.
Jaromir is back with another cool session. This is actually another one of his WS Lab scenarios. He has done a lot of work, and he actually, I believe he worked with Ben Armstrong on some of this content. And so Ben was doing sessions at the latest Microsoft Ignite conferences on deploying AKS with Azure Stack HCI. Very cool scenario. And all of the great things that can be done with that. So, I'm excited. Are you excited, Crystal?
I'm very excited.
Are you back awake again?
Yeah, I am actually. I just needed a couple of yawns and I'm good.
See, the one thing that you don't understand about MVPs is that we will do absolutely anything for the community. And we're pushing, well, not anything. almost anything.
Let's just be clear on your statements here. We do a lot for the MVP community.
It's very late.
Or for the IT community, I should say, not the MVP.
It's very late here right now.
It is late. We have to wait until the house quiets down before we can do these things.
Yes, and after work as well, because we do have day jobs.
This is our third work day of the day.
So Yarmir, with that, we're almost done for the day.
Thank you for sticking with us so far, and
Yarmir,
enjoy this session, guys.
Yarmir actually gets a prize.
What are you giving him as a prize?
His sessions were in so on time for this, it wasn't even funny. You know what?
I love that.
That makes me smile. You were the first one to get all your sessions in on time, and I love that. That's great.
Now I might make you a t-shirt.
Let's keep that up. All right.
All right. Enjoy, guys.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my session on how to deploy AKS in Azure Stack HCI cluster. You will learn how to do this in WS Lab, but you can do the same in the real environment. And also you will learn that you can also do the same in WS Lab inside Azure if you don't have the machine for this, because this scenario requires at least 40 gigabytes of the memory, as you can see on the left where the machines are deployed. You will deploy domain controller, then two Azure Stack HCI nodes, 16 gigabyte each, and then Win10 machine, which is optional, where you can run Windows Admin Center. On the right, you are able to see that there is fail-level cluster manager, where you are running Azure Stack HCI cluster, and inside the Azure Stack HCI cluster, you can have AKS cluster, including the Mariner virtual machine. So in this session, you will learn how to deploy all of this. This will be the result. So let me briefly talk about scenarios. Scenarios are part of the WS Lab. So WS Lab is not only about the scripts that will deploy you some virtual machines, but there are also, let's say, guides. But all the guides are written in purely PowerShell, where you deploy everything like one PowerShell script that you can paste region by region or line by line, and this way you can effectively learn very well. We talked about this with Dave in previous session, so if you did not see it, please take a look. There will be a recording available on the YouTube, so please take a look on this. Today we will talk about, or now we will talk about Azure Stack HCI and Kubernetes. In the previous session, we were talking about Azure Stack HCI and NBT. But there are many more scenarios. There are around 50. I actually stopped counting, but there is a lot of knowledge, So let's talk about this one, this Azure Stack HCI and Kubernetes scenario. Each scenario has a scenario.ps1 script. We'll walk through the script and what is actually happening inside. And then we will go into the lab and I will show you how to run it first. And then I will show you what actually the script does. So in high level, you will first deploy domain controller and then two nodes with operating system, Azure Stack HCI OS. And at the first things first, you need to expand the C drive from 60 gigabytes to 120 gigabytes. The 60 gigabytes is not enough because if you will apply updates, there will be less than 50 gigabytes free space. And this is checked in the Azure Stack HCI deployment script. Azure Stack HCI, AKS HCI deployment script. Which is, I think, a bug because it's supposed to check this free space on the cluster shared volume, not on the C drive. Anyway, then we will create two node Azure Stack HCI cluster. We will then download Azure Kubernetes Service HCI module, and we will set up AKS, all with the PowerShell, right? It will set up load balancer, control plane, and some cluster resources. Then we will create AKS HCI cluster. So this is cluster where you can deploy your applications. And then we will link the cluster, Azure Stack HCI cluster, and this demo cluster we deployed into the Azure. And also we will apply a configuration. So now we will take a look on how to deploy this lab environment into your machine or virtual machine in Azure. So let's first thing first, we will navigate to WS Lab GitHub project. We will go to scenarios and Azure Stack HCI and Kubernetes. We will first need labconfig.ps1, where we will just copy virtual machines configuration. You can copy entire lab config, but in my case, I will keep my settings, my customizations, where in my case, I commented out the prefix. And so now it will use the folder name. And I also have my telemetry level full, so I will not be asked for the telemetry. And I will also provide my telemetry nickname. So I will see my own statistics in the telemetry. You can notice here that the parent VHD for Azure Stack HCI cluster is Azure Stack HCI 20H2 G2.vhdx, and also that there is Windows 10 20H1 G2 vhdx. And now we will take a look how to add these vhdx into the parent lists. I already have it here, but the way I made it to appear here is that I used create parent list. You can just simply right-click on it, run with PowerShell, and it will ask you for the ISO file. You will provide the ISO file, and the result will be Azure Stack HCI 20H2 G2 vhdx. Okay, so let's do a deploy now. Let's run deploy. It will take around 4 minutes. So what I will do now, I will pause the recording, and then I will resume after the virtual machines will be created. So script almost finished. The last step that what will be done is to ask you if you want to start all the virtual machines or only the deployed ones, or if you don't want to. I want to start all the machines. So I can now go into the Hyper-V manager, and you can see my machines are running. You can also notice that these machines have 16 GB RAM each. And if you don't have enough RAM, what you can do, you can use Azure, and it's pretty simple. You can go to running WS Lab in Azure scenario. And yeah, it's here, running WS Lab in Azure, and simply click on deploy to Azure button, and this will deploy you a machine, either Windows Server 2019 or Windows 10 with Hyper-V installed, and also WS Lab scripts copied into the temp drive. So you can set up the WS Lab and then play with the scenarios. You can specify different virtual machine sizes. These machines support nested virtualization, so you can have your Hyper-V here. Okay, let's continue with the scenario now. We navigate again to WS Lab. And now we will go into domain controller, login. User WS Lab credentials, lab admin, ls1 setup exclamation mark. You can find these in the labconfig.ps1. And then let's open a PowerShell. Okay, it'll take a little bit of time. And also what we will open is PowerShell ISE as administrator. I like it this way, so I place PowerShell on the left and PowerShell ISE on the right. And I will paste here scenario.ps1. To have the plain text, I click on the raw, select everything, and copy with clip to the clipboard. I will paste it into the PowerShell ISE and hit Ctrl+M to collapse all regions. And now you can see exactly the same as what we saw in the PowerPoint. First part, we will need to run from the Hyper-V host, so it's pretty simple.
We'll just copy it and run it in a Hyper-V host. But first, I want to show you what we will be actually doing. We need to expand the drives, so we will take a look how big C drives we have. So let's add these to Azure Stack HCI node into the server manager. And let's go into the file and storage services, into the disks. We'll be able to see that disks in Azure Stack HCI nodes are 60 gigabytes. Let's double check. So yeah, these machines are online and disks are 60 gigabytes. When I created my Azure Stack HCI VHD, I provided 60 gigabytes as a size, so I need to now expand the volume to 120. So let me just copy the first few lines and paste it into the PowerShell. So what it will do now, it will expand this disk from 60 gigabytes to 120. It will just expand the VHD. However, now there is 60 gigabytes unallocated, so what we need to do is to expand the partition. So we will do this using PowerShell Direct. So we will directly connect into each VM. The VMs are the VMs that are beginning with or starting with WS Lab and contains Azure Stack HCI. So let's just simply paste this. We'll create a password and then connect to the machines. It will grab the partition with the driver C. It will grab what is the maximum supported size, and it will then resize the partition to the maximum size. So let's refresh. See that our the partition is now 120 gigabytes. It was simple, right? Okay. So the next step is to create a two-node cluster. I'll simply copy this region and simply paste it by right-click. I will now pause the recording because this will take around 10 minutes, I would say, because it will create a cluster, install all the roles, it will reboot the machines because it will first install updates to these machines, install roles, and then set up the cluster and enable storage spaces direct. So I will just pause the recording and come back when this is finished. So cluster is now created. So let's take a look what actually happened. Let's navigate to Failover Cluster Manager. Let's connect to the cluster. And now we will be able to see that the cluster is created. File share witness is configured. If we go to the nodes, you can see that there are two nodes with Azure Stack HCI operating system. We'll be able to see that there is, oh, not yet, there will be performance disk created soon. And there's only one network. There is switch embedded switch. These two network adapters that simulates to real network adapters are teamed using the switch embedded teaming and connected to the virtual switch. So we can create virtual machines that are connected to the external network. Okay, now the cluster performance history is here. Okay, let's continue. We will download a HCI module. This will be fast. We will download this into the downloads folder, and also we will extract it so you can see what's here. There are PowerShell modules, and here is also the Windows Admin Center extension. This log is also fine because it can provide you some logs, but this is for the Windows Admin Center. Let's now set up AKS. I will just copy this script and paste it, and I will again pause the recording, and after that I will show you the result. So I just unpaused the recording because this is something I wanted to show you. This script, the first iteration will hang on this waiting for cloud nodes to be active. This is unfortunately a known bug. So I will now show you how to proceed. So the first thing, you need to cancel this. And because I was running an entire region, it also ran disabling CRUD SSP. So why we are even enabling and then disabling CredSSP? Because the script that we are running here is, in our case, let me just show you where it is. This invoke command here is initialize AKS HCI node. This is why we copied the AKS PowerShell module to the node, so we can run it remotely. However, when you run it, then it also do the action against other nodes. So there's a double hop issue. So basically, you are using your credentials and then trying to reuse it for other server, but the other server doesn't understand. And to understand, we are enabling CredSSP. So what I will do now, I will again enable CredSSP because we just disabled it. Let's enable it again. And there is a note that this step might need to run twice. However, I need to first uninstall AKS HCI, and I also need to again set the configuration and then again install the AKS HCI. So I will just copy this and paste it again. So what you will notice, it will unfortunately clean the old configuration. It will also delete the files that were downloaded from internet, and then it will download it again and then set up everything. What I will do now is again pause the recording, and I will after that show you what happened when this will be installed again. Okay, so AKS HCI just finished. For install AKS HCI just finished. We can now disable the CredSSP because it's no longer needed. Let's take a look what actually happened. So this script downloaded images into the AKS disk that was created. So let's navigate to Azure Stack HCI cluster. So there is our AKS virtual disk that was created. We had to create it before we ran install AKS HCI. And here are some images. And here is Linux Kubernetes image. Let me also scroll up to just show you what's in the script here. There was one thing that we can see what configuration we have. This is the configuration we had to modify. You can see that there is a cloud config location. So it's on our AKS disk. There are also images. Here you go with size of the machines that were deployed. So we can check it here. You can see that there are 2 machines now, control plane and load balancer. And you can see that the control plane has assigned memory 6 GB, while load balancer has assigned memory, let's see, 2 GB. Okay. What here also is that we have here VNet name, which is vSwitch, and that's it. Okay, so we have virtual machines here. If you will try to connect to the machine, you will see that there is some Linux, in this case Mariner. And the same for the control plane. Okay, awesome. So let's continue. The next region that will create AKS HCI cluster. What I will do here is to run new AKS HCI cluster, in this case named demo, with Linux node count 1, with Linux node VM size standard 82. You can see here in the VM sizes that we specified, or I extracted here from the script the sizes you can use. So in case you have more memory in your virtual machines, you can adjust it. So let me just simply copy this region like this and simply paste it. I will again pause the recording, and I will resume after this cluster will be created. this part just finished. So AKS HCI cluster is now created. So let's take a look in the failover cluster manager. So our Azure Stack HCI cluster is now running multiple virtual machines. So we have our control plane and load balancer for the cluster group management. And then we have our AKS cluster, which is called demo, and it consists of control plane, load balancer, and this worker node. This is our Linux machine that we specified. You can see it has 4 gigabytes, as well the load balancer and the control plane, also 4 gigabytes of memory. The demand is even smaller. That's because this is for your application. Okay, so the last step, or one of the last steps, will be to onboard the clusters into the Azure Arc. This will be a little bit more complex, so I will be running this script piece by piece just to explain what is happening. So first thing first, we will need to download Azure module for AZ Stack HCI. So first we will register Azure Stack HCI to the Azure, right? So not the Kubernetes cluster, but the Azure Stack HCI operating system. So we'll download Azure module and then log into Azure. We will use device authentication. So I will navigate to this page and provide a code to authenticate. This is because of I want to use my modern browser on my desktop, because here in the Windows Server I have just Internet Explorer. Now I'm authenticated. That's cool. So you can see I'm logged in into the Azure. I'll select context if more are available. There's only one, and also only one subscription, so I'll use this one. I'll get this subscription ID into the variable. And now what I will do is, because you will register Azure Stack HCI using register Azure Stack HCI command, but I have an Internet Explorer, and it would bother me with a question: do you want to allow the scripts running on this page, and so on? So I will just add here registers, and now I will register the HCI cluster. It will take a few minutes. Oh, not few minutes, but let's say 1 minute. So let me go first to portal. And we will see when our Azure Stack HCI will be registered. So it should be in here in Azure Arc, and we should be able to see it under Azure Stack HCI. In here I have also another example. It can grab the location. So let me just show you this piece of script. This is where these locations are available. Oh, I didn't log in. Oh, I would have to log in, it's true. Anyway, so this will grab the AZ location where provider contains Azure Stack HCI. So it will give you only two options. One will be in US and one in Europe. I think West Europe and West US. Oh, now we are signing in here. So register Azure Stack HCI is using this form, and it's actually using Internet Explorer settings. So that's why I was enabling these registries. So let me log in. I'll send myself a notification to my mobile phone, and I will confirm it. Okay, so it's almost finished. Let's see if something is happening here. Not yet. So let me just briefly pause the recording. Okay, so now the cluster is registered. I can show you this location prompt. Oh, I need to connect again. So let me just skip this step because I run register Azure HCI, it actually logged me out of the Azure. So I would have to log in again. So I'll skip this. Or what I can do is I can log in AZ account again, show you this part. So I'll again navigate to device login and again provide the code just to simply authenticate. Now I'm here registered and I can again on this location prompt, it will give me, it will show you now that you are able to register your Azure HCI resource only to the East US or West Europe. So let's hit cancel. Don't need it anymore. Let's refresh here. And now I can see here my Azure HCI cluster. You can see it's registered and there's just one server. We'll probably pop the other node a little bit later. Okay. So let's install Azure HCI RSAP tools to the nodes. So we are able to then validate the registration. So we will query just one node. If the node is registered, and then the next step will be, okay, let's copy this, paste it. So as you can see, it's connected. So our Azure HCI cluster is registered. Let's do register AKS now. So let's see how this will go. Copy and paste. So we are now testing if the module resources is present. If not, we will install it. If we are not able to get AZ context, we will log into the Azure again. But I already logged my account in because I wanted to show you the location. Now just make sure that the location is the same. So our Azure Stack HCI cluster is located in the East US, so also AKS I will use the location East US and the AKS cluster name will be demo. Good. So I will now create service principal. Copy. I will assign it contributor over the scope of this subscription and this resource group. And I will grab a secret. And then I will provide this secret when I will be onboarding the cluster. Okay. So I will now register these two providers. Okay. And I will onboard the cluster. Great. Looks like it's now being onboarded. So what I will do, I will check the onboarding. So first we will generate a kubeconfig. This is already done, but if you need to generate a kubeconfig again, you can just run this command, but we already have it. So we will just copy locally to this machine, so we can then run kubectl and check the onboarding job from this machine. So I don't have to invoke it remotely to another machine. So I'll just copy the kubeconfig and run kubectl. Okay. Now copying the files from the cluster. and I will copy it to my program files locally. So I'm copying from the session, and in this case, session is the cluster name. So I'm copying it from one of the cluster nodes to my local program files. Let me just show you where it is. See, program files, is it, forget the path, AKS HCI kubectl. So here we go, kubectl. And as you can see, it's still running. So I'll just briefly pause the script. Notice the time, it's slightly after midnight. Oh, it's already Saturday. Okay, let me just pause this. I just resumed recording. It took around 1 minute. You can see that provisioning state succeeded, so we should be able to see our Kubernetes cluster inside Azure Arc. As you can see it's here. If we'll go back here, you can see that the Kubernetes version is 118.8 and location is east to west. That's awesome. And now what we can do is to deploy sample configuration. It's from this docs. It's inspired by this docs page. So let's do it. You can see that we will install Helm using Chocolate, and then we will install AZCLI. And in one part, we will exit the PowerShell because we need to restart it. So don't be scared. I'll just paste the entire region, and in one part, it will just simply exit, and this PowerShell will disappear. So let me just paste it. So as you can see, it's installing the Helm using Chocolate. How the Helm is being installed. Okay, now we will install AZCLI. We'll download it again to the downloads. So let's check our downloads. It will soon pop up here. Meanwhile, I will show you this. You can enable GitHub SOAP integration and then even configure Azure policy. This is something I'll still need to do. I still need to find some time to expand this scenario and some motivation. So please let me know if you want to see this. I would like to hear your feedback. Please provide this feedback either in the Slack channel or on the Twitter. Just say, hey, Jaromir, this is awesome. Please, can you do this and that? And I'll try to find some time when the kids are sleeping. Actually, the kids are sleeping here behind me. So I can record quietly in quiet environment the session for you. So I hope you are enjoying it. And yeah, it's still downloading. Check how fast it is. Oh, it's all downloaded now. That's good. Now it's installing the HDCLI, and in one moment it will exit the PowerShell. So it's in this part. So the next step will be to log in, then create a configuration, and then we will just validate it. Yesterday, when I was trying it, it failed, but in the beginning of the week it was a success. So let's see how it will be today or tonight, if we will succeed or not. So AZCLI will be soon installed, and then it will just exit, and we will log in and create this configuration. So the configuration will be then visible here. You could click here, add configuration, all the instances and everything, but we really want to do configuration with the PowerShell. So PowerShell exited, so let's run it again. Let's log in, and at this account. And let's try to create configuration. I guess it will again fail, but I just wanted to show you. Okay, it failed, unfortunately. Then you would be able to validate the config. If you find out why it's failing, please let me know. I would love to fix it, but maybe it's something we cannot fix, something that developers have to fix on their side. So if this would work, you would be able to see a configuration here. And to prove that it was working, I can go to WSLab, the scenario with Kubernetes, and just show you it in the README, where there's a screenshot how it should look like when the configuration is in place. So this exact PowerShell script was already working, but now, I'm sorry, for some reason it's not. I hope you enjoyed this session. Please let me know how you liked it in the Slack channel or on the Twitter, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Jaromir.
All the way from Czech Republic. The guy never sleeps. I honestly believe that the guy never sleeps.
Red Bull, I think.
He has...
I don't know how a lot of these guys do it.
He has... oh man, I should know this. I think he has 4 kids now. That's a lot of kids. Crazy. Maybe he has 3.
Who does that?
He might be having 4. You don't know yet. But he has young kids, and he does this the same way that we do, Crystal. So that's super cool. He likes to go on vacations with his better half, like we do, with their kids. And I
miss vacations.
He loves horses.
I miss people. I miss you all so much.
All right, this is
okay.
Our
You put up with little
session.
bits of Dave now. Now you get to put up with a lot of Dave.
This is a brand new session, Crystal.
Yes, yes, it is.
Now
it's one that you painstakingly worked on for this last year, whether you wanted to or not.
Yes, and so with all of these ransomware remediation gigs that we've been getting pulled into, the rapid build and escalated build procedures for building a guarded fabric was so important. So I had customized my big demo scripts that you've seen us use in many of our books that we have out there into production.
If you haven't checked out the big demo script yet, go to checkyourlogs.net and have a look.
It's at GitHub.
I mean, GitHub.
GitHub.
I'm sure it's on our blog as well.
GitHub.com/dkula to be specific.
I just say, Dave, I need big demo scripts.
So
I have it on USB.
Now, something that's so important with this session. This is one of the first sessions that I've done since I've gotten some new spectacles. So
isn't he sharp, guys?
As it turns out,
he doesn't have to squint anymore.
As it turns out, the issues that I've been having presenting over the years with me not being able to present on a Surface because the darn thing's too small and I can't see anything. It turns out that it actually wasn't a problem with the Surface.
Really? I wonder who told you that.
It turns out that it was actually a problem with my eyes, Crystal.
Really? I'm shocked.
Yeah, the world's not fuzzy anymore. And
8 years I've been trying to get him to get his eyes checked.
It's progressively gotten marginally worse for me, but the glasses have made a big difference for me. And you know the best part? This is the first set of demos, recorded demos and sessions that I've worked on that I've actually been able to see the screen.
It does help. So it is important.
So the coolest part about this is that I kind of like really look really close to the screen, memorize where things are at. I'm gonna lie, there might have been a little bit of guessing in some of those live demos.
But not this one.
But didn't they turn out good for somebody that was guessing halfway through where things were?
No.
That should at least give you some additional style points. So if Sami wants a challenge, he should do his demos with his eyes closed, and then we would be on the same footing.
Totally fair. Totally justified challenge.
So anyways, yeah, this is my new upgrade for 2020. I've got new bionic glasses.
They're just glasses, Dave.
They're bionic glasses.
They're the same glasses they are bionic, normal glasses.
Clears everything up.
They do work, though.
You have problems in your life, things aren't clear, could be because of new glasses. Just saying. Okay.
Should listen to your wife. That's what he's really saying.
I really hope that you enjoy this show. And I just want to prove a point that we're kind of in our outdoor studio right now. We might not have a lot of heat out here right now. I don't know if they can see that.
I can see it.
We can see our breath out here. And it's like 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever it is while we're out here finishing this up. Because why? Because we have dedication and because this is just the kind of thing that crazy Canadians do.
All right.
Okay.
With that, we'll take you into Dave's session. I believe it's the last session of the day.
I will take it away.
So thanks for sticking around so far, guys.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, MVP Days fans. Welcome to another edition of MVP Days Online 2020. It's my esteemed pleasure to be here with you. And my name is Dave Kawula. I'm Microsoft MVP. And you can follow me at Twitter at Dave Kawula. I'm one of the co-founders of MVP Days along with Crystal. And today we're going to be talking about building a guarded fabric for Azure Stack HCI, Storage Spaces Direct, with PowerShell. We'll also talk a little bit about securing the platform as it's built. And one of the things to understand is that the guarded fabric concept is so important when we look at building hyper-converged infrastructure, because protecting our most critical assets, our host server infrastructure, where we're going to be taking and running all of our virtual machines and our workloads, has become a huge attack surface for threat actors here in 2020, especially with COVID-19. And today, I hope you enjoy the session. I'm going to show you some of my tricks that I use to standing up the guarded fabric. Most of the session today is going to be demos. I've got a few slides just so that we can take and have something to follow along with, but most of what I'll show you some demos. And as always, all of my scripts are available on my GitHub repository. If you just go to github.com/dkawula, you will be able to grab them, and I'll show you the link for that as we go through the presentation here. All right. So the first thing that I want to talk to you about today is don't wait until you're under attack to start thinking about building a secured fabric environment. And one of the reasons that you want to have a secured guarded fabric environment with separate credentials and a different Active Directory forest and domain is if your primary domain happens to get compromised and somebody gets your domain admin credentials, and it can happen. I've been in 2 ransomware / hacking incidents this year where it has happened, where the threat actors have escalated and elevated their credentials up to admin access, full domain admin access actually. You have to think that now they've got access to your Hyper-V host servers, they've got access to your Storage Spaces Direct clusters, they've got access to your backup infrastructure, they've got access to potentially, your cloud infrastructure they have. And from what we've seen in the field is the threat actors will actually hang out in the environment for an extended period of time, waiting to execute the attack at a point where they're confident that they can trash any way that you have of restoring it, thus increasing their opportunity of potentially making money off of you. So like I said, don't leave this until you've had an attack. And this script actually came about from a scenario where we did have an attack at a customer and they hadn't had a chance to build up their guarded fabric, and we needed a fast way to stand it up. So I'll show you what some of my PowerShell scripts look like for building both the base gold images as well as the couple domain controllers and management servers you'll need. You should actually be able to get everything up and running in probably less than an hour's time in your lab environment. It's very easy to do. And it's scripts that I've used for a long time. As always, use the scripts at your own discretion. These are just, my working scripts that I use to automate things. So I like to script things because I get asked to do things more than once, and I don't like to have to continually click through a GUI over and over again. For your guarded fabric environment, you're going to want to have at least 2 domain controllers and a management server, WSUS server as an optional piece. You can actually build it out as big as you want, and you could actually use this for a simulated lab environment. But what I've done is I've converted my big demo code that I had that I've used for years, and I've actually turned it into a production fabric builder script. So, getting right to it, you want to build you want to have an expedited build of a guarded fabric. Step 1 is you're going to need to build yourself a base gold image for Server 2019. To build this base gold image, how I like to do it is I use a utility from Microsoft called Convert Windows Image, and I've got some wrappers that are built around that with my base image builder script. So let's go ahead and let's get started right there. So let's jump into the demo environment here. Alright, so we're in the demo environment now, and inside of the demo environment, like I said, you can grab the scripts that I'm using from my GitHub repository. It's just github.com/dkawula. It's in the operations repository, and if you click on Hyper-V, you will find this script base image builder v4. Go ahead and download this. I've already got this downloaded to my system. Let me just show you what the working folder looks like that we're going to be in here. I've created a folder called Fabric Temp on my D drive. Inside of my Fabric Temp folder here, I've only taken and placed a couple things. Let me just clean this up a little bit here for you because I've already run this script once. Let me just go ahead and delete all of this stuff because this is what you're going to start with. Step number 1 is you need to go ahead and download yourself a copy of the Server 2019 ISO. I've got the ISO that's been pre-updated with all of this up to September 2020 CUs. If you're working on this in production, always make sure you grab the latest version of this. It cuts down the patching time that you have when you go live. This just happened to be the version that I had downloaded in my lab environment here. As you can see, I've downloaded Base Image Builder v4, and with that, let's go ahead and let's kick this off. So what you're going to want to do is open up an administrative PowerShell prompt. Browse to the directory, so I just browsed over to D drive Fabric Temp. These are the parameters that you're going to take and execute, so we're just going to take and run Base Image Builder v4. I'll just define a working directory. Always make sure that you put quotations around any of the inputs that you have inside of here, so we're just going to say the working directory is going to be called D drive Fabric Temp. The organization is going to be called MVPDays. The owner is going to be Dave Kawula. Time zone, admin password. This is the local administrator password. Obviously, you're going to want to change this once you get going in production. That's just a password that I put in for now. And then you have a couple different options in here. So right now, you can actually use this script to build 2016 gold images as well. So if I take and I show you here, you see how I can do 2019 GUI, 2019 Core, I can do 2016 GUI, 2016 Core, and if you want, there's an optional spot in here where you can put the Windows key. The Windows key actually isn't required for the 2019 GUI, it'll just go into evaluation mode, so you will have to finish the activation process and put in your product key post, and that is fine. And so we just want to run that with verbose. Now the system that I'm running on does have a fairly fast SSD drive inside of it. We've got to get it ready to build this. So it actually only takes a couple minutes to build this out, and I'll show you how this process happens. So we'll go ahead and kick this off. First thing that's going to happen is I've got a dialog prompt that pops up with my code asking me for the 2019 ISO image. So I can go ahead and browse to Fabric Temp. I can go grab that image file. If you're doing 2016, it would simply just prompt you for 2016 as well. And that's it. Basically, click OK. And if I go under Base VHDs here, under Base VHDs, we can see the creation of the Gold VHDX file starting here. And it's basically formatting this volume out right now, and then what it's going to do is it's going to start streaming in that ISO as a gold image. So instead of you having to build a Hyper-V virtual machine, next, finish through the install, I've got an unattended answer file that's actually built in as part of this process that will bring this into a running ready state. It's about 8 and a bit gigs once this is finished. And if we want to see the speed that things are running at, we can just open up Resource Monitor. We can take a look at what's going on here. I can see the creation of the gold VHDX file, and if I scroll over, we can kind of see the speed that that's running at overall. And so we can see we've streamed in approximately 2.7 gigs already. Like I said, this will complete at about 9 gigs. So we're going to go ahead and stick with you. We're not going to pause the video. I like doing these things real time and live. So we'll just go ahead and minimize Resource Monitor. And while this is actually finishing up, what we'll do is we'll just let the system finish. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually spin up a Hyper-V virtual machine that's based off of this gold VHD template. And then I will kind of explain a little bit about our next steps that we're going to go through, which is actually building the fabric from this base gold VHDX. Now the cool part about this is that this process using the base image builder is great for building up any of your environments. It could be dev, test, lab environments. You might just be wanting to have some fast ways of, doing some testing. And that's why I like the base image builder. I know that there's other solutions out there. I know I've got other friends that have their own solutions and their own ways of doing things. This is my session, so I will show off the way that I like to do things in production. I like the code because it's something that I've had a chance to go through and do some authoring on. So here we go. Just go ahead and close this down. Almost there. So it's going to finish up here in just a second. There is a little bit of a bug at the end of the script where it goes to dismount the image. Don't worry about that. Everything still works fine. So we'll see a little bit of red here. I haven't had a chance to clean that up. And we can see we have a image. Great. And so if we click over here, the process is done. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to copy the gold VHDX file. We're going to take and we're going to create a new folder here. And we're just going to call this Fabric Temp VM. And we're going to go ahead and copy this over here. And while that's copying over, let's go ahead and spin up a Hyper-V virtual machine because this is very important that you understand how this works. So I'll just say a new VM, and I called that Fabric Temp VM. And we'll go ahead and we'll store that in D drive Fabric Temp. We'll make it a Generation 2 virtual machine. Give it 4 gigs of RAM. Configure networking. I've already got a Hyper-V virtual switch defined. We're going to use an existing disk, so we're going to attach to that existing gold VHDX file. So we'll go to the D drive, Fabric Temp, grab that file. You could rename that. Doesn't really matter what we do because it's just test right now. Let's go ahead and let's turn this thing on. I am building this on Windows 10, so you can see how kind of the automatic checkpoints are running there for my Windows 10 build. It's going to go ahead and start spinning up the virtual machine. Now, the important part about building your fabric now is that, okay, so now I've got a gold VHDX template for Server 2019. This thing is ready to go. But what are some of the resources that we want to take and build under the covers? Well, we're probably going to want to have a domain controller. We're probably going to want to automate the build of that Active Directory domain controller forest and such. And so my next script that I'll show you once we can actually log into this particular virtual machine to kind of prove that it's working and ready is I've got a way to automate the build, and including with a custom domain name, your Active Directory forest and domain that you can use for your fabric. We'll also build out a management server, and inside of that management server, some of my PowerShell code will go as far as to pre-installing Windows Admin Center in there for you. So now we've got a management plane so that we can get in out of band on here. You'll notice how I'm building this in Server 2019 GUI. Could most definitely be built in Server 2019 Core Edition. And this is a great way to kind of get started as we go through this process. So right now we're about 13 minutes or so into the session, and I've almost got my first VM up and running, 13 minutes. So that's my gold virtual machine that we've got. So what we're going to do here is I'm just going to take and try to log in here. So let's go ahead and just copy that default password that we had set in there. And we'll make sure we can log in. So that's it. That's it for this test. So I've got a virtual machine that's available for me, Gold VHDX, ready to go. No roles, vanilla, just ready to go for the lab. We can do basically anything we want with this Gold VHDX. So now our next step that we have is to kind of prime the live environment. And to do that, we're going to take a look at our next script. So let me just do a little bit of cleanup here. Let's go ahead and turn off this little test virtual machine that we're working with. Let's go ahead and delete this. And let's go ahead and take a look at the folder working structure that we've got. So if we take a look at Fabric Temp, there's a folder in here called Base VHDs. This is where the Gold VHDX file is there. What I've already done for this video is I've copied this Gold VHDX file over to a folder called Fabric. Under folder called Fabric, you'll see there's no virtual machines in here yet. I've got some working scripts in here. This is just a little bit of the work that I've been doing. But we're going to use an install script called the Prod Fabric Builder. And so Prod Fabric Builder is also something that you'll be able to find on my GitHub repository. And so with that, let's go ahead and jump back to the PowerPoint. See that I've already got this copied in here. I've got the base and core already created. And so that's the point that we're at right now. So let's go back to the presentation here. We've got the base image built. Now the next thing that we want to do is expedite our build of the management and domain controllers for this environment. Now to do this, I've actually converted my big demo script that you'll see if you follow me. You'll see that I've used that in most of the books that I've written and things like that. I've converted it to Prod Fabric Builder. Where you're going to find this source building information, you're going to go back to my GitHub repository. I've got an operations repo and a sub repo underneath there called Titan Fabric. And what you're going to want to do is go ahead and grab yourself a copy of Prod Fabric Builder 2.0. Prod Fabric Builder 2.0 is ready to go. I've used it several environments right now, and it works really well. So the gist of this is that we can basically choose some virtual machines that we want to run here. For example, I want to take and I want to build some domain controllers. I want to build a management server. I want to build a WSUS server. And then I want to take and I want to build things out. And like I said, I've got a few things like installing the Windows Admin Center. We'll go ahead and automatically download that and run that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and grab this latest version of the Prod Fabric Builder here. Okay, so to grab the latest version of this, what we're going to do is we're just going to go into my GitHub repository here. We're going to go ahead and click on Raw, and we're going to copy this. We'll go ahead and bring this over into PowerShell ISE, and I'll paste that in, and we'll save this off. And we're going to go ahead and save this as my Prod Fabric Builder 2.0. I've already got one in there that's a kind of a temp working one, so for argument's sake here, we're just going to call this 2.1. Save. Let's go back to PowerShell. Now in PowerShell, we can simply just change the folder path. So let's actually clear this out. Alright, so cd/fabric, and we want to run Prod Fabric Builder 2.1, which is the latest one that I've just downloaded. Working directory is going to be D drive fabric. Organization name is going to be MVPDays, Mountain Standard Time. Password here is going to be the same password that we specified earlier for our gold image. Domain name. Now this is where you can actually choose a custom domain name. So to make this fun, I'm just going to call this dave.com. Domain admin password, we'll say hypothetically speaking, we're going to call that exactly the same. Virtual switch name, this would be something that we've got set up in Hyper-V, so I already know that this is VSW02. As part of the source code for this, you can change the IP ranges that you're running. So for my lab, I'm on a 10.10 network with /16. So I'm just going to go 10.10.255. And then the domain controller will be, the first domain controller will be 255.1 and 255.2 and 3. I've got that hard coded as part of the script. Extra lab file sources actually doesn't really do much right now. So we'll go ahead and we'll run this. And first thing is you notice how it's actually prompting me here for the Veeam 9.5 ISO, because I was playing around with automatically deploying Veeam inside of here. So what we can do is I can simply choose that. It's not going to use it for anything because I've commented it out. And so now what this script is doing is it's actually copying the gold VHDX template, because we don't want to create differencing disks because this is for production. And we can take and just see what that is going to look like for us here. So if I go to Fabric, I can choose my VHDs. All right. All right, so that's finished copying the first one over here. And we can see that it's now working on the second one, and it's already started up that first virtual machine for us. So if we go ahead and we open up Hyper-V, we can see that I've got a domain controller that is primed here. Now, obviously nothing's happened yet. That's just the name of the Hyper-V virtual machine. But if I fire this up, it's the same exact experience that you saw when I built the virtual machine from scratch. This just automates the process for you. So if you're a consultant that's out there and you need to build these up for your clients, you can easily customize this code to build out any type of base environment. It's very, very flexible to build this into pretty much anything that you're looking for. Okay, so it takes a minute for this to actually prime up, like you saw with the gold VHDX standard Hyper-V build that I showed you. So now it's creating the fourth one here. It's just copying the WSUS VM here for us, and we can kind of see the progress as to what's going on inside of here by the creation of these VHDX files. So now what will end up happening is we use PowerShell Direct, and we want to wait for the administrator to be able to log in, and this is going to start the build of the fabric. And so in order for that to happen, this has to be finished and basically at a logon prompt. So as soon as this hits to a logon prompt, then we will be able to take and proceed. And this is actually one of the important pieces, is that my script and the base image builder kind of go hand in hand, because the default admin password is actually required, because we're going to take and we're going to have to call on whatever that was built out of the base image builder. So if you have changed that local admin password, then you'll have to adjust your script accordingly inside of here. The whole process for building the domain controllers and the management server and getting the base environment kind of prepped and ready to go takes approximately 20 plus minutes. So right now we're about 22 minutes or so into the video, and this is going to kick off here in just a minute once this thing is finished and ready to go. And that's where we will take and we will come back. So here we go. You can see that I'm setting the IP address to 10.10.255.1. We're going to go through some other worker functions inside of here. And I'm pushing all of these configurations in remotely via PowerShell. So for those of you that are watching this particular session here today, one of the things that I want you to understand is that learning PowerShell remoting, learning remote configs is so important for us as administrators. You can see that I've had 0 logons into this domain controller. I haven't touched it. I'm just showing you this as to what's happening kind of behind the scenes. It's the art of the possible. So inside of my prod fabric builder script, I've got many, many different worker functions that are inside of there that I use for building a variety of environments. And you can think of this as a great way to learn how to start with PowerShell remoting. And so now what we're going to do is go ahead and configure a default gateway on this thing. We're going to go ahead and make sure that it has some connectivity. And now look at what we're doing. We're actually installing Active Directory. Like I said, I know that I've got some friends that are out there that have some great solutions, like Jaromir and his WS Lab solution that's out there. There's absolutely nothing wrong with using those other solutions. I like this one because I've had the chance to spend about 2,000-3,000 hours learning PowerShell, building environments, and this is where I really cut my teeth on kind of learning how to do a lot of these things with PowerShell. And so I like the script because when you've authored something, then it's a lot easier to take and to go through and troubleshoot if something's going wrong. And plus, when the cards are down and you've got to take and go ahead and build something out, this is a lot easier for me to just use the script. So I hope everyone really enjoys the script. You have a chance to use it. I've shown you where to find it. And so with that, I think we'll jump back over to our PowerPoint, and then we'll come back to the environment afterwards, after I show you a little bit more. This is going to reboot a few more times. I'll kind of scroll through the script here to show you what has been built out in behind the scenes. But I got a couple more things that I want to talk to you first. So the environment build is in flight. We're not even 25 minutes into this. And maybe even by the time we're done in the next 2 to 3 minutes of PowerPoints, we might actually have a domain controller that we can log into here. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's minimize this. All right. So the next thing that you have to look at is that this is a vanilla environment. This is a next finished, even although I've scripted build with PowerShell. There's nothing special in there. There's no custom group policies. There's nothing locked down. This is as vanilla as you can get it. So a lot of customers ask me and say, well, listen, we have no idea where to get started with locking down our environments, and there's a lot of exploits that are out there. What's a good place to start? So one of the recommendations that I have is that you want to look at the Security Compliance Toolkit as a good baseline. It has some pre-canned group policy objects that you can import into that Fabric environment. I have tested it against Storage Spaces Direct Clusters, and it does work with some minor amounts of tweaking. And it's a great place to get started. So make sure you don't just go with the basic build. You do want to lock down that Fabric. I've given the download link here for you to take a look at the Security Compliance Toolkit. All right. The next one is locking down what it is that we can actually get access to once we're inside of the Fabric. Please, please, please don't use RDP as your management points to gain access to your resources anymore. RDP is a well-known way of jumping through an environment. There's been so many exploits that have come out in 2020. You want to really limit what you're going to be having that you can gain access. So one of the ways to do that is you could build yourself a privileged access workstation. You could remove domain admins from the general administrators groups on all of those servers. You could really control who can access what and, you know, how much lateral movement you're going to have inside of the environment. If you are using Storage Spaces Direct, you can lock down Storage Spaces Direct clusters and Hyper-V host servers by using just enough administration and role-based access control that comes via Windows Admin Center. All of the GIA configurations are included in there. In fact, myself and fellow MVP John O'Neill Sr. went ahead and documented all this, and we ran a good workshop at Tech Mentor back in 2019. And so our lab book is there and available for you if you want to dig into that further so you can get a better understanding of GIA PowerShell role-based access control, specifically for Windows Admin Center. So there's some good stuff there for you. And then the last one here is multi-factor authentication for your environment. First of all, if you do have to RDP across your environment, make sure that you've got multi-factor authentication set up. Have an app set up so that you have a dual authenticator. I'm a big fan of Cisco Duo, very easy to set up. It's actually free for 10 administrators if you weren't aware of that. And you actually do need a limited amount of administrators for a Fabric. So you could actually have a free solution that you could use to lock things down. All right, so we're coming up on 30 minutes here. Let's go back to the demo environment. Let's see how things are progressing. It looks like we're into a reboot of our domain controller. So what I'm going to do is just pause the video here shortly, and what I'll do is I'll come back as soon as I can log in, and we'll just check back in on the timing to see how long this actually took. Okay, that had finished rebooting there, and it took a few minutes for it to complete the next step, about 5 minutes there. And now what we're doing is we're installing Active Directory certificate services, and so I want to have a bit of a PKI infrastructure set up in here so we can see the installation starting for this. There'll be a couple more reboots of the domain controller, but I think it'd be fun to actually see if we actually have our Dave.com. Oh, look at that. Sign in to Dave. There's our custom domain name. Let's see if we can actually log into this guy. So let's give this a shot. And we'll go ahead and paste our password. Looks like that worked for us. Little bit of a test here is we could try opening up Active Directory users and computers. And at the end of this, we'll have 2 domain controllers, a management server with Windows Admin Center, all nicely built out. I'm starting to run a little bit overtime on the session, so I've got to really cut this short. So let me just go ahead and show you that I can get into Active Directory here. And there you go. I've got a Dave.com, fresh Active Directory, all built up for you in less than 30 minutes. Folks, I really hope that you enjoy this session. It was my distinguished pleasure to bring this to you. Enjoy the rest of our MVP Days 2020 show. On behalf of Crystal, myself, and the rest of the crew at MVP Days, always appreciate your support. Thanks again, and we hope to see you at the next set of shows coming up.
And that's that.
Wasn't that a great session?
Best session.
That's number one. That's number one session of the day, I think. Voted by me.
Voted by me, for me.
Yeah. So here's how the voting works for MVP Day session. There's 1 vote.
Mine.
And I win.
I mean, yes. Yes.
No, we'll publish out the best session at some point in time, as long as I win. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun putting this together again. It reminded me how important community is. Crystal, how about for you?
Yes, and I have to admit, I've missed it. I do wish we could do more, but I'm going to be happy with what we get done now. And I honestly want to say I miss all of you guys so much. And I can't wait till we can get together and actually, high five again, give a hug again, see you all in person without a screen in front of our faces again. Until then, honestly, guys, stay safe. Hug your loved ones. Reach out if you ever need someone to talk to. I know it's not always easy, and take care of yourselves and take care of each other.
Elbows.
Elbow bumps.
Elbow bumps.
All right. Thank you for spending the day with us, and take care.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Just kidding, we're not done.
Kidding. We still have one more session.
During the making of this MVP Days pre-show and intro shows and in-between shows, we received an email from one of our good friend MVPs. Janica is a good friend of ours. We hung out with you in Florida. Mm-hmm. You are an MVP Days alum, so we're going to let you squeeze in the last session of the day. I hear some congratulations are in order.
Congratulations on the baby.
I heard you had a little one. Congratulations on that. Yeah, that's, if there's ever an excuse for being late submitting content, the birth of a child is...
It trumps pretty much everything.
Marginally acceptable.
You shut your mouth. It trumps everything. Everything.
So with that, the show is yours. We'll do one more session here, and then we will have another final wrap-up.
All right.
Hello and welcome to MVP Days. Today's session is about how you can manage your Kubernetes clusters with Microsoft Azure Arc. My name is Janaka Rangama and I'm a Microsoft Azure MVP and a Microsoft Certified Trainer. I'm a Senior Principal Engineering Technologist for Microsoft Hybrid Cloud at Dell Technologies. Without further ado, let's see how we can leverage Microsoft Azure Arc to leverage managing Kubernetes clusters in any environment. First things first, what is Azure Arc? Azure Arc is a management framework that will allow simplifying governance and management of your cloud resources by delivering a consistent multi-cloud and on-premises management platform. Azure Arc enables you to manage your entire environment, and it provides a single pane of glass by projecting your existing resources into Azure Resource Manager. Now with that, you can manage your virtual machines, Kubernetes clusters, and databases as if they were running on Azure itself. So these resources can be on-prem or in Azure Stack or in Google Cloud or in AWS, but will be still first-party resources in Azure. So regardless of where they live, you can use familiar Azure services and management capabilities with Azure Arc. And it allows you to continue using traditional IT ops while introducing new DevOps practices to support new cloud-native patterns in your environment. Now, the full ecosystem of Azure Arc comprises of several components. Now, Azure Arc supports running the components in any infrastructure. So you can have any server, any SQL server, or any Kubernetes cluster running on Azure Stack HCI, or on Azure VM, or on Azure Stack Hub, or any AWS GCP infrastructure onboarded to Azure Arc. Now with Azure Arc, you can leverage the same services that you're used to, like Azure Policies, Azure Monitor, Azure Security Center, and Azure Resource Groups, Azure Log Analytics, those same Azure governance constructs to manage your cloud resources. So if somebody asks, can I use the same with VMware or physical servers? Absolutely. Azure Arc for servers enables you to manage just that. Now, there are a couple of components in Azure Arc. Azure Arc for servers, Azure Arc for Kubernetes, and Azure Arc for data services. Now, in today's session, we are going to discuss about the Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes public preview. Now with Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes, what you are getting is a single pane of glass operating model for anyone to for their Kubernetes clusters deployed across multiple locations. Now this brings the Azure management to the clusters themselves so that you can leverage the Azure capabilities such as Azure Policy, Azure Monitor, Azure Resource Graph inside those Kubernetes clusters. Now, by bringing every system into Azure Arc, it is much easier to establish clearer roles and responsibilities for team members based on a clear separation of concerns without sacrificing the visibility and access. Now, you can attach and configure Kubernetes clusters inside or outside of Azure by using the Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes preview. So, when a Kubernetes cluster is attached to Azure Arc, it will appear in the Azure portal. It will have an Azure Resource Manager ID and a managed identity. Clusters are attached to standard Azure subscriptions and are located in a resource group as it would have been deployed in Azure. And they can even receive tags like any other normal Azure resources. So if you look at the architecture for this solution, your Kubernetes clusters can live in any environment. So for an example, you can still leverage this inside AKS itself, or it can be a Kubernetes cluster deployed in a VMware server, a couple of VMware servers, doesn't matter. Azure Arc will onboard the cluster as its own and will provide you the same management capabilities. Now, without further ado, let's see a demonstration on how we can onboard a Google Kubernetes Engine or GKE cluster with Azure Arc, and how we can leverage Azure Monitor to
monitor that GKE cluster from Azure itself. Now over to the demo. Now first, we are creating a service principal for this Azure Arc Kubernetes cluster that we are going to deploy. So we can do it in multiple ways, but I've chose to use Azure Cloud Shell. And the first part is to actually create the service principal. Now, as you can see, the service principal has been created. And once that is done, next thing is to register the Kubernetes providers. So you will notice that first time you do this, it'll take some time, like a minute or two, for the Kubernetes resource providers to be registered. But in my case, which it has been already done, and when I run the commands to check the status, as you can see now on the screen, it'll say the resource providers are already registered. So the first one is completed, and I'm gonna switch over to the next one, and yes, that's also registered in that case. So bear in mind, the first time you do it, it'll take some time for it to be completed, the registered status. Now I'm switching to my GCP console, so I'm creating a new project. Here I'm giving it a name called the Azure Arc GKE demo. And once that is done, there are a few things I need to grab from the project settings. So I need to get the project ID. And yes, you can see the project ID there. And once the project is completed, I have to enable a few of the APIs in order for me to deploy resources through a Terraform project. So if I go to the project now, I can see the project ID there. This is required at a later stage. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to enable the Compute Engine API. So I'm just searching for the Compute Engine API on the GKE console. And next thing is I'm going to enable the API. So it's just a one click of a button. It'll take some time to enable that, and once that is done, I need to create a service account. So go to create credentials, service account, and give it a name. So I'm gonna create a service account for this Kubernetes cluster that is I'm going to deploy in the Google GCP environment. So I'm naming it as Arc Demo, giving it a description now. And once that is done, I have to give it the required permissions for this project. So I'm just double checking the information, Arc Demo. So I'm just adding AZ into the front. So click create. And then I have to give the correct permission. So here I'm giving an owner permission for this project. And if I want, I can give other users access to this service account as well, who has access to the same GCP subscription. All right, so now that's done. The next thing I have to do is, once the credentials are generated, I can go and add a private key, which I'm going to use at a later stage to authenticate. So I'm going to add a key here. And I'm going to create a new key on JSON format, and I'm going to create the key. It's asking me to save. So I'm going to save it to my demos location, and voila. So it's saved. Now the key has been saved, and if I just browse the key and to see what's inside, it will contain the authorization information about the GKE environment. Sorry, the compute app engine. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over that key to my Linux virtual machine. So actually I'm running WSL on Windows, and here we have the Terraform folder where I have created the Terraform config as well. So once that is done, the next step would be to enable the Kubernetes API. So I'm gonna enable the Kubernetes Engine API the same way I did. I'm gonna search for that, and once it's found, I'm gonna just click enable. So I just don't have to create any other service accounts. That's the only one I have to create. So once it is created, we are ready to go ahead with the deployment of the Kubernetes cluster via Terraform. So I'm not gonna explain much detail about what Terraform is and how it works. At this stage, what I have done is I've installed Terraform on a virtual machine, in my case, the WSL environment, and I have cloned the repository. In that repository, the code is able to deploy a GKE cluster to the GCP console. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide the parameters, the environment variables required for Terraform to identify my GKE cluster. So you can see that I have given the GCP credential file names with that JSON file I've just saved. Now, if I look at the Terraform files, you can see how the actual deployment happens and what are the components of the the resource definition. And if I go to the providers.tf, you can see what are the providers that I'm going to use there. And no, that's not it. So quit from here. No, it should be simple. Yep. And if I go to the variables.tf, it'll that's the place where I define those environment variables. So the environment variables have been set. So I don't really have to provide an input when I run the script to deploy this Terraform environment. So with Terraform init, I'm initializing the environment, and then I'm going to apply with an auto approve parameters. So it will automatically start the creation of the cluster by getting the same parameters that I've defined in the environment variables into the variables.tf. Now this can take some time depending on the time that GKE takes to create an environment. So as you can see, the cluster is being created. So for my demo, for this particular demo, it took me roughly around like 5 to 8 minutes for the cluster to be completed. So as you can see that it's completed now. And that's pretty much it. So I've created a cluster with Terraform. Now what I have to do is I need to make sure that I have onboarded this to my Azure environment. So now as you can see, this script I'm going to use has some parameters that contains data about the Azure environment. So it contains a subscription ID, and some of the other parameters that are there are the app ID and the tenant ID that I generated with the service principal in the first action I did. So I'm now connected to the Kubernetes cluster there, and I have uploaded that shell script and I have executed that. So with this, what it does is it's installing Helm, and it's installing the Azure CLI and other required components that are needed to onboard this cluster to Azure Arc. So one thing you have to keep in mind is if for some reason any parameter in that shell script is wrong, you might face an issue with a broken Helm installation. So if you try to continue that, it'll complain about Helm being installed in the backend or something like that similar. So you need to make sure that you get all the parameters in the right in the first place, or you have to destroy the cluster and start over again. Now as you can see, if I move to the Azure portal, you can see under the Kubernetes clusters preview, I already have a GKE cluster set up. So my first step of my demo is completed, onboarding the GKE cluster into Azure. Now, the second thing I want to do is I want to get the same Azure Monitor capabilities. As you can see, the Azure Monitor is not enabled here for the GKE cluster. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to onboard my GKE cluster to Azure Monitor so that I can leverage that to monitor the GKE environment. So as you can see, I have another script that I'm using for onboarding the GKE cluster for Azure Monitor. So I'm gonna upload the same script to my GKE shell and gonna execute from there. So all this cluster does, this one does is it'll create a new OMS workspace, Logantics workspace, and the same parameters that we provided earlier, tenant ID, app ID, resource group, things like that we have to provide so it can successfully connect to the desired Azure Arc cluster. So now the sequence has started. So as you can see, it's deploying the components that are required for this to be onboarded to Azure Monitor. It'll take some time, probably 5 to 10 minutes to complete, depending on the connection you have. And once that is done, you can see through Azure Monitor that your Azure Arc cluster can be monitored to your Azure Monitor environment. So it will take some time, like 5-6 minutes to refresh and get the data here. So I'm going to go back and see after some time whether the information is there. All right. So as you can see, the information is being pulled now. So you can see all the nodes that are in my cluster. And if I expand them, you can see the runtime and various other Azure Monitor for Containers configurations out there. And if I switch over to controllers, you can see what are the controls there. And finally, you can see the containers. If I move to containers, you can see what are the containers that are currently running on my GKE cluster. But all these informations I'm getting through the Azure Arc onboarded cluster. So I don't have to, if I have like 10 different cloud environments with 10 different Kubernetes clusters, I can still use Azure Arc as the management engine to manage them all. Well, I hope this session has been valuable and you have learned a thing or two about managing Kubernetes with Azure Arc. Thank you for joining this session again and hope to see you on the next one. Have a good day.
Janica, thank you very much for the final session of the day. We really appreciate it. Folks, fans of our MVP Days show, we really thank you. We started this journey almost 5 years ago now. We've done over close to 30 in-person events around North America. We've done these online shows for about the last 3 years. We now have close to 700 YouTube subscribers, 1 million visitors on our blog, lots of people buying the books. We really appreciate all of the support and the love that you give us. Doing that gives us the drive to continue. We do everything for the community so that we can help out. We try to make sure that we share all of our knowledge that we have. Crystal, any final thoughts?
Honestly, I miss you guys. My final thoughts are quite frank. I miss you all so much. I miss being able to do in-person sessions. I miss being able to see some of my favorite people out there and just give you guys a great big hug. Some of us, we only get to see each other once or twice a year at some of these sessions, and I miss you guys dearly. I miss human interaction. I miss seeing your guys' faces when I'm presenting because it's what drives me. It's what makes me happy. So stay safe, guys. Take care of each other. Reach out if you ever need someone to talk to. And until we can see each other again, just be safe. Take care.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Be safe.